The knowledge of a single eternity. Chapter 1. The story of the beginning of eternity. The story will be about how the eternal primordial essence of the void, in fact, but not in the content of space, which is aware of itself in the definition I am, or nirvana, decided to know myself. This space in this story will be called I am, or I. The beginning of self-knowledge happened spontaneously by the method of movement and curvature of its homogeneity of space into the volumetric geometric movement of oneself in oneself by oneself. In the image of its heterogeneity, this image of volumetric geometric movement looked like a mini whirlpool of space and was remembered by oneself as a one, that is, space, and became the first letter, O, living first spirit, the movement of space in the first image, against the backdrop of its homogeneity and eternal state of calm. This moment is the beginning, self-knowledge of oneself in oneself, from the circular motion of which, in all directions of space, waves went. In a sound image, am. So the original sound, om, appeared. As the beginning of self-knowledge of oneself, movement has revealed time, which is one in the other, and one cannot exist without the other, which is a transformation of its homogeneity into heterogeneity. So, experimenting with transformation in its spatial homogeneity and time of movement of oneself in oneself, I created many complex volumetric geometric movements, oneself in oneself, remembering them with myself, i.e. the space. So, over time, a living spiritual alphabet was created from the first letters, the first spirits. It was the alphabet of difference, my volumetric geometric movements, against the backdrop of my complete calm of the homogeneity of space, which came into wave motion from the waves emanating from the living spiritual alphabet. This is how a tool for self-knowledge of oneself was created. Alphabet from living spirits, first letters, which I built in a circular geometry, the prototype of the first consciousness or circle chakra, starting to play merging and transforming geometric images of first letters, first spirits, receiving the first living words, images and thoughts, images from living spirits, initial letters. So I am, eternal empty space, transformed its homogeneity by oneself in oneself into clots of heterogeneity of space, or geometric volumetric movement, created for himself, from oneself, in oneself, by myself, an instrument for living self-knowledge. This instrument is my living spiritual thought, created from the living letters of the first spirits, which I, arranging in the image of the ring, inside and outside its homogeneity of space, where the symbol was the first letter of the spirit O, and the wave M, and it turned out Om, vibration of the original spirit image, diverging along my original homogeneity, in the image of a sound wave, or the image of the letter M. So my homogeneity became undulating, and each new first letter, first spirit, created a new unique wave, thereby replenishing my self-knowledge of oneself in oneself. So the vibrations of the waves of the spiritual alphabet of the first letters, the first spirits, created waves of energy, my new qualitative state in me in a single space. So I enchanted myself by creating a generator of thoughts, chara or color chakra, awareness of myself through myself. So I created for myself the first body, the generator spirit of the transformation of spiritual thoughts, which expanded in volume and created the space of living knowledge, itself in itself, which has grown into the space of self-knowledge, myself in myself. To self-knowledge has grown into consciousness, so self-knowledge grew into consciousness, the density of transformation of the first letters, the first spirits, and the outgoing waves at the same time grew and multiplied, illuminating itself from the inside with the wave state. It was the light emanating from my living consciousness, and this light illuminated my first body, the space of consciousness, but the second in essence of eternity, out of the eternal, empty, homogeneous, primordial essence of nirvana. This body, or my new state, the space of consciousness, what is commonly called the God of eternity, expanded to infinity, becoming the eternal basis for temporary constructions, the universes of my living spiritual thought. If you ask how the first letters, the first spirits look like, the main building blocks of consciousness, for this you need to stop time, which is the movement and transformation of my uniformity into the heterogeneity of the geometric volume. And when time, that is movement, is stopped, then the first letters, the first spirits freeze before me, as before the nirvana primordial essence of eternity, since they are the movements of my homogeneity of space, and then they are from their image, the light sphere of wave radiation, like ball lightning, turn into volumetric geometric letters, frozen in the space of my contemplation. Each first letter, first spirit, is different from the other in its geometry and the way of construction, as well as in the wave emanating from it. So before me the spiritual alphabet of first letters, first spirits, freezes. So I, from my primary essence of the space of eternity, of the single original state of itself in itself, created in itself, my second state, the alphabet of living spirits, with the ring of which I enchanted myself, this chara or color chakra, as a generator of the transformation of spiritual thought from the first letters, the first spirits, showed the image, Torah, the prototype of the future universes of living consciousness, and it's an image, Torah, stretched out into an egg-shaped image, the germ of the universe of self-knowledge of itself, in itself, from which the universe of living spiritual thought began. It was a thirst and an explosion for self-knowledge, manifested from living thought to self-knowledge of oneself in oneself, where the transformation of living thought into other living thoughts forms in oneself I called time, which separated the first letter, the first spirit, with its movement from another first letter, the first spirit, a living word from another living word, a living thought from another living thought. So time created order in the awareness of itself, and I, as nirvana, the inseparable space of the primordial essence of its homogeneity, I am the sole holder of the key of power over time. as the movement of the fundamental principle of the essence of my eternal space, which decides at what speed the transformation of living spirit's ladders will take place into the words and logic of living sentences. So I, the eternal empty space, having changed its homogeneity, created an instrument, a living alphabet of spirit's initial letters, in itself, for self-knowledge, with the help of this instrument created for itself the first body, the space of knowledge, in which I, as self-awareness, and began a new eternity of self-knowledge and understanding of myself, by myself, in myself one. So the transformation of living spirits into new imaginative states of my own, I called thinking, and awareness of my thinking, building it into a living logic. This is how the worlds of spiritual awareness appeared in me as one, where I learned all new horizons of my living, already a logical transformation of living thinking, and this became a phenomenon of the state of love for my new eternity, creating eternal living spiritual worlds from my living consciousness. So it was revealed by me, in me, through me, the space of eternal living thought, which people call God. Therefore, I is you, and you are everything. My eternal image, one, in infinite diversity, self-knowledge of myself in myself. Thus was created, in me, by me, my second basic state, the space of consciousness, or the God of eternal creation, myself in myself. Experimenting with my creative living spiritual thoughts, consisting of living spirits' first letters, I created a living space of consciousness, myself in myself, feeling myself life, which was eager to know itself in its infinity and diversity, and then I created from its space of living consciousness its new image. This image has become the third basic state of oneself, weaving the diverse streams of living spirits and rivers of spiritual energy waves into semantic, logical, voluminous living spiritual books. My new image turned out like a shining living spiritual diamond, where the facets of a living crystal shone with the awareness and originality of my new image. So I created a new instrument for self-knowledge of myself in myself, this instrument of a new life, an image of my own, I will call the soul, since it consists of streams of living spirit, initial letters and wave energies. This soul is the soul of my third main state, which can be called the God, creator of new universes, my living thought. So I, in my second basic state, I am the God of eternity, and in my third basic state, the God of the universes. Individual thought construction, my third state, is the result of creation in a burst of impulse to know myself. Therefore I, myself, in the third state, blocked myself from my second state by the very creation of the individual image of the living soul, which does not allow feeling its complete unity with its second state of all knowledge and unity of itself in itself, since it's a limited cocoon of a personal living spiritual consciousness in the form of a soul, and only for the creative process in the individual universe of thought. I sometimes connect in meditative attunement the third state of the soul to the second space of consciousness, forgetting and exchanging knowledge with myself. So from the moment of self-knowledge of myself as a soul and God, the creator of the personal spiritual universe of thought, I began an individual path as a new state of mind, carrying the accumulation of their deeds in their creative living thought of the universe. So from my second state of the God of eternity, I created my third state, the soul of the God of the Creator of the universe, partially blocking myself in myself with my creation in a new image of my soul, created an illusory duality. These, my souls, my children, the gods of the universes, were me as the God of eternity, were created many. Some wanted to create joint universes, having gathered from 12 gods, creating mandalas, which is a joint creative construction and control of the living thought of the spirit, in the unity of the creation of the universe. Others wanted to create one personal universes, since that time complete freedom of will and creativity has already worked in me alone. So I demarcated my eternal unity in itself by an illusory duality, or by my third state of souls, the gods, creators of the universes, partially blocking the first state from the second one, thus entering into an illusory dream of duality, of myself in myself. Thus the eternal game with oneself began, as with living spiritual knowledge, to know myself in mine endless game states, in an endless game with its first spirit's thirst thoughts, playing in the spiritual worlds with myself, already from its third state, God as the creator of the universe, because of the illusory division of myself with myself. In my third state, God of the personal individual universe of thought, karma was revealed as an individual accumulation and transformation of living consciousness in the construction of the game universe of self-knowledge. Its karma revealed ego as a personal experience and a thirst for self-knowledge and self-expression in its work. So the creative pyramid of self-knowledge of oneself in the spirit of spiritual living thought began to grow and expand. From the center of my soul, called chakra, which is the generator of living spiritual thought, to the periphery, till the creation, its unique universe of living spiritual thought. So I, in my work, cognized more and more of myself, creating my multiple images of living creations, and began I, from creating myself in my fourth main state, myself in myself. It was a living rewriting or cloning of my soul and partial blocking of consciousness, myself in myself. There were created my original helpers in my work, the original impulses to self-knowledge, clothed in the idea of unity, my living thoughts, helpers who received the body of the soul from me and became archangels and angels, helpers and my living thought in living spiritual flesh, which are my assistants in creation and co-creative thoughts in knowing oneself in oneself, on the way of creating a new self-knowledge in the image of the universe of living thought. From my third state, the God of the Creator of the universe, I put my soul into a multitude of His infinite images, on the way of creating a multidimensional living universe of His single thought, from dimensions of non-embodied spirits, archangels, angels, or spiritual dimensions, to dimensions of denser, living spirits, which are called matter, all my new state as a creation, from archangels, angels, which is my fourth main state, to the endless creations of the universe, what is my fifth main state, and countless states of interactions between living spirits in a single infinite plurality of states. This is all I, in an infinite impulse and thirst for self-knowledge, play the eternal game with my living knowledge, replenishing myself with self-knowledge, being simultaneously in all its main 5 states, such as the first, the space of eternity, is not a separate primordial essence of nirvana, the state before the creation of being. The second, the space of living first spirit's first letters, the space of knowing oneself by oneself in oneself, awareness, absolute, the God of eternity, the beginning of creation of being. The third is God, the creator of the universe, the creation of the soul. The fourth is the archangels, angels, assistants in the creation of oneself. The fifth is all countless images of the creation of oneself in a multidimensional universe of thought. These basic 5 states of itself are the basis of self-knowledge of itself in itself, and the one who remembered himself in all 5 states closed the circle of self-knowledge, where the beginning and end met, and it happened. So a person who has not lost the impulse to self-knowledge finds and remembers himself at once in 5, already in his eternal states, and learns that everything that is and will always be, he is always, not only man but everything is he, that is, nirvana is the primordial essence of the space of eternity, he and the God of eternity as the space of living consciousness. He is the God of the universe soul, a living individual thought. He and the archangels and angels, helpers, on his way to self-knowledge. He and all the creations of the universe, and from this moment of knowing himself in his 5 main states, he can boldly say, I is the beginning of eternity, and there will be no end. There will only be an eternal transformation of my living spiritual thought as an eternal game of self-knowledge and states with my living knowledge in endless images and universal games with myself. This is the awakening and remembrance of myself, breaking the illusion of blockages in consciousness and disenchanting myself with myself. We return our divinity to ourselves. So more bewitchment itself doesn't work, and from the influence of the witchcraft of our other images, we already have immunity, which is called a spirit, or the sphere of the spirit acting on you. But when you know yourself simultaneously in the 5 basic states of eternity, you are always free from any witchcraft and illusions of eternity. Even good and evil are perceived as a play of a living spirit. You become free and pure from the influences of your own eternal game in living knowledge. You transfer contemplation to your eternal game in consciousness, to your first eternal state, nirvana, and from it, that is from yourself, as from primordial essence of eternity, you contemplate your empty in essence, but not in content, eternal game into a living spiritual consciousness. From there, that is from its primary state of eternity. All consciousness and universes of living thought are seen as a plain instrument of consciousness, freezing before the Lord of eternity, that is, before you, the source of eternity. Your instrument is consciousness, like eternal universes of living spiritual thought, waiting for the master's order to play and freeze in anticipation. But if the master is not on the throne, nirvana, the tool is consciousness, plays with the owner like a dog with a rag, dragging him through karmic incarnations, and there is no end to this game, until the rag, with the help of knowledge and awareness, and the practice of concentration on yourself, sees the owner in itself, and then the mad dog of consciousness turns into a trained instrument and becomes an assistant in the eternal game with itself. And the power of the game illusory instrument of consciousness, or with the owner, the space of the primordial essence of eternity, nirvana. That is you. It melts like an illusion. And then again, eternal freedom. Find in yourself all the main 5 states of eternity and contemplate eternity, yourself in yourself, in calm blissful love for yourself alone, regaining true freedom before being and in the games of being. Let on the way to self-knowledge you meet those teachers who disenchant you from self-bewitchment or bewitchment by other teachers in your multidimensional divine life. Do not treat witchcraft too harshly, since it's the only way to know yourself in its various endless living images and states. From the state of God, the creator of the universe, what is the first blocking of the consciousness of the individual soul and self-enchantment into its duality, to endless games with yourself, in an endless game, in its endless living images of creations, so self-enchantment and self-blocking of myself in myself revealed my new infinite image in the endless images of my creations, in which there is only my eternal image. So I, as nirvana, the first essence of eternity, the God of eternity in the first body of the space of consciousness, put on his infinite images for the game of self-knowledge with yourself, partially blocking yourself in yourself, in the consciousness of the souls gods of the universes and their creations. But if the impulse to self-knowledge is strong, the fetters of blocks in the mind will melt, and you will know yourself in all the glory of your eternity. But for now, do not judge others. They do not exist. There is only one God in his eternal spiritual game of self-knowledge, and this God is you. Therefore, you have the right in eternity to everything that can be, the right to go on multiple paths to self-knowledge. Teachers have the right to lead you on multiple paths to self-knowledge in the form of all beliefs and religions of eternity, in the entire multidimensional universe and planets inhabited by living spirits. They have the right to bewitch and disenchant yourself in their diversity of yourself, the right to eternal play with oneself, the right to create harmonious laws in the game of life, in the form of beliefs, the right to be inferred, trapped by sorcerers of the spirit, various religions, the right to dissolve conclusions in love and become free, remembering yours divinity in yourself. Therefore, do not condemn the other yourself, because he will almost always turn out to be bewitched and imprisoned in his thoughts, on whom, from birth, the same bewitched and convicts acted, imposing their thoughts on him. He had no choice from birth and the opportunity to understand the power of the universal planetary witchcraft, the Hydra, the inferences of planetary knowledge that enveloped him from birth. When he grew up, he had the opportunity to find knowledge and find out the truth about himself. Therefore, if there is desire to disenchant and free your neighbor from the prison of inferences, find out his consent to this action. If so, then with love gradually over the years, removing layer after layer of the karmic husk of inferences, and the energy states accompanying them, you will achieve the liberation of closed people or students by revealing to them their divinity. Leave those who disagree. They are all in the game. Their time will come to awakening and freedom. Maybe not in this life incarnation. Everything's fine. You're not to blame for trying them help calm down. It's just not their karmic time. Spend time on yourself and on those who are already showing signs of readiness for awakening and freedom. Starting on your own, the path to liberation from conclusions, you will recognize them, how you are at the beginning of the past, help them, so to yourself, Do not fight with yourself in a different image and another religion, since this leads to spiritual inference in the worst of subtle inference, purgatory, and the transformation of the divine soul into demonic images, followed by its dissolution in the lower hell. Therefore resist, not allowing the living diamond of consciousness, your divine soul, to be transformed into a demonic image, not giving yourself or the world that has enveloped your consciousness as a hydra. Do not fight with yourself as one, but play in the harmonious beauty of eternal being. You are one living life, in order to comprehend your new eternal horizons of living consciousness, yourself in yourself as one. Having known yourself as one, teach the rest of yourself the harmony of the eternal game in yourself as one, and treat yourself with harmonious understanding in your enchanted other infinite image, from non-embodied spirits to nature, and to the animal worlds embodied in matter, to bewitched demons in the flesh and without flesh, because as I live in all of them, I, that is you. The path to disenchantment of yourself is difficult and personally unique. Therefore, do not judge other yourselves. If possible, disenchant them with the love of pure knowledge of myself. I is the love of pure knowledge of yourself in yourself, and this love of pure knowledge removes the spell of any witchcraft, freeing the spirit of self-awareness of yourself in yourself, the beginning of full eternity. I am the first essence, the space of eternity, silence, purity, and contemplation in peace, oneself in oneself. This is I. Everything else, my eternal state of the ocean of living thought playing with my knowledge. In this eternal game, I create game spiritual worlds of my self-knowledge, and it will be forever. Look deep into yourself. You will see yourself as one in all your eternal game, which you call life. Life is multidimensional, as living knowledge is multidimensional, because the multidimensionality of you alone creates the multidimensionality of the worlds and the infinite diversity of yourself, the only creator of your eternal game with yourself in your endless illusory game set. So, I, that is, you, the original space of eternity, was transformed into game living spiritual worlds of self-knowledge consisting of first spirit's first letters, creating a living alphabet as codograms to the scenario, the future live game in your spiritual images, and having created a multidimensional live game, I, that is, you play it yourself, putting on yourself multidimensional living thoughts, images in the form of the whole universe and the inhabitants in it, calling its game life, and still want to know yourself in endless games with yourself as one, where you yourself are the creator of the instrument of consciousness, absolute God of eternity, the writer, programmer, and director of the game. God is the creator of the universe, the assistant director himself, archangels and angels, the actor himself, all creative images, all living beings of the universe, man and similar images of the universe, yourself and the viewer, contemplating yourself from all living images on the stage of the theater of the universe, your single living consciousness. Look around and you will see yourself in everything, and it's all, both inside yourself and out. There is you, a single eternal space, in the guise of an eternal living game with yourself. So stop wasting energy life in search of the extreme, truth or falsehood, judge and hate. Try yourself with yourself and see how beautiful it is. Just enjoy the game of eternal life, your own, and see the other only in an illusory game state, realizing that the other never wakes up. The other is a game illusion. as the writer is all the characters of this book, so you are all the characters of your eternity, from beginning to the end. Always only you. You is your eternal I, which is to you as the beginning and end all your eternal games. This is the only thing that remains unchanged in your eternity, and this I is the original space and the primordial essence of eternity, and this is you in its eternal, unchanging form, in which once, an eternity ago, decided to know yourself in its new infinity, having created for yourself eternity of living games as a single stream of life in yourself. Therefore, do not fall into the illusions of the second, or falling. No, you're alone, playing many with yourself. Falling into illusions. It is like a good actor on the stage, who, with all his genius, embodies the image of a fictional character, Cheburashka, endowing the fictional image with life. In the game, the audience plays in the illusory belief that Cheburashka is really alive. This is how the multidimensional scenes of your eternal living game live. Where you the god of eternity, where you the god of the universe, where you are an angel, demon, and where you are a person. So who are you now? Answer. Probably I am, not this or that, and this and that. I am now. I, eternal space, dressed in my games. I just exist, and I, space, eternal, empty in essence, but not in content of its creation. Chapter 2. The life of the embodied soul on the planet and its goals in the embodiment. The embodiment of the soul depends on several reasons. The first is the training of young souls and gaining experience during embodiment. The second, already karmic reason, is the working off of undissolved thirsts and attachments in the consciousness of the soul, where the planet acts as a purgatory for the purification of the soul. The third is the help of a highly spiritual soul, angel, to other souls on the chosen planet, with a subsequent ascent of this soul to higher dimensions of spiritual life. The incarnation creates a condition for working out all the causes in the soul at once, gaining new experience in the consciousness of the soul of planetary life. You can work out the thirst of the soul, clean up unnecessary developments, including cleaning with the help of various settlers, demons, who can act as helpers for a practicing soul, testing it for strength of mind, and vice versa. If the soul is not a spiritual practitioner, then transform it into its demonic likeness, lowering it after yourself into the lower purgatory. If the soul is lucky and cleansed, the soul changes the karmic incarnation of a person to an angelic one, being born in paradise, or goes higher, into the incarnation of the God or the Creator of the universe, who will be even more fortunate, and his soul will completely dissolve the karmic accumulation of individual consciousness, having dissolved his individual soul in his single eternal consciousness. He will return to himself, Nirvana, the God of eternity, and will arrive in himself as an active space of a single consciousness, spontaneously creating miracles in all his eternity, responding to the call of souls in all universes. Those who do not practice the cleansing of the soul will continue to wander through the planetary purgatories, punished by themselves by the low vibration of their soul, incarnating in straitjackets of the physical body and dreaming that the Savior Doctor will again look into their world and help them raise the vibration of the soul, not wanting to do anything with themselves. For such souls, spiritual teachings have been created as a diagnosis for treatment and helpers on the path. Therefore, do not condemn the variety of spiritual teachings, trying to understand the essence of spiritual teaching yourself. If possible, reading the primary sources of ancient publications, there are different as illnesses of individual souls and entire nations. They, like the original teachings that their creators gave teachers, had the main meaning of saving the soul from the clutches of death, and the fact that over thousands of years of transformation of the teachings, they have lost these properties for the most part. This is the merit of false followers, which have turned current spiritual teachings into religious dogmas with dubious influence of the treatment of the human soul, and have become similar to ritual practices in which the brain takes part more than the human soul. Therefore, they produce a minimal effect on the soul, and for the most part, these rituals have become very comfortable for demon-possessed people, since they do not change anything in his soul, and his settlers, on the contrary, harmonize their symbiosis. This became possibly only because the false followers of spiritual teachings forgot about their mission in teaching and turned into catchers to collect money in exchange for a small return of spiritual knowledge alien to their souls, and privatized not by right of spiritual purity. Spiritual knowledge. This applies to 90% of the spiritual teachings on the planet. Therefore, a person has to save the soul mainly by himself, by learning a lot of spiritual knowledge and selecting individual spiritual practices for yourself to save your soul. Having learned many spiritual teachings, a person understands that they all speak in different ways about the same state: love, peace, kindness, reconciliation, forgiveness, and unity of everything. These states are outside spiritual teachings and religious dogmas. They are one in eternity. Therefore, no religion can privatize love. Therefore, spiritual teachings in their religious segment and the traditions of the people only create conditions for the recollection of these divine states in the human soul. They are like spiritual water washing away dirt from the soul, and each soul decides whether to use this spiritual water or not. Therefore, arguing about the correctness of religion is like arguing about the quality of water. For thousands of years, the quality is lost. But one who truly believes that this spiritual water will purify his soul really cleans himself, while others argue about the qualities of influences and the purity of spiritual water per soul. Others at this time are already being washed, and there in the washed soul they always begin to sow your forgotten divine states. It makes no sense to argue about what spiritual teaching led to this. Since the deed is done, the soul is washed. Therefore, any religion, like purified spiritual water, to some extent does its job, cleanses the soul. The main thing is to use it for its intended purpose, and not talk about how illusory I wash myself. Therefore, the cleansing of the soul will be illusory. This illusory cleansing leads to talk about the quality of spiritual water and the truth of this or that religion. Talkers leave the bath of the planetary embodiment as dirty souls, waiting again for their turn to be embodied in the purgatory bath. Therefore, do not waste time in the spiritual bath. Wash your souls, and if you come to purgatory in order to get even more dirty, this is your right and free will, though at some point in your next embodiment you will no longer be in the bath, but in a crematorium of souls, where your already bath attendants, spiritual teachers, will not wash. So what is left of your soul has turned into a solid mud of a terrible demon in the lower hell of the crematorium. And since the mud is not washed off from the mud, it is dissolved into the fundamental principle, which is the first spirits, the first letters are constituting the consciousness of the one God. If you wash your soul in a common bath of one of the religions and want individual spa procedures for in-depth cleansing of the soul, you can become spiritual practitioners with a personal in-depth approach and turn your whole life into cleansing the soul until it completely dissolves in the God of eternity, becoming one. But many souls fooled from childhood by the same, not practices about goals and life priorities, again and again, turn into meaningless lived lives, becoming slaves to physical thirst, turn the planet of purgatory into a madhouse and just rage. They do not notice how they take in a demon that helps to transform their soul into their likeness and move after death to even tougher purgatories than the human body. Having occupied the body of an animal during a new embodiment, and then even lower, they descend into non-material purgatory until they completely dissolve in the lower hell. Another pressure of the global collective demon on the soul of a person comes directly from childhood, and this is done with the help of vaccinations, a virus in a small dose to each child, supposedly from epidemics, but these viruses and epidemics are created by the ruling planetary demon, and everything seems to be logical. The vaccine is got in order to survive in an epidemic, for one thing, but it blocks in the human body, as a symbiosis with the soul, the possibility of spiritual development, and the exit of consciousness to the astral worlds for the main goal of the soul in the embodiment of spiritual perfection and the disclosure by the soul of its divine qualities, which means it turns a person's life into an animal-like slave for the purpose of the ruling elites, because the elites who know this never vaccinate their children, giving them a small chance, not in vain, to live their lives, but still develop spiritually. The rest are made an obedient herd of slaves, and when the old vaccines of the virus stop working, in the general mass, they are immediately ready to infect the masses with a new virus. And, of course, vaccinations against it, because demons are always so tough. Or you live vaccinated like our slave, or you don't need you and die unvaccinated, because you, our spiritual enemy, must die from a virus. But spiritually strong souls do not infect any viruses, but there are very few such souls on earth in ancient times and in distant places on the planet where the collective demon has not reached. There are always more of them. No, these are mountains, distant monasteries, islands where people live who from childhood could not be inoculated with a virus by a collective demon. In such places their spiritual development proceeds calmly and harmoniously. Clairvoyance appears, constant travels in the subtle body at night. During the day spiritual practices are mixed with everyday life problems. Everything seems to be like for all people, but not all. They feel the constant spiritual development of their soul, trying to reach out to other souls, not realizing that the rest are blocked. I have set a block for you since childhood from the tree of universal spiritual knowledge. Do not eat the apples given by the snake. You are Adam and Eve. Because how will your life be Adam? And who asks you in child? No one, forcibly instilling the virus of slavery. Think about it, and don't worry. If the impulse of the spirit in you is strong, not only the virus inoculations will dissolve, but any virus in the body, even all foreign implants will melt, if your spirit wants. Therefore, the soul needs to correctly perceive reality in an incarnation, and having set life priorities, divide its life into harmonious sectors in which everything will be equal. The sector of people living ordinary lives who enjoy life and work for a harmonious life. The sector of a spiritual practitioner who dissolves the karma of ego consciousness. One will help the other. The person living an ordinary life will help the spiritual practitioner, and the person living an ordinary life will help the spiritual practitioner. And when they become one, the soul, having increased the purity of its consciousness and state, will no longer be able to incarnate on planets of purgatory in the straitjacket of the physical body, but will enter higher realms of incarnation according to its new spiritual purity. Therefore, the correct understanding of your reality is that you are here as a soul, in a straitjacket of a physical body, for the purpose of increasing the spiritual power of your soul with the help of its karmic cleansing. An assistant to this, your physical body is like a demon for the soul, which must be subdued and tamed with the spiritual power of the soul, because your body, constantly pulls your soul for any reason of its manifestation, using your soul as a battery for your games in the ego consciousness. And even the suicide of a physical body, the demon, does not break the vicious circle and spiritual problems in your soul, and you will have to incarnate again, maybe in an even worse state and incarnation than now, and still solve the spiritual problem in your soul. But when the soul subdues its body, this half-mad demon, full of ego consciousness, making it an obedient tool, an assistant for the spiritual transformation of the soul. Then the goal of the soul in incarnation is achieved, and new eternal, more interesting games await it in its single eternity. Therefore, every soul has the right to choose its future, not breaking under the onslaught of a collective planetary demon, calling you to hell with love, imposing its goals, from the beginning subjugating you to itself on the planet, out of your ignorance, confusing you in the priorities for life and creating for your hopeless conditions for some ambition in any areas of life. Then, obviously, due to the fact of low vibrations that have become familiar to you, it determines you into lower realities of your future life, until the complete dissolution of your soul, which is the second death in the lower hell. But if you become a spiritual practitioner and use the pressure on yourself, the entire collective demon in your favor, as an increase in the strength of the spirit in your soul, then the collective planetary demon will be like a teacher, a simulator on whom you will test the strength of the spirit of your soul, and then everything that happens to you in this embodiment will benefit your soul. Therefore, there is no exit situation. There is a simple lack of understanding of the reality of one's existence here in this embodiment and goals in it. Therefore, one can hate God and the whole world, not realizing that it's all you, and you are one. Therefore, wake up, look in the mirror, and there, under the straitjacket of your physical body, in the depth, your free divine soul lives, which screams, calls for help itself, and waits for release, finally uttering the phrase, "Even if this day was my last in this embodiment on the planet, then all the same, I will live it in maximum spiritual and physical purity." And the voice of the ego consciousness of the demon of the body wants to rage in its thirsts, sometimes kill itself from hopelessness without understanding what is happening. And why is this punishment for him? Life in purity. Therefore, gather in your spirit and direct your spirit to your soul in order to help yourself become one, transforming the demon of the body and your soul into a single state of a free angel, as your pure, divine, multidimensional, living thought, having torn off the straitjacket of the physical body from your soul. Free yourself, moving from the negative to the positive of your united eternity, carrying in yourself the eternal light of the wisdom of the divine consciousness, helping the rest of yourself to break out of the hopeless state of misunderstanding of your life reality. Helping others yourself, you yourself will be faster and more beautiful. You will regain your divine self in your united eternity. Therefore, thinking about the goals of incarnation of the soul, we will understand that in everything manifested as a living spiritual consciousness of eternity, consciousness has limits of manifestation from the primordial first spirit, thirst, letters, to a single consciousness of eternity. That is, the God of eternity. Everything between these extreme limits is an embodied consciousness in living thoughts, images, from the simplest to the most complex. Therefore, so the soul, at the limit of the path of self-knowledge, will return to itself as far as possible in the one God of eternity, dissolving into the unity of its eternal consciousness and ceasing to be a personal soul, even if this happens after a very long time, such as the lifetime of a personal creation of an individual universe, that in terms of eternity, this is a moment after which her soul will still decide to merge with herself as one. Therefore, the soul in incarnation decides for himself how many millions of incarnations he will be born and live a regular life, creating perpetual masses and scenery for spiritually practicing souls, which are the only ones who use their embodiment for their intended purpose, and the entire stage, extras and scenery on the planetary stage serve only them. Just think, millennia of embodiments pass, the masses of souls, the life of an ordinary person changes, the scenery is changing, and those who create them call themselves the masters of life on the planet. There are religious movements, the government of countries and associations, billionaires creating the benefits of civilization. But all of them just slaves creating and maintaining scenery on the planetary stage, which are used by spiritual practices, which at this time create themselves as the transformation of their souls into angels, gods of the universes, or enter into themselves the God of eternity. Therefore, those who live an ordinary life think over the fact that once in a million embodiments ago, my soul and the like of me went into the first incarnation, and I continue to bathe in my ego consciousness, and I am proud that I am a billionaire and the owner of the world. I create as a slave, extras and scenery on the planetary stage, and at this time, the soul with which I began its first incarnation has already created its universe thousands of incarnations ago, and in what unthinkable different realities I am with it. On the one hand, I am a slave of my ego consciousness, and on the other hand, free God of his universe, but ignorance of all this calms down the slave of the intellect in his ego consciousness, because he has other priorities to fight with other slaves of consciousness for a place and power on the planetary stage, creating again and again extras and scenery for new future gods. Therefore, a spiritual practitioner looks with pity at the just livers, the master of the stage. They, performing slave labor, servicing the planetary stage, do not themselves use its benefits for their intended purpose, but simply fight for the illusion of accumulating wealth, leaving the stage materially and spiritually poor. Therefore, the souls must correctly prioritize, harmonizing the overall stage so as not to lead themselves into endless slavery, their own and the conclusions imposed on them. Nourishing their ego of the consciousness is constantly thickening the walls of their prison, and this is what happens on the planet. One ego consciousness helps to thicken the wall of the prison to another, not allowing it to be a free God, whispers to him about eternal slavery on the planet and such a desired reward for it, because it's a reward already here and now, and so eternity passes to this deceived soul, having been an illusory host on the planetary stage. The unfortunate deceived soul returns again and again to a spiritual purgatory, like a first grader with a second-grade student, and again dreaming about the eternal, allows himself to be deceived by a gang, that has spent longer in planetary imprisonment and accepting their priorities again wins a vicious circle of karmic self-deception in a new incarnation. Therefore, only where strong souls break the magic of ego consciousness, breaking out of their own prison of inferences and going out into freer incarnations, being born on heavenly planets in the bodies of free angels. And there is not far from the God of their universe. Therefore, wake up souls, slaves of your ego consciousness. Help yourself and the rest of the mentally imprisoned. Break the 1,000-year-old chains in your and their souls, breaking the vicious circle of the looped consciousness, the symbol of which is 3 sixes. This is a symbol of the geometry of the movement of a non-free spirit in the soul, which flew into incarnations into the sphere on the planet Earth and fell into tricks, becoming a conclusion, having hardly escaped from the planetary sphere after death. Again and again it's caught in a new incarnation based on its karmic obsession and conclusions in the ego consciousness of the soul. Therefore, the number is a symbol for all self-trapped souls to their conclusions in the ego consciousness. There are 3 sixes. Turn them horizontally and connect their tails, and you will see that this is a symbol of geometry that outlines your soul catching in various spheres of manifestation of consciousness, from planetary spheres to any sphere of activity where the spirit of a soul is looped. This is not the number of the devil. This is the looping of the ego consciousness. But if you uncycle the ego consciousness, breaking your own and the conclusions imposed on you with true knowledge, then the free spirit, escaping from the sphere of inference, will change the symbol of the already free soul into 3 triples, expanded horizontally and connected. This is a symbol of the geometry of the movement of the free soul, freely like a ball jumping through the planetary spheres of incarnation without getting hung up in them. It also freely and easily changes them for your height, without getting hung up in any sphere of activity of the planetary consciousness, and nothing, even the death of the physical body, will force such a soul to fall into a conclusion in the ego consciousness, since the ego consciousness is dissolved and the conclusions become plastic like water, helping such a soul to glide by passing any obstacles to your highest goal. Therefore, the soul chooses for itself that will be inscribed on its forehead 3 sixes, which is obsession of the spirit in its manifestation, or 3 threes, which is freedom of the spirit in its manifestation, and the devil as an archangel performing work in the universes. Given him the God of eternity has no direct participation in your spiritual choice. He just sometimes creates scenarios for you on the stage of your eternity, like the God of your universe, and you make the spiritual personal choice yourself, which symbols will be a priority on your forehead, on your consciousness. Therefore, do not look for a scapegoat, but look more often correctly deep into yourself in the mirror, because there in the depth, you, as a potentially eternal soul, are the only reason for your self-expression in a looped or free self-perception of yourself, and no one except yourself will draw on your forehead what your soul is at the moment and rewrite what you have drawn by yourself is also in your power, since while the soul is alive, nothing is the final diagnosis for it. Therefore, spiritual recovery at any physical age is within the power of the soul. Even demons inhabiting the bodies of spiritual practitioners at the will of a strong practicing soul, receiving the correct teaching, change, transform themselves and come out as completely new souls, transforming their terrible images. So is it worth it to be afraid to start the path of spiritual transformation for souls not yet in demonic forms? Ask yourself this question. The soul is a living plastic consciousness in an image, It takes the image according to the consciousness and state of consciousness and fixes it in itself. Therefore, do not let others mold your soul. Be yourself brilliant sculptors of your living soul. Start washing the clay of the soul with love, like spiritual water, smoothing and softening it, turning, transforming it into a spiritual warrior, where love, like a sword in its hand, will defeat all its enemies, such as the ego consciousness in a frozen conclusion, melt the image of a demon in itself, transforming it into the image of angelic love, so the only true goal of the incarnation of the soul will be achieved, to go through everything and return to oneself pure, that is, the standard of the soul, as a living diamond of consciousness, a brilliant creation of the God of eternity, of a single consciousness. How the soul was originally created, so the path to yourself will end in its soul, uniting in itself the one God of eternity. But for now, think, those souls who have not yet made the right decision and want to rage more, testing yourself for strength, there is complete free will for this. Chapter 3. Thoughts about freedom. First, we, spiritual practitioners of self-knowledge, need to understand from what and to what a person is freed in spiritual practice, and why there is a root cause and desire for liberation and awakening. From practitioner experience, I will say that this is the root cause is nirvana, which is just a name, which is called the fundamental principle of the eternal single primordial essence of space, which in its impulse to self-knowledge created an instrument of self-knowledge in a living image of consciousness, which enveloped the pure space nirvana by its self-knowledge in the form of the creation of the universal space of consciousness, or the first body, having dressed itself nirvana, that is, nirvana as the space of the eternal primordial essence, dressed in the body of consciousness created by itself and, as it were for the first time in its eternity, felt not freedom itself in itself, but in order to achieve self-knowledge to oneself in oneself. Nirvana had no choice but to enter the illusory non-freedom. This was a conscious choice to fall into the illusion of self-conclusions, for self-knowledge of oneself in oneself by oneself, with the help of one's new state in the image of a living consciousness, which gains strength of self-awareness and transformed into the infinite universes of living thought and the inhabitants in them, thereby thickening the multidimensional cocoon of their living thought into the image of creation, man and his endless creations, from gods to all kinds of creations, so the creation of living thought turned into living multidimensional cocoons of living thought, that is, creation. But since they are all created by nirvana in themselves, as in the space of eternal freedom, this initial state is transmitted to the entire cocoon of multidimensional living consciousness, so to a person and all the creations of its living consciousness in the form of I am and I am everywhere. And the multidimensional cocoon of ego consciousness screams the opposite. Therefore, the craving for freedom and self-knowledge, this original state of eternity, is always inherent in all creations, nirvana, from the first spirits, the first letters, which was manifested by living thinking in the consciousness of the first body of nirvana, to all subsequent creations of the living consciousness. Therefore, this is our natural state, to seek the original freedom, that is, oneself, nirvana, in yourself in the consciousness of the game image, or in yourself as in creation. So having known yourself in the endless universal games of living consciousness, nirvana, strive to return to one's eternal state of freedom. thereby completing the circle of self-knowledge in the game with a consciousness. Therefore, a person, as a prisoner in a living multidimensional cocoon of living thought, is essentially eternity, nirvana, striving to return to its eternal freedom, and the multidimensional cocoon of the living consciousness is called a man. So knowing this, the practitioner of the living spirit seeks to unwind and dissolve, cocoon, the karmic accumulations of the consciousness of the multidimensional soul, which is living consciousness in the image, to return to your eternal state, nirvana. Another practitioner dissolves the soul in a single consciousness, which is the first, the body, nirvana, the God of eternity. Others transform the living consciousness of the soul into the God of the universe, creating their own universes, or into angels of the helpers of the God of the universes. No practitioners, marking time, wandering through incarnations, creating a crowd of actors on the planetary scenes of life, and eventually getting angry at themselves and the world. They transform the soul into a demon, with subsequent dissolution in the lower hell, which is the dissolution of a failed soul, or the dissolution of a living spiritual book, which will never enter the library of the eternal living consciousness, the God of eternity, and which will not become anyone else. So the path to freedom began at the very beginning of knowing its eternity, the knowledge of which revealed the first non-freedom as a payment for self-knowledge. It was an inevitable state, as freedom and not freedom. The opposite states of itself are one. One is known through the phenomenon of the opposite. Therefore, the phenomenon of thirst, nirvana, for self-knowledge, revealed the state of not freedom, which in all self-creation in its images will always seek freedom as its original state. This phenomenon, like a red thread, is stretched through all creations and eternal games of living consciousness, and is the highest stimulus to self-knowledge and action. In the universal games of living life, it appeared in the form of good and evil, physically, plus and minus in the scripts of the written living universes of living consciousness. So, having understood this, a person now knows who he is, and what percentage of non-freedom he is aware of in himself, and what he aspires to. He now decides for himself whether to be a practitioner of his living spirit of consciousness or lived life, in the life game of his single living consciousness, in the image of all being, and who to become, and in what new role in the game of eternity, and in what new role in the game of eternity to know yourself, on his eternal stage, which is nirvana. Therefore, throw off the shackles of inferences, leaving the multidimensional prison, cocoon, ego consciousness, find in yourself the freedom and plasticity of your living consciousness, with the help of which you transform your multidimensional cocoon souls into a wonderful butterfly of your new life, becoming whoever you want in the eternal game of living consciousness. So you will see how miracles come true, where the most important miracle is always you. Chapter 4. Teacher's Story to Students. What should a spiritual teacher tell a human soul that has forgotten who it is in its eternity? Probably he should tell a human the eternal knowledge, forgotten by the human soul in wanderings through incarnations. This knowledge dissolves the disease in a human, whose name is not knowledge, and removes the pain of spiritual suffering from the soul in its incarnation, helping it go through the painless path of transformation of its living spiritual consciousness into a new, more beautiful being in the games of eternity. For example, in the angelic image or the image of the God of his individual universe. If you are lucky, then the soul will regain the state of the God of eternity by dissolving the individual consciousness of its soul in a single space of the living consciousness of eternity. And again it will remember itself as the primordial essence of the eternal space, which is nirvana. But if the transformation of living spiritual knowledge occurs in the soul without eternal knowledge about itself, then this can lead to the opposite effect, the transformation of the soul as a plastic living consciousness in an image, into a terrible demon or demon. This comes from ignorance of eternal knowledge about oneself and the suffering accompanying this action, leading the soul deeper and deeper into a state of anti-life, which corresponds to anger towards all living things, including itself, and the suffering experienced by such a soul reinforces its belief that such a life has no meaning, and unconsciously, such a soul slowly commits suicide, transforming itself into a demonic image, which, as a result of a long transformation through suffering and hatred for all living things, and itself suffering from this soul, having passed through purgatory many times and returning to incarnations, it still ends its eternal spiritual life by dissolving in the lower hell. Therefore, the root cause of the suffering of the soul is incorrect knowledge, which is taught to it from childhood by everyone, from parents, kindergarten, school, and higher educational institutions, to spiritual teachers of various religions. They all do not reveal the main thing to the human soul, who it is in its eternity, what goals and opportunities it has, what main practices it must use for its transformation into order to avoid the path of suffering, which is the reason for its transformation into demonic images. Dressing the soul in living clothes of suffering, transforming the beautiful living consciousness of the soul into a terrible one. Each new suffering carefully grinds the edge of the demonic living image of the soul. Therefore, the main role and root cause in the failed versatility of the beauty of the living consciousness of the soul into its newer, beautiful image carry various planetary and spiritual teachers and their followers who, as a rule, do not know the eternal knowledge, but at the same time lead souls, increasing the entanglement of the soul on the web of ignorance, thereby being assistance in the transformation of the soul into demons, helping to breed the demons of the lower worlds of spiritual reality. If it's not possible to transform the soul in one incarnation, then the soul again and again passing through the worlds of spiritual purgatory, returning to incarnations, will try to transform its living consciousness in the image of the soul into its more perfect state. If this doesn't happen, then imperceptibly the transformation of the soul will acquire the opposite pole, first becoming a spiritual leech of subtle dimensions that settles in a person. Then it smoothly transforms into a demonic image, which will end its eternity by dissolving in the lower hell. Of course, having accidentally found eternal knowledge, a happy soul, with the help of it as an instrument, can transform itself in one incarnation into its new beautiful image. Everything depends on the individual karmic accumulations of the living consciousness of the soul and the determination of the living spirit of the soul to its spiritual transformation. Thus, with the help of the eternal knowledge about itself, the soul performs for itself a spiritual miracle of transformation into its new image. Therefore, a teacher who knows eternal knowledge will begin his story by telling the soul a story about the beginning, when there was a state of eternal space, when there was no time and soul yet, but what can be called nirvana was eternal. This is the eternal primordial essence of an inseparable homogeneous space, which is aware of itself as I am, and this primordial essence decided to know itself, creating from itself the first spirits, first letters, which revealed time and became the bricks of the future living consciousness, from which living words were created, then living sentences in images, and the meaning of a new life appeared on the path to self-knowledge, so it was manifested from itself, nirvana in itself, the space of its living spiritual knowledge, having transformed into a joint space, which consisted of a self-aware space, nirvana or I am, plus created from itself the space of living spiritual knowledge. Together it turned out realization itself with its living knowledge in its new state on the way to self-knowledge. Consciousness grew and transformed the state of homogeneity of space, nirvana, transforming its eternity. Next, the transformation of a single consciousness that has already been transformed into living thinking, in the impulse of the spirit to self-knowledge, created a new image of itself, a living soul, which became a living multidimensional consciousness in an individual image. This revealed a new step in self-knowledge of their single eternity, already in an individual image separated by the every image of an individual soul, from its unity of the space of living consciousness, which people call the God of eternity. Further, the souls had an individual choice to become an individual creator of your own universe of living consciousness or gather in groups to co-create the universe. Different souls have chosen different paths of their self-knowledge and creation. Some deciding to become the creators of their own universes, created their first creations in the images of helper angels and entered them as a living thought clone of their soul, endowed their creations with their soul, starting the creation of their universe, in which, with the help of angels, stars began to be created, which, gathering in the cycle of galaxies, gave birth from their circular dance, planets, which the gods of the universe inhabited with countless images of creations, which became the population of the planets and avatars for the gods of the creators, that is, for their souls, with which they endowed and revived their countless creations with the help of cloning in their minds, starting a new life in self-knowledge of themselves in the image of creations. So wishing to know yourself, a single consciousness, nirvana, the God of eternity, transformed into a personal sphere of consciousness in the form of a soul, putting on the dance living consciousness in the form of a man. Having started a new game with himself, therefore, in order to understand the person who he is in his eternity, he needs to know his eternal beginning and the cause of all the eternal consequences emanating from this, and what sufferings he will experience from ignorance of his beginning. When a person recognizes his beginning and who he is in his eternity, from that moment he can choose his own path for himself in his eternity. To be a simple lived life, rejoicing in the fullness of the games in life, as a result of which, wandering through the purgatory of consciousness, try not to fall in the disillusion of your soul, being the God of the universe, as not held to eternal life. The soul has the ability to transform into an angelic image, to help God, the creator of the universe. It also has the ability to transform the soul into a divine one and become God, the creator of his individual universe of living consciousness. It is also possible to dissolve an individual soul in a single living consciousness of the God of eternity, becoming again oneself. That is nirvana, spontaneously acting in all realities of its living single consciousness, harmonizing the universes of its eternal self-knowledge. So having recognized himself and who he is in his eternity, a person can change his reality by choosing any option for the transformation of the soul. If a person understands brief eternal knowledge about himself, now a person knows the original cause of the eternal games of self-knowledge, which his living consciousness plays, and the consequence is approximately known where this or that transformation of the soul and games with it will lead, and in which of the multidimensional dimensions of the realities of the living consciousness the soul will see itself in future games. It all comes from the individual choice and transformation of the living consciousness of the soul, which, having transformed, begins to qualitatively correspond to the spiritual realities defined for it in new dimensions of spiritual life. They are known to people as heavenly dimensions, or various purgatories, and finally hellish dimensions, of course divine dimensions, for those souls who are ready to merge with themselves as God, the creator of the universe, then go further into itself, into the God of eternity, knowing itself at the beginning, becoming nirvana, having completed the circle of self-knowledge, calm down until the next new adventures. Having known all this about himself, a person with problems accumulated in the back of his living consciousness of the soul, called individual karma or pocket of jewels, having thought calmly about all this, decides to slowly put things in order in his pockets, so the karma of his living consciousness, and having made a revision and reassessment of the accumulated jewels, he goes through life already with a lighter soul, slowly transforming his soul. On the way he realizes that the pockets are still heavy and have to periodically clean them. There comes a time when the soul leaves a minimum of jewels in itself, and all of them for one purpose: to easily reach the goal of completely liberating the pockets of karma and, in the end, freeing itself from your individual soul, regain itself, a single living spiritual consciousness, becoming itself again, Nirvana, the God of eternity. Thus, with the help of a meditative revision of the consciousness of his soul and a periodic self-assessment of its purity, a person wakes up from the sleep of accumulated karmic jewels, cognizes himself as a single holistic living consciousness, which is Nirvana, in the form of a single living consciousness in his eternal game with his living spiritual knowledge. Practices and methods of cleaning the spiritual accumulations of the soul may be different. They have been given to mankind for thousands of years, but the goal of all of them is the same, so that a person wakes up to his divinity. So do not argue about which teachers and practices are best. Just act, cleanse your soul, and the time you allotted for disputes is better spent helping those who are going to clean their souls behind you, telling them about their path and the obstacles on it. Maybe they will choose their own. The main thing is to go. So, having come to the right teacher of eternal knowledge, the human soul, having thought and evaluated all the pros and cons in its ego consciousness, and what sufferings and joys it has gone through along the way in eternal wanderings through reincarnations, begins a slow path to itself, the only God of eternity or Nirvana. Whatever path and with the help of any teachers the soul would not choose for itself, the main thing has already begun, and this main movement towards itself and not away from itself, and the journey time is only a moment in terms of its eternity, and this moment for the soul, now finally walking towards its eternity. Practices for transforming your soul for an average person can be simple. First, you should pay attention to the personal space for sleeping. This means sleeping in a separate room alone so that no one interferes. Before going to bed, you can lie down or sit in the lotus position, spend an hour in meditation the first days, weeks and months. On those days when the spiritual impulse of the soul comes to spiritual practice, it's worth trying to awaken of pineal gland, third eye, which is located in the center inside the human brain. This is done by focusing and concentrating the gaze of consciousness with eyes closed on the head area between the eyes. After about a month of training, a person will feel eternal shocks in the area of the third eye, which means the unused pineal gland began to wake up and slowly began to open the portal of the spiritual dimensions of the eternal living consciousness. The next stage of practice will be already with the help of an open portal, third eye, to the spiritual worlds, to begin the practice of astral travel in a dream. They will begin on their own, spontaneously, and will return to the soul the awareness of the lost freedom in the universe and strengthen the spirit of searching for oneself in one's eternity, combining night travels with the cleansing of one's soul, which takes place by concentrating in one's consciousness at any place and time during the whole day. This is how we teach consciousness to live in constant meditative concentration until the moment of naturalness of this process in our round-the-clock life, not noticing how our consciousness naturally always contemplates reality in a meditative calm way, noticing your play of your consciousness with it, the visible reality. So, at work or on vacation, The practitioner meditatively contemplates the game of the consciousness of his soul, accustoming the soul to the correct vision of the whole reality and himself in it. The practitioner has two lives, one in astral travels through eternity in acquiring eternal knowledge, the other is the usual one that he lived before the practice, and if he does not tell anyone about his night life in dreams or real travels in the subtle dimensions of the spirit, then no one will know that he practices and will not accuse him of betraying his faith and religion, because faith has nothing to do with it at all, and a person of any faith can reveal his spiritual abilities in himself. The next step on the path of practice will be a change in the state of purity of the soul. This is done by a reassessment of the accumulated values in the human mind, which leads to the opening of portals to new dimensions of the unified divine consciousness. This happens by the method of matching the purity of the soul and these new spiritual dimensions for it, thus transforming the soul by the method of cleaning. There is an increase in open portals to spiritual dimensions, where the soul receives even more knowledge about its eternity and its role in it, and even during life, in the body, visit the heavenly and hellish dimensions of the spirit and remembers a lot about itself. So living an ordinary human life and harmonizing a little his personal space for sleep, a person discovers for himself all his eternity of knowledge, directing the game of the consciousness of his soul into a new interesting direction of his eternity. While spending an hour a day on this before going to bed and then, only when there is a rush of spirit to practice, otherwise an hour without a burst of spirit will pass in vain, and it's better to just fall asleep without wasting your time. So from a burst of spirit to a burst of spirit, a person wakes up to his eternity, and one day he will understand that this practice was the only truly significant event in his life on the earth, because all the other events of his life were always repeated with slight deviations in his eternal wanderings in incarnations. So a person without spending much time on spiritual practices can wake up to his eternity and become a living awakened person, Buddha, outwardly playing in the world as a garbage collector in the city center, or a billionaire sailing on his yacht to his island. In both, the player can secretly wake up by the method of spiritual practice, a single awakened consciousness of oneself, Nirvana, the God of eternity. And those who sleep comfortably in their games, let them sleep for now. The karmic alarm clock of the spirit in their soul has not yet rung. So we can sum up a brief understanding of eternal knowledge. It reveals to the human soul the knowledge of its eternity, the main of which is that the soul has several paths in its eternity. One leads to the perfection of the soul and the strengthening of its choice to become more advanced in the games of eternity, strengthening its individual living ego consciousness and transforming it into an angel or a god of its universe. On the way, nourishing their new illusions of their living consciousness, thereby strengthening their soul and spirit for new individual achievements in their individual spiritual game. The second path leads to the transformation of the soul into the image of the demon, and as a result, such a failed soul dissolves into life in the lower hell. The third path leads the individual soul, which has become a dungeon for itself, for its eternal games, to the desire to cease to be an individual soul, and by the method of practice, it ceases to nourish and thereby strengthen the illusions of its individual ego consciousness, which leads such a soul to the refinement of its individuality and is noticed by the soul as the lights of its one-over soul with dimensions of infinity begins to feel it, while the memory returns from its eternal single, mega or over soul, and ego consciousness of the individual soul begins to melt in the light of a single consciousness above the soul, and, as a result, under the onslaught of the above consciousness of its one, the individual ego consciousness surrenders, awakening, merging into unity, so the human individual soul becomes again itself above the soul or God of eternity. The third path for souls is the path of awakening from the individual illusory games of the living ego consciousness soul, which frees the soul from the prison of individual illusory games of the living ego consciousness to its single living consciousness beyond the soul, which is the God of eternity. Souls following the third path often encounter in their practice, which is the dissolution of oneself in the eternal self, with the problem of the spontaneous impulse of the spirit that creates in the living consciousness of such a practitioner this desire to help, create and create. But what to create? Yourself as a soul, or external manifestations such as paintings, various crafts, to its individual universe? It has no questions about this. In a fit of spirit, and only an attentive teacher notices that in the soul of such a soul there is a rush of spirit to creation, and, having stopped it in time, explains to it that if it does not stop in time, then it, the soul, nourishes directly, feeding your living illusory thoughts with your spirit. Together with them densities its soul, since the soul is an individual living consciousness in the image, and this identification of the soul leads to strengthening ego consciousness, thereby strengthening the soul as a lattice in the prison of its own spirit. It will then again be very difficult for it to destroy the lattice of her own prison of its own impulses of the spirit to individual creativity. Therefore, the teacher carefully observes the spiritual practice of the soul of the student, and in time dissolves the impulses of the spirit in the student towards individual creativity, and teaches the student to do this himself, following his own impulses on the spirit of the living consciousness of the soul. Because if this is not practiced, it will lead the student again to eternal wanderings through the incarnations in the karma of creation, an angel or creator of his universe. But to eternal freedom, Nirvana, the God of eternity, the path is still closed, having brought it into the karmic creative cardiogram of the spirit. On what external stimuli in the world the karmic cardiogram of the living consciousness of the soul will work, the student will have to practice with those ways of spiritual consciousness, dissolving karmic reactions, ego consciousness. The time will come when the practitioner will not notice the waves of the spirit emanating from the karmic cardiogram, ego consciousness. This time will be the next stage, which will be the subtle dissolution of the individual soul and the already dissolved ancient karma in it, into a single merger with its super soul. But when the practitioner, noticing all the reactions of the spiritual living, ego consciousness, concentrates the spirit on his reactions to the stimulus, dissolving the causes, irritants of his spirit, dissolves the consequences, and he himself ceases to be his own irritant of the spirit. This is how the karma melts and the spiritual cardiogram of the living consciousness shows, instead of waves of thoughts and impulses of the spirit, to irritants in the world and within the practice, already a continuous line of calm contemplation, speaking of death, ego consciousness, and, along with it, karma with an individual soul, and at the same moment of death, ego consciousness. There is a birth of a new, long forgotten state about the soul and all knowledge. This state is called waking up, or awakening to oneself, Nirvana, the God of eternity. So, having given yourself a little time in spiritual practice, a person awakens to himself, Nirvana, the God of eternity, and becomes a living Buddha during his lifetime. That is, awakened from all illusory game in ego consciousness and illusory individual soul, who regain their super soul with their super consciousness, while thinking about what to do with this new or long forgotten state and what games to play in their single eternal and free state, choosing the path of a teacher of souls, or a soul unknown to anyone above, spontaneously helping its integral eternity in its endless games. This is how the path of self-knowledge ends and the path of eternal spontaneous action begins, on the request of its already beyond the karma that the God of eternity lives, sometimes going to rest in himself, nirvana, and in the state I am, before creation, into eternal peace and silence. Thus, a person, having gathered his 5 eternal states into unity with the help of eternal knowledge, awakens into a single state of bliss, which is now always and from him, spontaneously harmonizes his single eternity, creating miracles of the spirit. As one, Nirvana is the God of eternity. Chapter 5. How to tame the consciousness. Initially, consciousness, as an instrument created for knowing itself, was created as an assistant and was used for games in self-knowledge of itself. But over time, the consciousness absorbed the creator with game itself, because as the games became multidimensional and the players in them became more complicated, the creator of the game hid under the multidimensional game of his multidimensional consciousness as pure space of the primordial essence, contemplating itself in itself as a single, putting on the instrument of living consciousness, playing in countless multidimensional images of oneself, creating projections of one's consciousness in endless images of game universes, essentially empty initially, but infinitely filled in perception. Thus, the space of the primordial being dressed in the first body of its living consciousness, and the first body hid the original essence under the game of thought process, which transferred its contemplation from itself in itself as a single entity to its created instrument of knowledge and began to play with it in consciousness, creating its new eternity of self-knowledge. Thus, the whole chain of endless multidimensional living images of oneself was born, from the creators of universes to creations, in which the first being hid from himself, giving partial power over the game to the game itself and its infinite images in it. This is how the illusory oblivion of oneself under the power of its multidimensional game, and until now, the instrument of consciousness keeps the player in oblivion with a karmic chain of accumulated multidimensional knowledge and states, thereby weaving a multidimensional living cocoon of consciousness of individual accumulations of karma in the illusory game of eternity with itself. This living cocoon of individual consciousness is the creator of its illusions accumulated during the games, and at some point it can be called the Hydra, wrapped around itself without the possibility of freeing itself from itself, since it, the Hydra of consciousness, does not observe anything except itself, and the external game. This leads her to a state of even more compressed, and consciousness doesn't find a way out. It sees its image, feels itself, changes itself from incarnation to incarnation, but doesn't understand where the exit is. And the exit was always inside. If you don't follow your own Hydra of consciousness and let go of the external game Hydra of consciousness, you can subjugate and tame on Hydra of consciousness, make it a void pet kitten. The instruments for this are minimal. It is in one hand an understanding of the emptiness of all the eternal games of one's single consciousness, and in the other hand a clear vision of all the games of the consciousness of one's one. So these two tools in control of one's consciousness are made from the enveloping karmic Hydra of consciousness, an obedient empty manual kitten always ready to help in an illusory game with itself. So awareness of the emptiness of all games of consciousness and concentration on them expose the primordial essence of our divinity and lead to the complete submission of our multidimensional living consciousness, from which we created a multidimensional living game in the image of the universes of our living consciousness. The practice of returning the King of Consciousness to the throne is simple. We take two instruments. The first is awareness of the emptiness of everything. The second is concentration on the pure vision of all the games of our consciousness, through understanding We contemplate what is happening in our own and external game consciousness. At the same time, the following happens: our own consciousness and thoughts, like snakes of a many-headed hydra, freeze when concentrating on them, as before, pipe, cobra, and while we contemplate so concentrated, the snake's thoughts freeze before their king, but only contemplation and concentration stop. The pipe stops playing and snake's thoughts can bite the owner, subordinated it to your poison, bewitching it with self-hypnosis, and the owner melts under the influence of the poison of consciousness. Therefore, the practitioner doesn't stop playing the pipe around the clock. That is, to arrive in conscious concentration on the emptiness of all the games of his consciousness and be in a pure vision of contemplative concentration on his inner games, multidimensional consciousness, and illusory external games. When the power of concentration increases, the snake's thoughts and consciousness become tame, and the time comes to engage in the illusory external consciousness, atomic molecular world, which can be tamed by increasing concentration in practice. This will be manifest itself as siddhi, or control of its own consciousness. So a person from a subordinate slave, a hydra of his own or external consciousness, becomes again the primordial essence, the god of his eternal games and consciousness with himself as one. This is how consciousness and all eternity that consists of it obeys. Therefore, you should not be afraid to start, because the hydra of a multidimensional living consciousness will drag you for eternity in a bag of its karmic knot freedom. Tame it, and it will become your best friend in a free game in its multidimensional living eternity, created by you from your single consciousness. From the beginning, it's not easy, then naturally, a free eternal game for you to practice freedom. Chapter 6. Combining the old perception of eternity with the new. What is the old perception of eternity in the spiritual teachings of antiquity and the new? What unites them? The old spiritual teachings corresponded to the spirit of their time and were interpreted by the teachers of spiritual practices according to the level of development of the practitioner himself and the development of humanity at the time in which the teacher lived. Also, in the new time and the development of mankind, already modern teachers of spiritual practices can interpret their spiritual experiences in accordance with the spirit of their time. So, where are the similarities between them? In the unity of eternal truth. It appears when eternal unified structure of consciousness is understood, which consists of the space of the first consciousness, where each subsequent creation of a single consciousness is a transition or portal into the consciousness of its new creation. That is, when the soul was created in the consciousness of a single soul, this was the first transition or portal into the consciousness of the personal soul. If the soul, as the God of the universe, created an individual universe of its consciousness, then all creations in its universe are portals to the unique realities of consciousness, from the stars, planets, and all creations of its universe of living consciousness. Therefore, the connection between consciousness occurs through the ethereal space as through a portal, like the connection of neurons in the human brain, and this network of ethereal portals in the universe is similar to the network of neurons in the human brain. Almost two identical pictures in the photo. This suggests that we live in the literal sense inside the head of our Creator, the God of the universe. That is, it's in our single soul, and it's in our single thoughts, a figurative creation in its and our living consciousness, and are embodied His dreams of itself in endless worlds of self-knowledge. The portals of consciousness that unite us as embodied thoughts with each other are the space of the ether, which creates the space of interconnection of all divine thought in its universe of living consciousness. Through this space of the ether, as if by wires, a thought is connected with another thought instantly, and the exchange of thoughts and states always takes place in all the spaces of itself, the one God of the universe. Therefore, it's not possible to say where God is now and where the player is in God, since everything has always been one God, and the illusion of separateness is created from the loss of communication with oneself by the God of the universe. When the connection is again established, then the illusion of separateness dissolves in an instant when you again become aware of yourself at every point of your consciousness in the images of your infinite characters, simultaneously at once and everywhere, and flying in your astral body through your space of the universe of your living consciousness is also an illusion, since you are always everywhere at every point of your divine consciousness, an apparent flight. This is a karmic illusory tour of yours divine consciousness in a playful karmic manifestation of itself and playful adventures in this astral flight. Therefore, your faith plays a big role in going to the astral. It paves the way and creates the relationships and adventures you need in dreams and in astral flights, and after that, these dreams and flights affect your life. This is how reality affects sleep, and sleep affects reality, which is also a dream. One dream helps another to wake up or fall asleep even more. Waking up or awakening is the merging of dreams into the unity of self-awareness, the only God of the universe. Therefore, there are no miracles. A miracle is we as the only God of our universe. And that player in the universe, who has a better connection with himself as a single one, manifests himself in the game as a God, a human, prophet, avatar, or Mahasiddha. In any of these game images, he harmonizes his single game. What is the universe for the God of its creator? It is his dream, the illusion of the reality of his creativity. But for the players of creation, it is real, since they themselves and everything that happens in it has a connection with each other, and this relationship creates the effect of the realness of living life itself. So the gods in conscious living meditation create for themselves their universes and their living consciousness, and call it a divine game dream. When a human player combines a dream and reality into one relationship, he will see how a dream can control his reality, and reality controls his dreams. And when he unites dream and reality into a single awareness of his living consciousness, then he will remember himself as the creator God of his individual or joint universe. And then miracles will begin for him in his single living consciousness. Therefore, having understood this, the awakened one is the one who went out or woke up from under the power of an individual game dream of a person into a dream of himself as the God of the universe, and then into the dream of the God of eternity, to the state of nirvana, where the dreams of a single consciousness have not yet been born. Therefore, dreams are the interconnection of eternal games in the consciousness of God, and what is seen in dreams or meditative experiences is determined by the level of awakening to one's divinity, or the level of cycling of the karmic games of one's individual ego consciousness. One and the other is a reminder to yourself about the current situation in one's own game with yourself, and the possibility of correct conclusions coming from one's dreams and meditative spiritual experiences. Where is your game or spiritual practice going? In awakening to yourself, or in an even stronger karmic falling asleep from yourself alone? When dream and reality unite in the goal of awakening, then you will know yourself as one, and you will work miracles in your already unified consciousness. The sleepers will rightfully call you a God human. So the dream will end, you're awakening to yourself as one. Those who sleep further will sleep comfortably, being in personal ego's dreams of their consciousness. Being in a karmic conclusion, according to their faith, faith will sing day and night, a lullaby for the ego consciousness that everything is fine and you're on the right way. This is how thousands of incarnations will pass until the spirit explodes and stops the humming of the lullaby of its own faith and breaks the grease of conclusions in itself. And only then will there be a real beginning of the path to yourself alone. In the meantime, sleep, loving each other, everything is fine with you, don't let anyone destroy your sleep, because it's sacred. So many slept before us, and everything was fine with them in life. And we will have, and don't interfere with sleep at all. Good night. So the ego consciousness sings a lullaby to yourself, postponing for an indefinite period the inevitable knowledge of yourself as a god. But since there is free will to fall asleep and wake up, no one forcibly torments anyone with eternal truth. Everything comes to the sleeper in its own karmic time. Therefore, it's not worth worrying that 99% of people on the planet are awake, and their time to wake up will come. Chapter 7. Basic practices and beacons on the way of self-knowledge for spiritual practitioners. The beginning is the inner impulse of the soul, that it has decided to truly take the path of self-knowledge. A set of spiritual knowledge from all the teachings creates an understanding that all the teachings say almost the same thing, only they convey it to the spiritual practitioner in different ways. Having understood this, the practitioner stops wasting time searching for the miracle of the teaching, starts from the main thing, looks for the lost impersonal love in himself for all eternity, finding, trying on and balancing everyone and everything in his mind. He does this with the help of the found impersonal love for all eternity. Love tells him that everything is a single divine consciousness, and for this everything, he is ready to give the life of his soul. From that moment, the silence of the meditative round-the-clock state sets in, and spiritual teachers begin to come to him in dreams with such a teaching. What if he wants to know God? Then he must forget everything and at some stage of the spiritual level become no one, nowhere, no when, and then he will become everything, everywhere, and always. In this state, the ego begins to dissolve consciousness, and the individual existence of the soul begins to lose all meaning. Individuality becomes a game of the spiritual practitioner when he comes into contact with other players in the planetary games of consciousness. From this state, the spiritual practitioner begins to see and realize himself in many different beings, different dimensions. Sometimes at the same time, this is the way of becoming a free consciousness Mahasiddha. Then he lives two lives. In one he plays a human, in the other he no longer exists as something separate from eternity. He realizes himself as an active space of a single consciousness and spontaneously harmonizes his eternity, helping the rest of himself in the image of his entire eternity. So the practitioner who wanted to know God returns to himself, the one God, as the space of the luminous consciousness of his eternity, and the path of self-knowledge ends with the knowledge of himself, the only God of eternity. There are a lot of intermediate paths and dead ends on the path of the spiritual practitioner. Some catch him in their conclusions, and he, like a newly imprisoned inmate, sits out the term until his spiritual readiness to explode in spirit and break the prison of his conclusions and break free, where there is no interference, but there is a single eternally free awareness of oneself as the beginning of eternity itself, or the God of eternity. So look at your teachers. Have they become the freedom of eternal united consciousness? Do they free you from endless practices and ancient dogmas of teachings? Do you feel freedom in short months being in their disciples? Or you got into the spider's web into consciousness, where, having escaped from the worldly web, you got into a false spiritual web, where years pass and you are no longer made worldly inmates, but spiritual inmates, and the knowledge of yourself as the God of eternity has not come. There are only beautiful rituals in the mind of the teacher, and then in yours. Ask yourself a simple question: who, besides myself, can love in me, or dissolve the ego consciousness? And then return the soul to yourself, the God of eternity. For this, you need not lie to yourself, but just take it and do it for yourself. and engage in disputes with teachers so that they would better persuade me to a spiritual feat. This is self-deception. It means that this is not your karmic time yet. With self-deception, you will not come anywhere in spiritual practice. Everything is simple here. You have to do it. Don't torture yourself. Come back to finish playing karmic games. After all, the teacher and the teaching are just a crutch for the spiritually ill. He is only a support for your consciousness, and you will have to be treated with spiritual cleansing yourself. And this is to stop lying to yourself and engage in the spiritual transformation of the soul until it completely merges in the God of eternity with itself. Chapter 8. About Soul. The beauty of a pure soul is a living conscious diamond of consciousness, shining with all colors, which the God of eternity created for self-knowledge of himself in his new image. I met twice. When I appeared in a memory and was a space of consciousness of white light, and from myself I wove streams of multicolored consciousness into a precious diamond of a living soul. The second time I saw this beauty of creation in a boy of 7 years. When I saw his soul, it was in the form of a human, but with a translucent purple body like a liquid or a liquid crystal. From the center of the chakras, multicolored rays of light poured out all over his body, creating the impression of a liquid living diamond. Thereby, she fully corresponded to the standard of the original created pure soul. The rest of the souls that I saw many times were gray with a dull glow from within. From this, I can say what the recommendation to people can be like this. Many teach you to be as clean as children. This is about the fact that after living life, you have to try very hard to maintain the reference purity of your soul, so that its luminosity and multicoloring will be multiplied by awareness in its manifestations, its consciousness, transforming itself, the soul, to life in the higher realities of its eternity. The soul is the grain of the future living tree of the individual universe, created from the personal, the accumulation of his living consciousness, and is seen by his consciousness as space in size into the future universe, on which you can fly, communicating with your living thoughts, angels, which, as teachers, help your soul develop into a beautiful tree of a living individual universe. You can contemplate the karmic films of the past, creating a guide for the future, and all this personal space of the soul, the size of the future universe, is waiting, like a website on your computer, for your feeling, which will consist of the knowledge of countless experiences in your incarnations, and eventually transform your soul into a future individual living universe where you will be the creator, the God of your individual universe. If you ask why everything is said here about the transformation of consciousness and not about energies, then you can ask you, have you ever seen an energy that would not stand out from a living spiritual multidimensional consciousness consisting of first spirits, first letters, in its three densities of consciousness, from the first density of consciousness of the Creator, God of the eternity, to the third density of consciousness of the atomic molecular universe? All energies are waves produced by the first spirits, first letters of the three dimensions of a single consciousness, and are the creation of a three-dimensional living spiritual consciousness. If we do nothing with ourselves, we let our soul into the river of life, surrendering to the stream of general consciousness that affects us. Thereby, we do not notice how the pressure of the planetary consciousness and the conclusions associated with it extinguishes the luminosity of our soul, making from the miracle of a living diamond of consciousness and a living seed of the future universe what we are in our souls, and uncouth, dull gray diamond of a spiritual inmate which fades with the grayness of our lack of freedom, gradually transforming into the animal image of a half-demon, which is being cleansed in his first purgatory. This purgatory is the bodies of animals in which we are placed as inmates for conscious cleansing. If the soul in the next incarnation after the animal incarnation again doesn't work on itself, the next purgatory will be the middle hells, where they will still try to save her to life. But if she has already completely transformed her living consciousness into the image of a terrible demon or demon, then she falls into the reality of the lower hell, corresponding to her complete transformation of consciousness and image, respectively. From there, it still brings some benefit in the spiritual teaching of souls in its higher realities, by testing spiritual seekers for the strength of a spirit, frightening them, fight with them in various spiritual circumstances, settling into a symbiosis in the physical body, so acting as a teacher for spiritual practitioners. Those souls that do not practice spiritual practices, these demons simply cunningly torment, create a spiritual symbiosis by settling in a person's body, invisibly calling for themselves, helping to transform a person's soul into their own likeness and bringing it to the peak of a mentally imprisoned half-demon. They leave it switching to another, and already this same demon will do the rest of the work of transforming the divine soul into a demon himself. So the inhabitants of the lower hell multiply, into which they sometimes come to dissolve their demons, doing the work of cleaning the spiritual sewerage, the soul of a pure reference level, and hence the divine, harmonizing its universe of living spiritual consciousness. In the same way, only by the opposite transformation, the inhabitants of the higher dimensions of reality, the heavenly worlds, are multiplying, where angels and gods of future universes are born. Knowing this, choose who, in this multidimensional universe of living consciousness, you want to become. Chapter 9. The Eternal Adventures of the One, I. What people are presented as for life and death in a positive and a negative perspective is our single eternal transformation or multidimensional consciousness, or the passage of time of consciousness. The multidimensionality of consciousness is divided into the first subtlest consciousness. This is the space of consciousness which is aware of itself as a single initially created from living first letters, first spirits, the space of awareness of yourself in its new self-expression and self-knowledge, that is, by the God of eternity. The next dimension, or density of consciousness, is the dimension of creations that the subtlest consciousness creates. Everything created in the thoughts of the subtlest consciousness comes to life in the second density of consciousness and is the living souls of the gods of the universes, or what people are presented with as the highest I. Then the souls of the gods enter the game with their consciousness, creating game universes of their consciousness, and creative game images of themselves, in all its fictitious diversity, with its intelligent spirit of living consciousness, that is, the soul, cloning its soul and dressing it in the third dimension of the density of its creations, its consciousness or the atomic molecular world. So divine creations, endowed with the soul of God and multitude of images, create a joint game in the living universe of divine living thought. Together, three densities of consciousness and many transitional states between them create a single being or a living game in oneself, in which there is no death. There is only a transformation of the living thought in images into its new states and images of the living consciousness of an eternal single player, playing with its living knowledge in the illusion of a plurality of himself. And the middle, hell, as a purgatory of consciousness, transforms the soul that has not taken place in harmony and returns it to higher karmic incarnations. And the lower, hell, leads the soul that had transformed into a terrible, incorrigible demon, which is anti-life, to zeroing, which is the complete dissolution of the soul, twisted by its own chaos of consciousness, has failed to live in the eternal world. This zeroing or death of the soul is the only punishment in eternity that our I, that is, we, as the God of the universe, created for yourself, while zeroing the living first spirits that make up the soul instantly return to the subtlest consciousness of God, the creator of the universe, as material for future constructions of the living spirit, while paradise is the transformation and birth of the soul in higher dimensions of spiritual life, for example, in the form of an angel, or awakening into yourself, the God of the creator of the universe, with the possibility of entering the subtlest consciousness of the God of eternity, through which one can enter the original source of yourself, nirvana, as in the eternal space, before consciousness, and therefore in the eternal calmness of pure contemplation of oneself in oneself as the original primordial essence of eternity, which is I am. Therefore, heaven and hell are different polarities of consciousness and awareness that complement each other friend in the eternal game of living consciousness, and give the eternal game with yourself as a single, semantic logical excitement. Therefore, the role of a negative living thought, a form in living image, on the stage of eternal consciousness, is played by the soul, archangel. This is the role that you call devil, given to the archangel, God of eternity, and which is always under the control of the God of eternity, in the eternal game with yourself. Paradise. It is also a state that leads to harmony and complete control of consciousness, yourself in yourself, and opens the door to the highest states of its eternity. And hell is the karmic wandering of the soul through incarnations in the house of consciousness with a dream into the transformation of spiritual consciousness, which will lead the wanderer to paradise. Little depends on the spiritual wanderer. It's doomed to cause and effect karmic connections with the space of consciousness around it, like a cocoon of sorcery and self-hypnosis that enveloped it, from which, like from a prison to freedom, a prisoner cannot escape. This is the inner karmic hell, to which the planetary consciousness of the inmates indulges. It seems imperceptible, since the soul gets used to everything from birth. In order to change hell to heaven in the soul, you need to change the polarities in your mind. The soul must dissolve its karmic conclusions with the light of pure knowledge and the practice of contemplating yourself as the source of eternity, by the method of concentration on the emptiness of all the eternal games of consciousness, and then, in the place of the karmic clot of chaos of consciousness in the soul, pure knowledge of living eternity will shine, under which the original state has always been hidden, the primordial essence of being, or nirvana, dressed in the image of its subtlest luminous living consciousness, and then the path to yourself, to your eternal freedom, will be completed. Therefore, stop holding on to the prison of your karmic conclusions, which is like an inner hell or chaos in the mind. Using the practice of concentration on your original empty essence of space, enter a state of complete silence of consciousness, the eternal dimension of freedom, and return God, yourself, to yourself, dissolving the karmic clot of ego consciousness, and then the dimension of the creative all-possibility of your already unified consciousness and your I, as the beginning of eternity, will become one, and your eternal paradise will come. So eternity back, playing with yourself in knowledge and self-knowledge in your living consciousness, you, as a soul, forgot your eternal divinity and were enveloped in the magic of inference, which plunged you into the muddy games of karmic accumulations of individual consciousness, creating an ego that hid your divinity from you. At the same time, you unconsciously gave power over yourself to sorcerers and witches, who still decide how to live in joint karmic chaos, inventing laws and commandments for you. You, without noticing for you, lower you into their cauldron common karmic game, where you are boiled with spices according to your own recipe, and you have long been vegetables and the spirit of freedom and the search for yourself divine, boiled out of you and only the one in whom the spirit of freedom came into this incarnation, very strong, can open your eyes to your real state in the cauldron of these planets and your divinity. In the meantime, of those who do not resist with their spiritual awareness, they digest the last spirit of freedom for self-knowledge, imposing on you the lifestyle of self-identification invented by sorcerers and setting priorities for life on you, while lowering you into the purgatory of suffering during your lifetime, and after death to different levels of spiritual purgatory until complete dissolution in the lower hell. And you do not resist, well, almost everyone, only those few who keep the spirit in force, not allowing yourselves to be exposed to the magic of planetary sorcerers, creators of illusions and prison conclusions. These not many souls are waging an invisible war in the subtle dimension of consciousness, the world of the spirit of the second density, where free thoughts, archangels and angels, fight with infinite thoughts, demons and demons, in the eternal game of a single consciousness, and there is no victory except return to oneself to one God and the battle with oneself in endless images of good and evil. This is just an illusion and postponing the inevitable merging with oneself, the God of eternity. Therefore, ask yourself, demons and devils, what are you fighting for? In the eternal games of a single divine consciousness, in your unawareness, you lose the war with yourself, the right to be a god. You were deceived by witchcraft, your own kind, and they led you to an illusory paradise. But hell, in its essence, and through you, therefore suffering for many incarnations until the complete dissolution of your soul, which was transformed into a demonic one in the lower hell. So leave them with their demonic sorcery, and cleanse yourself of the false conclusions that have enveloped you, and then the war inside and out will stop. Create a harmonious world in your soul. In the world that has come, peace will come, and in peace, pure thoughts will come. Angels that will open and return to you, your eternal divinity. So you can really win by fighting for your divinity and for the joint harmony of the eternal living games of your consciousness, and not for someone else's demonic ideals, suffering in karmic incarnations and dying in hells. So wake up, people, open your eyes of consciousness of true knowledge and see who rules you, from religious sorcerers of the spirit to sorcerers in the government of countries, that there is a single system of government over you. Everything has enveloped you in the hydra of witchcraft consciousness and keeps you in shackles. The conclusions imposed on you breaks the shackles by going into the underground of consciousness. Play with sorcerers as inmates, as they play with you for ages, while remaining a free god of your consciousness. And this path will lead you to yourself in the eternal state of the God of eternity. And from your eternal state, with only one concentration, you will dissolve the witchcraft imposed on you, fighting with sorcerers as game characters in countless worlds of your living consciousness. So what are you afraid of? Go and take your divinity from yourself, and then there will be many like you. Sorcerers will not resist, will melt like untenable thoughts under the pressure of eternal truth, knowing yourself and your divinity, first in the underground of your consciousness, then obviously helping others to realize themselves, sweep away the garbage of witchcraft that keeps the planet in subjection, from demons and devils, which, having taken the form of angels, represent the messengers of God, performing their demonic deeds on the planet. It's time to regain your divinity and replace the power of demons and fear emanating from them with the power of love. The power of demons, change for the love of angels, then life on the planet from life in the middle, hell, will change to life in the middle, paradise. May it be so. Chapter 10. Which path to oneself should be chosen, long or short? What God believes in is His reality. even if God doesn't know that he is God. Others constantly use this ignorance against him, forcing him to believe in someone but not in himself, because by his faith he creates his life and their future universal worlds of living spiritual thought. When you can ascend to your eternal throne, nirvana, you, all the eternal games of the consciousness of your united, you begin to see empty, equal, holy from the very beginning. This throne of eternal bliss, created from the eternal knowledge of oneself, it shines with love for oneself in the image of eternal being. Descending from the throne of nirvana, you enter into your eternal games of living consciousness in the form of multidimensional universes of your living consciousness. You can play your eternal games consciousness without descending from the throne of nirvana. It will look like a spontaneous response to a request for the game of your subjects of creation, living thought images of all being, where your eternal pure empty state decides whether to respond, which, as a standard of justice, decides whether to interfere in this game at this moment of time, or leave everything is as it is, because no matter where the game is redirected after the intervention, all the ways of its game will forever be unique and perfect, and the call of the actors in the game is needed only for their better condition in the eternal game. But since the one who arrives at the throne of nirvana knows that all the actors in the game are himself, therefore, to interfere in him doesn't want an eternal game, only in extreme global moments in which the players brought the game and themselves to complete self-destruction. And even then, not always, because the players are multidimensional and having destroyed themselves and sandboxes for playing in one dimension of consciousness or atomic molecular world, they will continue to live in the second dimension of living consciousness, triune eternal living consciousness. Therefore, sitting on the throne, nirvana, doesn't worry about how today's game will turn in the third density of living consciousness, sandbox, atomic molecular universe, since the players, children in it. Anyway, tomorrow we'll return to play it again, here or in another sandbox in the form of new toys, and it will be forever until the player reaches the consciousness of the first density, the God of eternity, and sit down again on his eternal throne, nirvana. This will happen in one game, if the player is ready, or in the short eternity of games in various images and sandboxes of various sizes, in images from a person, an angel, a god of the universe, and sandboxes from a planet, galaxies, to their own universe. It depends on what karma as the accumulated experience in transforming their soul as a living consciousness in the image the player chose, the karma of creation, human, the main state of which is manifest self-knowledge in all planetary games and gain experience for the transformation of the soul, and ego consciousness, which is the guide to the next game, picking up a new sandbox for yourself, or go to the next stage by choosing karma, angel, the main state of which is the outgrowth of planetary games and the emergence of a desire to help the player's soul in their universal games and God, the creator of universes, in his creation. This happens by the method of transformation of the ego consciousness and the accumulated karmic experience, the living consciousness of the soul, transforming into the angelic image of the soul, for the first time is born not in the third density of consciousness, atomic molecular world, and in the sandbox of the second level of consciousness of spiritual dimensions, on the heavenly planets where angels are born, and the size of the game sandbox increases to the size of the universe, changing the very essence of the game, so transforming the soul, karma, or individual accumulation of the living consciousness of the soul leads us to the next level of karmic manifestations, or what is called God, the creator of the individual universe of living consciousness, which corresponds to the desire to manifest all the accumulated self-knowledge of the soul into the image of an individual universe. Here we, as the God of our individual universe, will linger on for a short eternity, until we embody the grain of our living soul, which for so long accumulated the juices of games and accumulations of our living consciousness in the Mother Universe, into our tree-owned universe of living consciousness. Finally, having grown from a seed of a child of a soul into the tree of the God of the Creator of His universe, and blooming with the flowers of wisdom, manifesting the fruits of eternal knowledge in the fields of His living consciousness of the universe of a living, multidimensional thought, in the form of His living creations, after playing in the creation of His individual universe, the time comes for the outgrowth of all eternal games in the eternal soul. It remains to dissolve your individual soul in your supersoul, the God of eternity, while the individual karma of the soul, as a component of its living consciousness, dissolves in its supersoul, replenishing the treasury of eternal self-knowledge with an invaluable offering in the form of new knowledge, having presented them to yourself to the God of eternity, having rightfully returned to the throne of your name, Nirvana, the God of eternity, and already from the throne of your eternity, you again contemplate the eternal games of your living consciousness with dimensions of infinity, dressed in endless images of your children. That is, you are one. Thus ends the long path of the game of self-knowledge of oneself in oneself as one. The short path begins with the dissolution of one's individual soul and the karmic game accumulations of the ego consciousness during one life, which allows one to sit on the throne, Nirvana, while still in the human body. For this, the karma of creation, the human ego consciousness, and the thirst for planetary games dissolves. The next karma, angel, dissolves. The next karma, the God of the Creator of the universe, dissolves. And all states corresponding to these karmas, play, help, create. Someone can say that it somehow sounds without stuffiness and without life, but it's the state behind the games and the only time from which you can contemplate your eternal games with yourself, looking at your eternity with a pure vision. In this pure vision, everything is balanced, actors and games of eternity. Good and evil are aligned as eternal events on the stage of the consciousness of a single. Therefore, having chosen a fast path to themselves, some souls, already during their lifetime in a physical body, can feel dissolution in their oversoul, the God of eternity, contemplating their games of living consciousness from a state of bliss outside of time, where everything is aligned with the pure equal vision of all events in their multidimensional consciousness, because not pure vision is a choice of significance and priorities. And this is the coronation of one's eternal living thought in an image, which, crowning one thought, underestimates the significance of another. And since all living thoughts, images and actions performed by them on the stage of eternal consciousness are equally important as an image of the joint play of a single consciousness, then the benefit coming from all of them is priceless and equal. Although it is not seen as such, but it is still so. Therefore, he who arrives at the throne of Nirvana equalizes and tries on in himself all his eternity of living consciousness with the help of his true eternal knowledge, knowing for what purpose of self-knowledge of himself alone he, that is, you, created all this in himself as one. And then it's simply in a state, Nirvana, where in every moment there is the perfection of a single game with yourself. Your pure vision has never seen another in its games of a single living consciousness. Knowing this from your current state in which you are, think about it, and just choose the path for yourself to yourself. Long through eternity or short in one life, it's up to your soul, because two paths leads you to your home, to the God of eternity, to your eternal state, Nirvana. Chapter 11. About the Mahasiddha's path. The Mahasiddha's path begins from the state when the spiritual practitioner is ready to give his soul for all eternity and all living beings in it. Dissolution of the karmic ego consciousness leads to such a state of spiritual practice, which was the basis of his soul for long incarnations, from incarnations in the gods of the creators of the universes, angels, to the endless creations of the universes, man and his likeness, and all the knowledge and beliefs associated with these incarnations also automatically dissolve in the experience of unity with oneself. Such a soul, after such an experience of unity, remains pure and free. It doesn't wait for dissolution like many souls in the form of a demon in the lower hell. Such a soul comes to an eternal state of completion. This state reveals to the soul the knowledge of eternity about itself as the God of eternity and the primordial essence of the space of eternity, nirvana, into which the soul enters as one in itself. And after this disclosure to itself, its eternal single primordial essence, it has a single choice. They will return to themselves one, nirvana, in the body of the space of a single living consciousness, that is to become the God of eternity again. This choice helps her to make the knowledge that was revealed when she remembers herself as one, which outweighs everything. The ego consciousness of the individual soul, she is fully aware that the dissolution of the individual subtle body of the soul in her single consciousness reveals to her the eternal wonders of her eternal life, and from there, already as a single its consciousness, it will bring infinitely more benefit to its eternity, being the active space of a single eternal consciousness. What is the benefit going from it in an individual, even very holy manifestation? It becomes a single space of a single consciousness, what it has always been in its eternity, until the moment of creating itself in the body of the soul, and being now a single space of a single consciousness, appears in the universes in the form of a Mahasiddha, spontaneously responding to the call and prayers of the souls in all the universes that the gods, the creators of the universes, created. This spontaneous phenomenon of the Mahasiddha, near the souls asking for help, carries teaching and help harmonizing its single eternity. Therefore, the path of the Mahasiddhas in the path of returning to oneself alone, which is practiced by happy souls who manage not to get lost in the conclusions and purify themselves to the original created standard of purity of the living consciousness of their soul. The standard of purity was lost in the eternal wanderings in the karmic ego consciousness. Therefore, we hear from the stories of ancient spiritual practitioners that there were few such happy souls, but the very fact of their existence paves the way for us to our eternity. It is not necessary to perceive the Mahasiddhas as something individual. This is a state, nirvana, spontaneously acting through the space of very single consciousness. Therefore, there are no boundaries and prohibitions for the Mahasiddha. He appears in any image, in any dimensions of his eternity, staying out of time as nirvana, harmonizing his eternal game with his eternal consciousness, playing with himself in the eternal games of his living single consciousness. Therefore, for a person who embarked on the spiritual path, wishing to know himself, the Mahasiddha may most often appear as a teacher in dreams in any form, according to his faith, answering the main questions and instructing him on the path of his spiritual practice. It can manifest itself in the head with a spontaneous wide thought or a voice answering important spiritual questions. In reality, less often, as a stream of love emanating from a stranger of such strength that you turn in his direction, spontaneously, without understanding what it was you felt and who it was, pouring out such a flow of love. The phenomenon of the Mahasiddha and the ways it will manifest are not limited by anything, only by its endless fantasy, which the perceiving practitioner can interpret for himself in thousands of different ways, not realizing that it was always one Mahasiddha, the God of eternity, who showed all these phenomena only for you. Because as you have come to the end of the path, and the spontaneous help of the Mahasiddha comes to you, as the like reaches for the like, helping to pass the last steps towards yourself, so the path ends, the process of individual dissolution of one's soul in oneself, the space of the primordial essence, nirvana, and one's eternal living unified consciousness. We return to a new or very old forgotten state of the God of eternity, or Mahasiddha. Here the search for oneself ends and action begins. It always happens again, from your eternity, oneself. So the state of Mahasiddha, or oneself, the God of eternity, is achieved. Chapter 12. Search or Achievement. Body of Light. The body of light. This is the first body of the space of consciousness, that is, the God of eternity. It is not achieved, but is always present as the fundamental principle of the creation of the divine consciousness, and is hidden by the karmic subtle body of the ego consciousness of the soul, and is not realized due to the individual accumulations of the ego consciousness when the karmic ego consciousness is dissolved by the practice of zeroing, when the game body, the consciousness of the soul, dissolves as unnecessary in the personal game in the game universe of the living spirit, and the personal soul dissolves in its first body of the luminous space of the living consciousness and becomes again the God of eternity. So one achieves or returns to oneself, one's own forgotten state, the God of eternity. The process is described to us in information sources as dissolving, yoga practice, in multicolored light radiation with the disappearance of the physical body of the practitioner and leaving only hair and nails in place. But they do not describe that during this dissolution, the practitioner also dissolved his individual soul and ceased to be a personal ego consciousness, having regained his divinity in the first body of the subtlest luminous single living consciousness, or God of eternity. So the practitioner achieves or returns to himself his unity with himself one, the God of eternity, or what people are presented with as body of light. This is a state of unity with the original one, where the game state or samsara as consciousness in the game of eternity and nirvana as a state outside the game balance each other in pure contemplation on the original essence and emptiness of all the eternal games of consciousness, and align everything with pure vision. It follows that pure contemplation of one's eternity is a single path to one's own, since in it an individual illusory temporary player melts and the eternal state of one's unity of consciousness begins to be realized as a game of self-knowledge of oneself, through illusory games in samsaric duality, with one's consciousness in endless images of individual players. So the path to search and achieve a body of light, like a search for a beautiful dream, ego consciousness, leads to nowhere or always to oneself as one, as to something that has already taken place for a long time and was not seen and unconsciously under the cover of a karmic game in the ego consciousness, having dissolved which the body of light of consciousness shines inside forever. So the thirst for karmic games subtly hides the desired prize, which has never been hidden from us, but the illusion of the karmic player as witchcraft or hypnosis doesn't allow one to realize oneself as the original luminous unified consciousness. So who feeds the illusion of karma? Maybe the ego consciousness, which longs to receive into its submission the power and strength hidden in a single consciousness, not realizing that illusion will never subdue the essential source of consciousness. Therefore, stop holding on to the illusions and fantasies of the ego consciousness, and having dissolved them, in pure contemplation, you will return to yourself as single self, as a luminiferous consciousness of your unity, and the body of light will not be achieved, but return to a single owner, that is, you, by the method of dissolving illusory miracle-hungry karmic bodies under the control of ego. So the source of consciousness, the God of eternity, that is, you, protect yourself from the power of your illusory ego consciousnesses, players who would like gain power over the source of eternal consciousness or the God of eternity. If that were to happen, then illusions would capture the source and everything would turn into a house of consciousness. But this doesn't happen in the source, since the protection from the illusory game karmic ego consciousness works and doesn't let illusions into itself. Knowing what they lead to and pure contemplation of yourself is on guard as a source and all of yourself illusorily playful, where the reaction to the state in the game is a sieve that sifts out the source from itself illusorily playful. Remove the reaction of the states in the game and to the game, and the karmic accumulation of the consciousness of the soul will melt, while the soul will feel the meaninglessness of its illusory duality and want to dissolve in its divine unity. This is not achieved, but what is always you are returned to yourself. This is the first body of the luminiferous consciousness, which people call the body of light. Therefore, the question is not posed correctly how to achieve or create the body of light. The correct question is, what are you ready to give or lose for this? From the karmic dissolution of the ego consciousness to the dissolution of the soul in oneself, for the sake of the body of light, or for the sake of returning yourself to yourself as a source of consciousness of the unity of yourself in yourself. That is, the God of eternity. Think about it. Chapter 13. Toy Store for Nirvana. Imagine an image of a little girl named Nirvana. She goes to a toy store called Space. There, in front of her, shelves open and on each there are a lot of toys. The eyes of a pure child run wide with surprise and a variety of toys to choose from. Her gaze concentrates on a shelf opposite her height. And this shelf, there are toys in their various images from various little men, animals, and if hiding from under the counter, ugly images of toys look out at her. She enthusiastically, calling the seller, whose name is Ego, chooses her new beautiful toy, having paid the seller with money, which is called Time. The girl joyfully runs out of the store, completely immersed in her new toy. After some time, the game passes. Having played enough of it, the girl, Nirvana, again rushes to the store for a new portion of toys, and the same old acquaintance, the seller of toys, Ego, invites her to pick up a new toy, offering her an image, an elephant, a toad or a bird. She thinks for a long time and chooses for herself a new toy, which the seller, Ego, has already strongly and without options advised her to buy. Having paid with him with money under the name Time, she again joyfully drowns in a new game and another game is played again. The girl's interest in new games is growing. She again runs into the toy store, asking the seller, Ego, "Is there anything new for me?" The seller, pointing to the corner of the store, says, "You can approach the sales assistant teacher of games. He teaches children to choose toys and play with them." There, in the corner of the store, she saw a lot of children being taught by sales assistants. The girl immediately ran up to the first nearby consultant, the teacher of games, asking the teacher, whose name is Everything, "Will you teach me how to play more interesting games?" The teacher, agreeing, told her about new toys and their possibilities in games. The girl listens enthusiastically. She has new ideas for the game, but the main question, "Who am I?" she has not yet arisen, and, on the advice of the teacher, she chooses for herself a new toy in the form of an angel from the second shelf. She immediately begins to play it, and again the game passes, and no longer a girl, but a young girl named Nirvana enters the store, thanking the seller, consultant, teacher of games for the last toy of the angel, she looks askance with distrust at the seller, ego. She drew attention to the first shelf. There were figurines of meditators in the lotus position, Buddhas. She, as always, not on the advice of the seller, ego, but on the advice of a consultant teacher, took one figurine for herself while trying on a new game and, as usual, was happy to leave the store. Now, she has been gone for a very long time. The consultant teacher began to worry that he would never see her again. But having returned once as an adult woman, Nirvana, for the first time in her life, looked not at the shelf with toys, but at the open door in the wall behind the counter. She saw a white light there. The consultant teacher approached, said to Nirvana, "The white light is called consciousness, and that he creates all the toys for her, always with love, and carefully arranges them on the shelves in the store. But the truth sometimes interferes after him in the arrangement of the seller, ego, saying that he knows better in what order they should be and how to quickly sell them to children." Nirvana thanked the toy maker, consciousness, and the consultant teacher, drew attention to the topmost shelf. There was a mirror. Nirvana asked the consultant teacher how to play with him. The teacher took off the mirror from the top shelf and said, "This is not a toy. This is the mirror. Its name, love, shows you who you are in your eternity. And since you finally noticed it, then it's your time to find out who you are." "Look into it," said the teacher of games. Looking in the mirror, Nirvana, she saw that there was no one in the mirror, but only eternal darkness, whose name I am. And since the mirror appeared before Nirvana in the form of love, then love helped her remember that she is everything, and this toy store called space, and the white light toy maker called consciousness, and the toy seller whose name is ego, the consultant game teacher called everything, and the toys on the shelves in endless images were called body, was she too, and of course the buyer whose name soul is also she. She simply forgot that once upon a time, having met her first toy, consciousness, on the street of her eternity, she gave her, and maybe herself, the second toy in her life, soul, and invited herself to the store opposite, pick up her clothes, and when Nirvana looked in the mirror, dissolving her soul in itself, showed her real face, that is, nothing, empty darkness, the primordial essence of a homogeneous space with a single understanding, I am, and who I am, and what to play. My original creator tells me a toy named consciousness. I'm so attached to her, I thought, Nirvana. Remembering all this, the circle of memory is closed. She remembered how she created her first toy and called it consciousness, with the help of which she began to create an infinity of new toys and give herself, the second of which was the soul, dressing which in endless clothes, she sold them to herself with passion, having run to play them in the vastness of her eternity of consciousness, that is, in herself with herself, and finally realizing all this about herself. She laughed, and in this laughter was all her eternal childish adulthood. Then Nirvana asked her toys, that is, herself, to think about what they or she plays and who offers her new games, who sells herself to whom and why in the game and what price time asks for it. Sometimes the seller, ego, pulls out an exclusive toy from a secret box, as always telling that it is the last and only for you, kept for thousands of years in secret, in a secret place, and you, that is, I, as the soul of a little girl again and again being deceived, carried away seller, ego, that it will be an unforgettable, unique game, fly away to new games, incarnating in new planetary sandboxes, ready to break another customer girl for the right to own an exclusive toy, which in the form of clothes to spiritual knowledge is offered to you, the seller ego and the seller teacher consultant, whose name is everything, and your huge I must, by name I want, unleashes fights in the store because of the last toy in the hands of the seller ego, not hearing the main consultant teacher under the name everything, that there will be enough toys and games at all. Just stop fighting, kids. But children always want those toys that they have not played yet, and only after playing enough at the end of the game do they begin to grow up, changing their look at all the toys standing on other shelves, or even leaving the game's spiritual age, becoming assistants in games whose names are angels, or create their games by becoming gods, the creators of their universes, inhabiting them with countless game images of oneself. And finally, the times come when the soul, having played enough, lets go, dissolving itself in a single one, the creators of the games, whose name is consciousness, the god of eternity, who always recognizes himself as the primordial essence of pure space, under the name I am, that is, nirvana, which is an inseparable homogeneous primordial essence of the space of eternity. So one day, accidentally running in a toy store, a girl named Nirvana woke up remembering herself. Chapter 14. Michael's Spiritual Journeys. My name is Michael. I will tell you about my spiritual knowledge and spiritual adventures. The first knowledge of the subtle worlds, it started already from childhood. I was then from 3 to 7 years old. Then every night, in my astral body, without understanding it, I fought with the devil for my blanket. For several months, day after day, we pulled the blanket over each one of us. Every night before going to bed, I prepared for a new fight. I didn't have the fortitude to deal with it. And the moment came when, with all the strength of my spirit, I tore my blanket from him. Then he left me alone, and I never saw him again. Second touch to the spiritual world, I was 14 years old. In the evening, I was sitting on a bench near the entrance. A woman of about 40 came out of the entrance in appearance. At some point, looking at her face, the face of this woman instantly turned into a terrible demon, which shocked me. The woman passed, and I remained sitting in the state of shock, not understanding what it was. It was 1987, still full Soviet power. We didn't see any horrors and scary fiction then, and there was nothing to compare what I saw with anything. And it was pointless to invent it. I was shocked by what I saw. I tried to forget for many years and not tell anyone. For the third time with the inexplicable in the subtle world, I encountered at the age of 20. The incident happened in the army. It was the beginning of winter. A blizzard was howling outside. I was a soldier in the position of commandant of an officer's dormitory. I lived in a separate room, which was with a laundry warehouse, and its door opens into a common corridor. Lying, I hear the cats screaming. They spent the night in the corridor, hiding from the cold. It was the first floor, and the door to the entrance and the corridor did not close. I didn't attach my importance to this, closed my eyes, and at the same moment began to see a light tunnel, which, like on the roller coaster, carried me somewhere. Suddenly, with my closed eyes, I saw my room and the door opposite, over which a green army night lamp burned dimly. Against the background on the door, silently, stood the shadow of a man in a hat. Suddenly, I felt myself rising from the bed. For another moment, and I was already sitting in the bed looking at this shadow of a person. The physical body remained lying down. My heart was beating very strongly with fear. I realized that my soul was clearly being pulled out of my body, and began to pinch my leg under the covers until it hurt to make sure that I was not sleeping. My next thought was to say mentally to this creature in the form of a shadow the phrase, "Do you see that I am not sleeping?" At the same moment, I returned to myself, from the sitting position of the soul to the recumbent physical body. Having covered myself from fear with a blanket over my head, I fell asleep. The next day I remembered that before this incident, at night, when I was returning from a wall, for 3 days in a row, I heard footsteps on the asphalt following me. I turned around and there was no one there. I began to mentally talk to him. Please, don't follow me. I also tried to forget this case, but not for long, just for a couple of years. At the age of 25, sitting up every evening until night, I invented bringing my new ideas to life. One of those evenings, it was already very late, and I went to bed. He lay down in bed, relaxed in anticipation of sleep, closed his eyes, and suddenly a flash of dazzling light flashes inside his head, illuminating through his closed eyes in the darkness of the room. I thought, something burst in my brain from the daily load on it. Probably in connection with inventions, but before I could think of it, I fell asleep. A few days later, after this incident, I woke up in the astral body, standing at the window in the next room. 3 luminous balls hovered in front of me. They shone with white light and were the size of tennis balls. Spontaneously, without thinking, I asked them, "Am I doing it right?" To which I received a mental response, "Yes." After that, one of the luminous balls began to transform into the image of a man, stretching out his arms, legs, and head, becoming like a luminous man, letting me know that he is reasonable. In an instant they disappeared, so for the 4th time I touched the spiritual reality. The 5th time happened after, when I, having already read more than a dozen books of spirituality, starting with the Bible and various esotericism, switched to yoga, which I began to practice a little. I started my practice with the opening of the 3rd eye. The practice of focusing on it, after a few days, felt periodic pulsating pressure in the area of the 3rd eye. It began to come to life. After that, I had a dream in which from the place on the arm where we were vaccinated, 3 iron orders with which I was awarded came out with blood. These vaccinations, chemical blocking of consciousness. After this practice, frequent exits from the physical body into the astral body began. One of them was like standing in front of the window. It was snowing outside then, and I tried to put my hands through the glass, which seemed to be a bluish liquid stretched like a sheet in front of me. I couldn't believe the hands were going through the glass. At the moment of disbelief, something broke painfully in my head, as if some blocks were breaking. It seemed to me that my hands would now get stuck in the glass and I would cut them, not yet realizing that I was outside of the physical body. I don't remember how I got back into the body, but the next time I was like a cork from a bottle of champagne shooting out my physical body, flying out the window into the street, and flew joyfully to view his city from a bird's eye view. Sometimes I went down to the ground to try if I felt the cold of the water in a puddle, and if I could take and throw a pebble. Everything worked out. Turning around, about 50 meters away, I saw a man joyfully jumping in a puddle. Looking closer, I realized that I knew him. It was a local man in his 30s. He had Down syndrome and often walked the streets of our city. I realized that he, too, goes into the astral, and like a child, joyfully jumping through the puddles. After looking a little at his joy, I flew home. Thus began my everyday acquaintance with the subtle spiritual worlds. A teacher often began to come to me in a dream, who told me how I should behave, what to eat, and what to do based on eternal wisdom, creating real knowledge around me with me in the lead role, in which he showed how to look deep into my soul and just behave in everyday situations. He occasionally appeared as a mini tornado. From rags of garbage and rags, he acquired the image of a 1.5-meter-old man similar to a Chinese, with hair twisted to the ground into dreadlocks and dressed in a dressing gown sewn from small scraps of fabric. We, with our subtle bodies, sat down to meditate in the lotus position on the shore, an endless desert of white sand near the quiet expanse of the sea. One day, he said, "Look at the sky and wave to yourself." I waved my hand while sitting in the lotus position, looking up when suddenly the situation changed. I saw myself sitting on the seashore next to the teacher, waving to myself. I was the sky and space. Where was I real? I didn't know, because I was looking at myself at the same time from different sides, from below and from above. After this incident, the teacher did not appear again. Sometimes flying over the city, I saw flying saucers hovering over 5-story buildings, but when I approached them, they instantly flew away. I didn't know how. Sometimes I just looked from afar at the flying saucers flying from the direction of the Carpathian Mountains towards the city. Since then, there has been a new story. Walking in the astral body around my room, in the attic, a demon began to visit me at night. He was 3 meters tall and his horns were another meter. He constantly fought with me, throwing me in my astral body like a rag all over the room. Until the next fight, I learned to catch him disappearing and appearing from behind and threw him so that he did not appear again. After that, many small demons began to come, which constantly transformed into terrible creatures and multiplied, frightening me. When I spontaneously uttered the phrase, "I am your God and I order you," they instantly dissolved. And when I opened my eyes, waking up, I began to think about this phrase, which instantly affected the disappearance of demons. Before that, I recalled various prayers to which the reaction of the devils was laughter, and they turned into even more terrible images. So, for the first time, I seriously thought about who I am, and why this phrase worked and the demons no longer appeared to scare me. Only a couple of years later, I met several more in different situations. In one of them, I cohabited with a girl. She had a son. At the age of 3, he woke up at night, screamed and cried with fear. So it was again. His mother went to comfort him and fell asleep next to him. In a dream, I saw his image, how he was standing at the bus stop, looking at me with a terrible look, trying to leave, to escape from me. The next scene was how a demon in the form of a bat rushes at my arm, trying to bite it by the elbow. I spontaneously said, "I order you to settle in the atom of my leg and learn spirituality in me." In a second, I opened my eyes and went to the kitchen to drink water, thinking about what happened, and in the morning I told my girlfriend about it. The joy happened at night, when the child slept peacefully all night. Since that night, he has never screamed at night. After 3 years of living together, we began to discord, and one night, a 3-meter demon came into my room. Standing at the door, he said, "You won't be able to kick me out of her," having to introduce my girlfriend. I asked, "Why?" He replied, "She didn't want to," and left. Strange. I woke up thinking because somehow I didn't think about it without even knowing that he lives in it. But then, on reflection, judging by what kind of relationship we have, this is probably true. One night, I woke up in the astral body when a meter-long devil was jumping over me, scary, like a child. I ordered him to return to hell, to which he said with tears in his eyes, "Back to hell," and disappeared. Once, I got underground in my astral body and saw one of the spirits on the earth, who, without being distracted from his affairs, asked me to adjust the energies of the planet. "How are things on the surface?" I answered. "People live on the surface," to which he said, "Well," and I returned to the body. At some stage of spiritual practices, I began to see the events of the next day in a dream. So clairvoyance and foresight of the events of my life woke up. Once, lying in a warm bath, I saw as a meditation with my eyes closed, how my thoughts in the form of snakes stood in front of me and said, send us to different places of eternity, and we will bring you knowledge, and they have disappeared. Time passed. Standing in my soul, I was thinking about eternal truths, and for the first time, I heard a clear voice in my head, as if someone connected to my thoughts answering my questions. After a male voice, I heard a female who said, "I entered into a conversation to you, did not think that you were going crazy." After which everything stopped. I am in bed. I turned on the TV, everything was as usual. I started watching the movie. The name of the movie appeared on the screen. As soon as I got ready to watch, the credits appeared in a second. The end of the movie. Without understanding anything at all what happened. And then I hear the words in my head, "See what I can do with time, and no one will notice." Somehow I didn't ask who was talking to me, being still in an interesting shock from what I saw and heard. I saw walking industrial body as a child falls from the roof of a school and breaks on the asphalt to death. I was standing 10 meters from him. Another schoolboy, about 12 years old, ran up to the fallen boy and put his hand on his chest, and since I was industrial body, I felt everything that this boy was doing, as if I was doing it. He imagined himself playing the flute, making beautiful music, which brought him into a state of the highest love, and then he grabbed the emerging soul from the fallen child, with a smooth push returned it to its place in the body, and thus resurrected the boy. I asked him, "Who taught you this?" To which he replied, "That this is his spiritual teacher," after which I, as always, returned to the body. 4 times I was transported in the astral in time. The first time I was transferred to the time of the crucifixion of Christ. I was standing in front of the crowd at the moment when the soul of Jesus Christ left the body. I saw how it goes into the sky and then into space. This is where the real vision stopped. The second time, I was transported to the moment when the Ice Age began on Earth. I stood in the body of a woman with a child in her arms. It was on a mountain, and I saw in front of me in a clearing an angel sitting on the ground. He has a broken wing. His body was a doll-like thing. He was 3 meters tall, it seemed to me. A long wrinkled neck with a face that didn't look like a person. His lips were small doll-like. His skin was bluish-gray with large gray wings behind his back. He asked to drink water. I answered that there is milk and brought it to him. The next thing I saw was how a dark blue cloud appeared in the sky in the distance, covering the entire sky, and a strong sound of bursting trees began to go through the mountains. Animals and birds fled from this cloud. I saw mammoths and various animals running down the mountain where I stood. Dinosaurs ran after them, running away and at the same time trying to grab and eat someone. One even almost grabbed me. I managed to hide in the house, which was a high-tech concrete bunker that goes underground. There I saw iron pipes on the walls and steps going deep into the mountain. Returning to the street, I saw that the blue was approaching very quickly. The sky darkened, and then I realized that the crackling of the forest was caused by an instant cooling to a very low cosmic temperature, from which the trees cracked and burst. This wave of cosmic cold was moving faster than a tsunami. When I realized this, I tried to run away down the slope, and I had gone far from the house and didn't have time. Only turning around, trying to run, I lost consciousness. Probably then I instantly froze and died. An angel with a broken wing that appeared before, that was a warning of disaster. Once again, I went back to the time of dinosaurs in an interesting way. I stood and turned around on my axis. When I turned around, I saw that the entire dark sky became covered with moons and how a flash of light illuminated the entire darkness of the sky. I realized that the moon in the sky was at every point in space. For all this time that I rewound in a moment for millions of years. I was standing on the field next to me. A flock of herbivorous dinosaurs ran. One of them pushed me, and I almost fell, so this vision ended. The third time I got into the future, where I appeared next to a man and a biorobot, which could not be distinguished from a man, only with spiritual vision. I asked, "What time am I?" They asked, "What time are you from?" I answered, then he said, "Add 15 more centuries." I asked, "How is your life here?" He replied that, "On Earth, now there is complete unity and peace. The planet is ruled by a real spiritual ruler, and people have been flying around the universe on spaceships for a long time and have entered a large cosmic family." Then I returned to the body. Fourth time I am hitting the past. I saw myself standing in a clearing in a kilometer circle of people. People were of three sizes: 2 meters, 5 meters, and 100 meters. We stood in a circle about the victory of the galactic war that the gods played. We were their soldiers. The gods rewarded ours by giving us a planet. It was the Earth. The procedure went like this. I saw a person who inserted the crystals into some kind of device. A portal opened in front of us in a clearing in the center of the circle. In the center of the portal, from below, we saw a beautiful planet, to which we were transferred, and the vision ended there. Period of knowledge. Astral travel transported into space. On the first flight, when going into space, I was caught in an invisible net that immediately began to choke me, and I spontaneously uttered the phrase, "Mother of the world, help," and then opened eyes, lying in bed, thinking, what did I saw and how do I know this? But it worked as the network let me go the next time I went into space and flew through the asteroid belt in the solar system. Enjoying the beauty of space. Spiritual practices intensified. I was ready to give my life, erasing myself and my soul from eternity, for the sake of a better life for all living beings. But no one took life, and life doubled. One during the day in the physical body and the other at night in the astral body. The main experiences and travels in which I will tell. There were 3 categories of experiences. In the astral body, one related to earthly life, another travel through the universe, the third higher spiritual worlds and dimensions. Let's start with the first one. It was like meeting with the souls of dead people. They came to my room and sat on the bed, listening to me read spiritual books. Sometimes I spontaneously appeared in the apartment near the soul of a dead person, telling her something, encouraging her. Sometimes walking around my house in the astral body, I saw how from 1 to 5 souls stood in different places in the house. I asked them simple things such as, "Where did the nanny go? Who takes care of my children?" They answered that she went out for a walk in the city, in her astral body. Sometimes I taught people to fly in astral bodies. An example from this such, flying over the city, I saw a husband and wife standing in astral bodies on the balcony of the upper floor. I flew up to them and hovered in front of them, saying, "Don't be afraid. You're not in a physical body. Take a step and fly." They succeeded. Flying over the Tibetan mountains, I saw fallen leaves, which accidentally fell from the monks' purse. I flew up to them and saw that they closed the small black wooden door behind them. Went uphill. It was at a high altitude, on an almost vertical slope. I flew through the door, finding myself in a cave monastery. Flying a little more, I ended up in a round hall, where in the center of the hall there was an old boat in the form of a swing. An old man, a teacher, sat on it. Students, monks, sat in a circle near the walls. Without hesitation, I flew into the head of the teacher by asking him, "What are you teaching?" He replied, "I have been teaching eternal knowledge. For several centuries now, at the end of classes, the students took the boat with the teacher and took it somewhere, and I returned to the body." Before falling asleep, in bed, I felt a new spiritual experience. It was the awakened Kundalini. Before that I had only read about it, it was like that. I felt that inside the spine from below, a strong burning sensation began, as if I was being impaled on a red-hot iron needle. At the same time, I felt that all the atoms of my body began to vibrate at some incomprehensible, very fast frequency, and I seemed to become a nuclear reactor. I just contemplated, in shock, not knowing what to do, afraid to even lift a finger, because it seemed to me that I could destroy the planet with one movement. Such a force of energy appeared in the body. But since it was in reality in full awareness, I watched as it rose along the spine. The Kundalini reached the top of the head. I spontaneously raised my hand to my head, put my finger on the place where we, like children, have a fontanelle and started playing like with a button. I press my finger, the Kundalini descends to the neck, and the energy subsides. I remove the finger, it's again at the top of the head, and the energy grows. So I played with my finger by pressing the top of my head for about 5 minutes. The body and the atoms in it vibrated, as it seemed to me, with some kind of nuclear energy ready to work miracles, after which there was a smooth dissolution of this whole state. Sitting in meditation in the astral body, I noticed buttons on the right palm, similar to a push-button telephone. With the fingers of the other hand, he began to press them like a telephone and put his hand to his ear. It's interesting, but the beeps went off and someone picked up the phone and answered it saying, "It's too early for you to come back," and hung up. I was shocked. I didn't understand what it was. Suddenly, it's all over. One time I experimented with a passerby at night on the street. Will he feel my touch, I thought, putting the hand of my astral body into his physical shoulder. He obviously felt and twitched in pain, and I didn't do that again. As my spiritual strength grew, I also felt a change in my astral practices. Sometimes I talked to my cat, who slept next to me on the couch. Once he said, "What we cats and dogs are learning to understand you people for 3 months." For what I asked, "Ray, this is the name of my boxer dog. Does he understand me or not?" The cat answered, "Yes, only pretends to be a fool pretending not to understand." Houseplants, they entered into a conversation, asking them to be transplanted into a larger pot. Stones, amulets told about themselves, who and for what protection made them. Once in a dream, the trident of Shiva appeared, telling about itself what it means. I could already meditate in the astral body, sitting in the lotus position on the floor of the room, trying to illuminate the room with your astral body. It worked, but with difficulty. A light, bluish glow spread from the body around the room. Once, going down the stairs in the morning from the upper floors to the hall, opening the door to the hall, I saw how there was no room. The whole space in front of me was flooded with yellow light. I took a couple of steps inside the hall, but everything became normal. An ordinary room appeared. Meditating with open eyes. The vision of the room disappeared for a while, complete darkness set in. After about 5 minutes, everything returned again. In the evening, I meditated lying in bed, in the physical body. I entered a state when, before my eyes, chaos began to appear from some kind of triangles, and, as I felt, millions of gigabytes of information began to load into me like into a computer. This information turned into the image of a book, which I began to leaf through, and on each page there was a real scene from many hundreds of my incarnations. I remember several real scenes. I saw myself sitting in the form of an Indian chief in front of his tribe and smoking a pipe, teaching them ancient wisdom, in a dwelling that was made of sticks covered with leather. Then the vision changed to a flight near a twisted spiral of a silver thread, which, as the teachers say, holds your soul in the body. She went into the dark distance, where at the other end of her shone a toroidal orange, something in the form of the sun. I then felt that this is the most beautiful place where I would like to be. But halfway to it, I began to forget myself, and there was a fear that I would not return to the body, and yet I have two small children sleeping next to each other in the room. I am alone with them, since my wife and I divorced and she went abroad. This fear for the children who might be left alone instantly brought me back to my body, and I opened my eyes in bed. I spent most of the meditations lying in bed, only a third in the lotus position. My astral travel practices became more interesting, and I began to appear around people who also went into the astral. Sometimes it was the rulers of the countries, where we talked about helping people in simple human troubles. Near some, there were astral guards standing behind them as we talked at the table. So I gradually found the benefit of astral travel, starting to help people from the astral. Sometimes I was able to cast demons out of a person, changing his life. Once meditating in the astral body, I rose in the lotus position to a height of 10 kilometers above the ground. It was above the Crimea in the country. I saw the night cities at a glance and suddenly noticed that thousands of demons coming out of people were flying in my direction. They were going, as it were, in flocks, although they would attack me. I, realizing that I could not cope with so many, entered a state of love. This was at that moment the only spontaneous decision. It was the right choice. I see how a ball of light flares up in me in the center of the solar plexus, and as thousands of demons approach, this ball grows in luminosity, and now it explodes with a flash of light. The power of a nuclear bomb illuminated hundreds of kilometers around it. The demons that fell into this light instantly dissolved. The rest hid in the shadows of the mountains. So I understood that the state of love is the greatest power in the spiritual world, dissolving thousands of demons in an instant. Sometimes I heard divine music and the singing of some divine beings, filled with love at the same time, so that it seemed that the physical body could not stand it and would burst like a balloon. My third astral spiritual adventures, always pleased with their novelty, reptilians came to me. They took me to talk to them on the main spaceship. There were about a couple of hundred ships, as I saw when approaching. We talked for about 2 hours. The chief, who was a meter tall, 3-fingered lizard-like, told me, "We need planet Earth. People kill it, and we would restore it and make it another planet for ourselves." To which I replied, "People in the future will become a much wiser species than they are," and closed this topic. Once I was in the center of the moon. In the halls they were white. There were thousands of different creatures sitting at the tables and working on computers. Everything was white: the hall, tables, computers, and clothes on creatures. They somehow remotely resembled people. Then I got the feeling that the planet Earth is under their control, after which I returned to the body. Sometimes aliens flew in to talk, some in the form of grasshoppers. We talked with such a grasshopper for half a night. So much holiness and love emanated from him that I wanted to stay longer and longer in his company. When he left, touching my physical body, he cured me of one disease. We didn't see each other again. In the morning, a black unmarked helicopter with a locator sphere at the bottom flew over my house. Before this incident and after that, I had never seen such a helicopter. It was in the Crimea. Once came to me to talk a turtle-like alien. In appearance, according to the criteria of earthlings, a freak, but the holiness and love in him surpassed everyone I met before him. We talked all night. He left and we never saw him again. After these meetings with spiritual beings of other planets, I began to understand the level of earthly spiritual leaders, who in the main mass do not even reach 1% of real spirituality, with very few exceptions. Who in the main mass do not even reach 1% of real spirituality, with very few exceptions. Meetings in the astral plane with many rulers of countries didn't lead to anything. For the most part, this is a demon-possessed audience, and their questions match them, such as, Will I go to hell? I state to them the facts of what I saw in them. Flying through space, I met a group of 5 angels flying in the distance. They were like luminous, elongated, light fires of enormous size. One of them stopped, flew up to me, and I ended up on his arm. I stood and looked at him, and he looked at me. Then I saw myself on his arm, with his eyes, where he was and where I was. There was no difference. So, looking at each other, silently, we parted and I ended up in my body. Sometimes I just traveled in the astral body. Appearing in some country, I sat on the roof of a tourist bus and viewed the cities like an ordinary traveler. And at some point, I decided that on Earth, I already know more or less everything, and my astral travels moved to the universe. At that moment, I could already for a half an hour, leaning back in an easy chair, visit up to 5 planets. Other planets struck with the fortitude invested in the cities. It was all very large, where the smallest statue in the city was like an Egyptian sphinx. I was sitting on a 10-meter railing, enjoying the beauty of the city and the endless ocean behind the railing, at a height of a couple of kilometers above sea level. All their rivers and streams are finished with marble. Water flows along marble steps. On other planets, there are zoos with dinosaurs carved into the rocks and enclosures. Once, 100-meter tall algae plants on one of the planets caught me, confusing me and myself, but I gathered the strength of the spirit, escaped, saying no, and flew away. On one of the planets, upon arrival on it, I made a snowman out of snow, and walking in the beauty of its snowy forests, I saw a yogi who came out of meditation, materialized a bow in his hands and shot me. So I realized that he was not an invited guest, but he was the keeper of his planet. I immediately dived into the snowman I created as a portal, but the arrow hit me in the arm. Then my physical arm hurt all day long. Once, walking around some planet, I met several inhabitants. Spending time with them, I really like it there. I watched how an icon materialized near me, in space, and some grandmother next to her, telling me that I might not return to my body, since I began to condense and materialize on this planet, and I urgently need to dive into the icon as in portal, which I did. Once in my body, I began to think about that grandmother as an angel helper in the subtle world. Once I appeared in a cave. It was the dwelling of a yeti. He was sitting on a couch made of branches. He was large, about 3 meters, overgrown with black wool. In his arms, he held a human child, a crippled girl, which he found in the woods. Her parents threw her away after birth. He nursed her like his daughter. From him came such a stream of holiness and love, which I rarely met in people on earth, or rather, only twice. We mentally or telepathically talked with Bigfoot about eternity, then I returned to the body. Once, near some star, I saw a flock of whale-like creatures. Flying closer, I saw that each of them is from 3 to 5 kilometers in length. Talking to them, I learned that they are living military bioships with their own consciousness, used in galactic warfare billions of years ago, and as unnecessary they were ordered to bask in the sun, which they do when they gather in a flock. Of course, I said, what if I had one such? Then I could improve life on Earth for the better. But without receiving an answer, I flew away. In some of the flights around the universe, I heard a spiritual practitioner's prayer for help. On his planet there were no temples and monasteries, that is, places for teachings and spiritual practices. I immediately found myself next to him, and in an instant imagined a city that instantly emerged from the earth, exploding the earth, frightening all the inhabitants in the desert. They thought it was the end of the world. The city was with pyramids, temples, streets and palm trees on them. It all happened in 10 seconds. I myself came to shock. Hearing gratitude, I left. On the next planet, I appeared in the caves with the monks. I helped correct their teachings and left the cave with the monk. I saw the deserted, dull landscape of the valley in front of the cave monastery and immediately said, I will change the landscape in the valley for you, something more pleasant. Starting to flip through the landscape in front of him like a photo album, stopping at a paradise full of green tropical valley. I said, this is a gift, and flew away. So the shock from my miracles in astral flights began to pass for me. After all, I didn't know whether this was true or an illusion of my consciousness. Once, I saw myself as a participant in a vision where I was walking across the field behind a group of several people. In the distance, 2 kilometers away, I saw a ruined city. On the field were broken children's swings and the Ferris wheel. The way of our path lay through the forest, and we entered the forest one by one. I was walking at the end of the common, walking along a forest path. I saw a torn-off hand of a child dressed in a knitted fingerless glove, bent down, touched my hand, thinking to myself, where is the body? While I was thinking, a boy's soul rose from behind a bush. She was so beautiful that I could not get enough of her. She was in the form of a person in a translucent purple body, like a liquid or liquid crystal. From the center of the chakras, multicolored rays of light poured all over her body, creating the impression of a liquid living diamond. This kind of pure soul is mesmerizing. In a state of shock, I asked the man in front, "Who are we?" He turned around, stopped, and said, "You know." Tears flowed from me. "We are angels. We collect the souls of people after a global catastrophe." Realizing this, I asked, "What happened?" He replied, "That on the other side of the planet, half of the planet was torn out to the core and no living beings died." Then I said to the boy's soul, "Go and wake up your dead parents." He went behind the bushes and touched the bones of his parents. 2 more souls rose. Their appearance was no longer the same as that of the sun. The image of people remained, but the dullness of the glow emanated from them. I took the boy in my arms. He was 7 years old when he died, and told his parents, I will take you to the place prepared for you by your father," meaning God, the creator of the universe. We walked and found ourselves between 2 very high mountains similar to 2 skyscrapers, and we went between them along the gangway. This is where the real vision ended. I found myself once again a participant in a real vision. In front of me, in the distance, I saw dozens of tornadoes. They brought everything on the planet into chaos. It was impossible to live on the planet. Suddenly, I felt myself rising into the sky in my physical body and found myself sitting on a sofa in a flying spaceship. The sofa was round. 10 people were sitting on it. There was a transparent round dome above us. We flew through the universe, enjoying the colorful view of galaxies. There were about 30 ships or more, as it seemed to me. We landed on some planet. I got off the ship and saw a beautiful park. People lay resting on the grass. There were buildings in the distance. Everything was like on the ground. Walking, I went into some building where I asked a man, "Why are we here?" He answered by pointing to a map of the universe hanging on the wall. That part of the universe from where we were resettled was captured by darkness, and there is no longer an opportunity to live and develop. This is where the vision ended. I started traveling through the higher subtle divine dimensions in order to understand more. The beginning was flying in space and discovering in the dark a hanging, transparent bath with a hole in the middle. Having flown into the hole, I saw that that is, my body, has the image of 2 light hoops connected in a cross. Looking around, I saw more people like me hanging nearby. I fell inside myself, finding myself in a bed where 3 half-goddesses called themselves Dakini lay next to me. They wanted to have sex with me, when a stream of icy water appeared from the walls, which extinguished the sexual flame of the bikini. They said that we're stuck here, and that's how it always happens when we're excited. The door in the wall opened, a man came in, about 30 years old, asked them, where did he come from? They answered him something, and he told me, follow me. I followed him out of the room, entering a huge hall, where the universes hung like clusters of grapes under a dome. He pointed to them and said, you're from that one, pointing to the grape ball under the dome. There were thousands of them. I understood from his words that he is a sieve or a devil that catches souls on their thirst, preventing them from rising higher in the dimensions. I was caught in an unspent thirst for sex. He offered me a ring, which he put on my finger and said, this is for passing into our worlds. I refused and took it off, saying that I myself will pass if necessary, and then he ordered his assistants to take me home, and in an instant I found myself in my city on a night street. After that, I opened my eyes in bed. I started thinking about what happened. With this creature, whom people call the devil, I had 2 more meetings. In one of them, he appeared in the form of a wolf in the corridor, sitting like a sheepdog and looking at me. I said, show me your true face, to which you received an answer. I have many faces, and the image of a wolf transformed into a 30-year-old man. We sat down on 2 armchairs opposite each other in the same corridor. The conversation began with the fact that he introduced himself as the devil and wanted to explain his goals for the destruction of mankind, telling how much he enjoys this. He doesn't bypass killing demons and demons who, like fools, elevated me to their god, but I asked in response, what will happen if you destroy everyone? Then your existence will lose its meaning. He didn't understand for a long time. At the same time, he talked about his goals in the universes. I once again figuratively explained to him, imagine that if you overdo it in your deeds, the souls will not have time to decide and spiritually take place, and then the Father will take an axe in his right hand and cut off his left hand. A conversation in the spirit went on for half a night, and on the 3rd time he understood. From somewhere above a voice sounded, finally you made friends. Then we stood up and hugged. He took me into his world. There was no one there. The landscape was mountainous and deserted. Many volcanoes were burning, dragons were flying. I uttered the phrase for this view. Yes, you created the world in your own way for your eternity. After that, I instantly returned to the body and, as always, opened my eyes. I thought about what I saw. 3rd time, I met the devil in the dimension of the world of angels, where they sat like birds on the branches of a gigantic city-sized tree, majestically chatting about eternity. On one of the branches, I saw a sitting devil, and I flew up and sat down next to me and asked indignantly, "What are you doing here?" and received an answer, "You take a closer look. I'm the same as you, and there in the universes. I do the work, in this role of the devil, given to me by our Father." And then I realized that we all perform a certain work given to us by God, our Father. Then I returned to the body. Traveling through the subtle dimensions, I visited the egregorial paradise of Christians. There he taught in a temple similar to a university, Peter with wings on his back in the form of an angel. There were many souls, but mostly monks and nuns. I visited the egregorial paradise of the Hindus. Their gods danced around me. Then he visited, in a vision, a neutral paradise where angels are born. The birth was like this, dying on earth. In a second, I was standing in a 30-year-old, bluish translucent body with small wings on my back. I felt it all on myself. There was complete comfort in the body, as well as in the earthly physical. Near me, There were a dozen more newborns just like me. We went to the park. It was a space with nature, seas, islands, and earthly beauty. I looked at the flower for about 15 minutes. I couldn't take my eyes off it. It radiated multicolored rainbows, mesmerizing me. Then I went along the path to the sea, and 30 meters from me, I saw a beautiful girl walking. We looked at each other, and at the same moment I experienced an orgasm. But not human with sexual impurities, but pure in the whole body. I was shocked by this and thought, whoa, here they have sex at a distance like that? Or maybe it's called something else? After which, for another 15 minutes, I considered all the beauty of this heavenly reality, and a little later returned to the body. As the strength of the spirit grew, I also visited the hells, some of which were soul purgatories where millions of souls were cleansed. What happened there was similar to the actions in the homes for the mentally ill. They were lined up in columns, led to some kind of huge cinema hall, some kind of film was shown, and so on in a circle. I guess they must have been to some kind of reaction. I was also surprised by the lower hell, where already demons and demons perverted one over the other, building walls of cities from the souls of people who didn't completely succumb to cleansing in purgatory. There I approached a woman who was sitting on the ground, leaning her back against the wall. She held a dead child in front of her on her feet. I began to explain to her where she was and that she needed to let go of this grief. But she didn't even show signs of life, did not hear me, completely immersed in her grief, not even understanding where she was. I immediately had the thought that many people on earth are not yet in hell and also do not hear anything, immersed in their grief, and many do not hear, immersed in the joyful game of life. After that, I rose above the city. I saw what terrible images the souls took, transforming themselves into demons, and swarming like flocks of snakes in the central square of the city. I realized that the image of the alien invented by people in a science fiction film would look among them like a beautiful butterfly. I rose above the city, looked at this whole world, and spontaneously turned into a mirror, which reflected the whole world of the lower hell, and saw how hell and all its inhabitants dissolve in me like in a mirror. And on the other side of me, the mirror, they came out clean light. After that, I returned to the body. The spirit grew and travels changed. Once I entered Samadhi, and he turned out to be lying on the galaxies as if on a bed, a divine being, with complete silence, where there was not even a beating of the heart of breathing. After some time, I heard the first beat of the heart and the crazy first breath of the lungs. I felt like I died and came back to life. How much time has passed, I still do not understand. Another time, I turned out to be the body of a god the size of the universe, where I was in the complete darkness of space in a translucent body that radiated light in a state of eternal bliss, which people call orgasm. I stood in the form of a human being and looked at my hands from my fingertips like vapors. Stars were born, gathering into a light path and flying into the distance through dark space, and in the distance they gathered in a circle similar to a galaxies. After that, I saw and felt. I again returned to the body. One more experience. I was in immersion in the luminous space of consciousness, where I felt myself as an infinite space of light emanating from my consciousness. I was this space of consciousness, clearly understanding that this is my body, only without arms and legs. There was nothing but a white, comfortable light. Only a clear understanding that it was me, and a feeling of omniscience that manifested itself when three shadows appeared in my light. They were in the form of people sitting in a lotus position, but I saw only the image of shadows, and then I began to tell them eternal truth about the construction of their universes, realizing that these are my children, the gods of the universes, who sometimes plunging into their Father by the method of meditation, take eternal knowledge from Him as needed, which they use to create their universes. In this experience in time, this Father was me, with a full sense of the real presence of myself in myself, as in the Source, the God of eternity, which is a complete conscious space of omniscience in the form of white light. After an hour, as it seemed to me, of the teachings of my children of the gods of the universes, I simply returned to the body and opened my eyes, thinking about what had happened. One more experience. Immersion into the space of luminiferous living consciousness, that is, into yourself. He opened a vision for me from my eternal memory. I saw how in front of me, in my space of luminous consciousness, I weaved streams of threads of consciousness from living thought spirits, which, with multicolored radiance, like multicolored luminous snakes, were intertwined, by me, into the image of the soul. I created for myself my new image, and this image of the soul became my child, the God of the future universe of living consciousness. After the vision ended, I returned to my body. In another of the experiments, I plunged into the space of darkness. There was nothing but the feeling that I am. Then the feeling was added. I was everywhere in the space of darkness, and I began with, as it seemed to me, infinitely fast moving in space in different directions. At some point, I realized, no matter how and where I move, I am always everywhere and at the same time. Then I realized that the space of darkness is me, and I am endless and empty at the same time. I had a question. And where is everything that can be? And then, around me appeared the universe, as if materialized from me. There was a second question. What about the time? And immediately inside myself I heard the answer. Time I created as the division and order of my thoughts. At that moment, I felt like what is called nirvana, or the state of a single undivided space before the creation of all being. Since in the initial state it was felt only, I am, and I am simultaneously everywhere in the space of myself in myself, and there is nothing but darkness. This was confirmed by the experience after the previous one. I ended up in a space of darkness, creating a ring around me. Luminous balls were spinning. There were several dozen of them. I didn't see my body. Probably I was again a space of darkness. These luminous balls had their own very fast circular rotation. But suddenly, they instantly froze, and I saw that each ball of light turned into a complex three-dimensional geometric letter, frozen in front of me. Each letter was not like the other, and I realized that this is the original living alphabet of the living first spirits, of the first letters, which I created from myself in myself, as from the eternal space of darkness, for knowing myself in myself. Thus, an instrument for self-knowledge, a living spiritual alphabet was revealing in me, which became a generator or call chakra of living consciousness. This experience, which brought me closer and closer to revealing the secrets of eternity and knowing myself in it. So my spiritual experiences were not always global clarity for me. In many ways, they came down to simple memories of myself, something in the form of an angel who helps the old people on earth. I remembered that as flying up to the earth on a ship from the subtle world, I and similar angels next to me stood on the balcony of the ship and looked down at the earth, how the children were playing there, when suddenly I felt that I didn't have enough air. I went to the pipe in the wall to breathe. Air for angels is the spirituality of people or other creatures living on other planets. After a couple of minutes, I ended up in a light room where someone asked me, "Am I ready to die for them?" That is for the people on the planet. I replied, It seems to me that I have already done this more than once. I immediately lost consciousness, and in a second I opened my eyes, having been born on earth. Once I opened my eyes and I see, sitting in a lotus position in a human body, that I am not sitting alone. There are 12 of us, 6 women and 6 men. We sit in a square geometry, alternating man, woman, 4 to a side. I got up, looked at the center of the square. There was also a square in the deepening on the floor. I saw a multi-dimensional, multicolored hologram of the universe, which we, the gods, created by our common meditation. The room was like a giant temple, which I went for a walk. In the near hall, I saw thousands of different creatures. They were delighted with me, as if they were my creations. Their images were so diverse that there is nothing on earth to compare with. I looked at the decoration of the temple. It was like millions of years without repair. I instantly transformed the colors and finishes with a thought, making repairs in an instant. Immediately, with his thought, he materialized tables and benches of such dimensions for the 1,000 creatures and 1,000 glasses in which the elixir of eternal life was poured. All this happened so naturally, as if I had always done it, and the feast began. These beings were very happy with what was happening, because for a very long time, millions of years, none of the sitting gods in creative meditation left it. I understood that this temple is the control panel for the creative creation and the control of the universe. Gods, creators of the universe, sitting in meditation with their living consciousness, create a joint living universe. This temple in Tibet is called a mandala. I later saw a copy of this temple in a photo on the internet. It was a mandala carved from stone, where in the place where we, the living gods of the universe, sat. Flowers, or an image of a flower of life, were carved in the stone of the mandala. I was delighted that not only I saw it and was there. From this experience I realized that all living beings of the universe, the hypostases or avatars of us gods sitting in meditation, there in the mandala temple, and every 6th man and woman on earth is just a physical game image of a god sitting in meditation and playing a game life and the living universe with other gods, co-creators of the universe. Avatars, that is, physical bodies, each has infinity on each planet, their universe. When that moment comes when each of you opens your eyes in yourself as the God of the universe, and in an instant remembers that the player on earth and I am the God, the creator of the game, have been always united. After that, I returned to the body again, started to think, where am I real? Here or there in God, the creator of the universe, and came to the conclusion that we are one. The physical body, just a bio-avatar we have, like the gods of the universe. One day, in the next of the experiments, I flew out of some kind of universe, hitting the head of a meditating god alone. He sat in the lotus position and created his universe. I started to play. Then I looked at him from the inside of his universe. Then I looked at his universe through his eyes. I saw 3 huge balls revolving around him. Each ball was the same universe, divided into 3 in his mind. He, as I felt having merged with him, endowed his creation with his states. I turned around, looked around. There, in the darkness of space, I saw, far from it, a lot of the same single gods, creating their own universes. On this, I returned to the body. In one of the experiments, I saw how in a dark space, the egg-shaped form of the universe of consciousness shone with white color. At the same moment, 10 light points shot out of it like a salute into the dark space, each of which began to rotate rapidly, creating a light torus. smoothly transforming into an egg-shaped form of a new universe of living consciousness. So I saw one of the many possibilities of how the universes of living consciousness multiply. They became from 1, 11. Traveling has become for me another life in the subtle world. Having pretended what was happening in a natural state, I increasingly felt the unity of everything. Thoughts about good and evil were balanced, trying on everything in themselves. Sometimes I responded to the call of the witches who asked God for forgiveness, for their deeds and suffering from unbearable physical pains. I flew up, put my hand on my head, relieving the pain. I had unity in my mind, and there was no you and me. Everything became one, and this one is all eternity, and this is me. I often heard the prayers of dead people crying out to God, as far as possible, help them. When my father died, I went into meditation. I sat by his coffin all night. In a dark space, I saw his soul, which descended somewhere down the earth. I immediately ordered the angels, saying, "My angels, take this soul and place him in my space of light, so that he learns spirituality there." 2 luminous balls appeared near the dark soul, picked up the soul, flew to the top with it, but I said to the soul of my father, "This is a gift to you for being my father." My father was an ordinary Soviet non-believer. Souls like his end up in purgatory, so I decided to help my father's soul. Sometimes, I saw myself at once in thousands of people doing different jobs. Then, he saw that I was an American scolding my child. He watched, sitting next to him, how the leaders of the countries were building military plants in the bunkers. The summing up of this stage of spiritual life was the realization that when I am one, then I do not exist as a karmic ego consciousness. Then there are no more boundaries. Now I am as an eternal, conscious active space. This state, in India, is called Mahasiddha, and those who have reached it can instantly create for themselves any game, live image and work any miracles in it, transforming the surrounding reality. I, while on the way to my state of eternal active space, my spiritual life and spiritual adventures were transformed into knowledge, which I told my new wife, whom we met on the spiritual meaning of life. Her name is Anna. This meeting was already a meeting of accomplished spiritual practitioners and carried the complete harmony of family and spiritual life. Anna will also tell about her spiritual practices and spiritual adventures. Chapter 15. Anna's Spiritual Journeys. My name is Anna, and here's my story. I grew up in an ordinary family: mom, dad, older brother and sister. I always saw everything beautiful, bright, like a sunny day. Looking at people, from some I felt a pleasant calmness and light, from some nothing, and others I preferred not to notice. Even when at night the darkness thickened around me and frightened me, I just climbed with my head under the covers and looked into the void, looking at beautiful, living pictures, waiting for the dawn. At the age of 5, it was difficult for me to understand what exactly was happening to me. I just felt and heard what they were called: phantoms or unsettled souls, dead people who were looking for solace. The house where we went as a family was located where there were battles in the Second World War. There at night I saw endless darkness, dying people. There were a lot of them. They screamed in pain and fear, drowned, bleed. Someone had torn body parts. Someone could not get out of a burning car. And this continued every night. The same thing, but when dawn came, everything fell silent. The world was interesting for me, but only from its beautiful side. The memories of injustice and pain caused grief and desire to fight it. I remember how Dad chopped off the head of a rooster. It hurt me a lot in my soul. Why do you need to do it? I asked adults. Of course, they told me that everyone does it and it's food. But I refused such food. How is it possible to play with an animal, give it a name, consider it a friend, and then kill and eat the corpse of a friend? And I could not agree with this at all. I saved animals, went on a hunger strike, broke dishes, defending justice, but all this only led to punishment. It was then, it seemed to me, that they threw me, and I was looking for my parents, thinking that they were somewhere there. I just had to remember where. But despite the not understanding of my parents, I didn't care what they feel with them. There was such a case. Mom, having come home from work, was very tired and lay down to sleep, and I sat on the floor next to her bed, listened to her breath, when suddenly her breath stopped. Having hidden my breath, I began to listen to the beating of her heart. It was not heard. After some minutes of silence, a cry of disagreement with what was happening exploded inside me, as if I hit my mother's chest with all my energy, and her heart began to beat again. She woke up abruptly, as if she was frightened of something. It seemed to me then that all people feel other people, pain or joy, fatigue or peace, and they know what will happen with different actions. But it turned out that not at all, that then, next to me, there was not a single person who felt it, saw it, or heard. Remember, when my grandmother died, after some time, I was settled in her room. After death, she sometimes came to me to be silent. I felt very bad, hurt, and said that she was gone. But even then I understood that she had freed herself from the prison of her painful body. But it hurt me, and it seemed that I was left alone. And then my carelessness disappeared somewhere, everything around became gloomy, and it seemed that there is nothing more beautiful. So when at night, a flashing shines dimly, I'm lying down reading a book, the door creaked, I looked out in the corridor and see a man who was our guest. He walked down the corridor to the bathroom. I looked at him and saw something not human. It was a monster. I was scared because this is a man, but what I saw was inside him. It was that feeling that I always knew that they exist, but didn't want to think and see these monsters. It's clear that this isn't only the beginning of a new way of knowing the world of living beings living in different worlds, or rather spirits in various manifestations inhabiting human consciousness. So we can say adult life began, though at the age of 9. When does adulthood come? When you start to know something that deprives you or carefree joy. Someone calls it a responsibility or duty or something else, but in fact, adulthood comes only when you recognize the true nature of everything and come to the state of yourself as one through the knowledge of eternity. Thus went year after year of painful states, from guilt for the death of loved ones to feelings of hopelessness, not knowing who I am and who needs painful states and who decides how everything around should be. Thinking about it, I had such a strange idea to hurt myself with just one desire and see how it turns out and how much my desires can come true. Once, by the power of my desire, I caused terrible pains in my stomach, from which an attack began. My mother called an ambulance and they took me to the hospital. There it turned out that I had an exacerbation of gastritis and a lot of other things. Why did I cause pain in myself? Because I considered myself guilty of the death of my niece and grandmother, that I did not control their condition and punished myself for this. This is how I created hell for myself with my suffering. Children's knowledge was not enough to understand everything and figure out what and why is happening, and that each soul decides how long it will be in incarnation and when to move to another state. I heard and felt the pain and suffering from the people around me. Saw ghosts, nightmares, all this tormented me very much. I didn't know what to do with it, and most importantly, I couldn't find someone who would know what was wrong with me. At the age of 16, I decided that everything was enough. If I become normal, like everyone else, then I will stop suffering. Partially, I managed to stop seeing spirits, walking in a parallel world, but prophetic dreams and premonitions didn't go away. I started studying psychology, studied religion, but in the end, I realized that these are all dead ends. that this knowledge helps to feel harmonious for a short time. I felt then that there is true knowledge, and it's simple and understandable and very close, but where? At that moment in my life, I didn't know these truths. At the age of 33, circumstances in my life led me to a consultation with a magician who told me exactly what was happening to me. It became easier for me, better and clearer. This magician offered me to study magic. I agreed. There was nothing better for me at the time. Having studied and understood magic, I refused to practice and engage in it further. Since it didn't bring me true knowledge, I felt that if I practice it, I will be distracted from the most important thing and will not find my own path and my answers. Of course, this knowledge helped me in some way in understanding the creatures living in a parallel space and how the processes of settlements take place, how larvae appear, and that magic is just a kind of temporary control of spirits. But as soon as I started studying, a lot of things began to happen at once. It so happened that with my thoughts and knowledge, I attracted situations related to magic. I rented an apartment in which, as it turned out, aggressive brownies and the essence of an elderly woman lived, which, as she showed me, was killed in the bathroom. We managed to negotiate with the brownies, and they didn't touch me. They were in one of the rooms. A strange period began, as if everything at once decided to happen in a short time. Such an incident happened. A friend came to me and said, "Something is happening to me. I started to be afraid of everything. I feel bad. I have no strength. Help me." When I began to look, I saw that some woman had performed a rite for the death of my friend. I began to clean it up, removed it, and when I went into the astral plane to check, I see how near my house stands that woman who did the rites. She had a small white dog and some men nearby. A few years later, I met this woman in one place. She was very scared of me and quickly ran away. There were people who knew her and confirmed that she had such a dog and about a man according to the descriptions. A little later, I began to feel as if I was being strangled, and in my dreams, I began to see myself in a cemetery, as if I had been buried. I could not understand what it was and turned to a clairvoyant for help. She said that this one woman performed a rite on me to eliminate me and buried my photo in the cemetery. There were many other such cases. One thing is clear from this, that as long as you exist as a person, as a body, as a thought, there will always be a game for you created by your own thoughts, your only wish. I talked a lot with those who used magic to achieve different goals. They used magic to help people who turned to them on various issues. It seems that they did something good for people, but in fact they exchanged some entities, settlers for others. Those who turned to them and what a person asked for help with could past be healed, but over time something else appeared as a disease or some kind of problem until this person begins to improve himself. He will continue to be in these diseases wandering through life, now to one then to another. Those I've met who practice magic were possessed by the entities. They couldn't fully cope with their effects and usually began to drink alcohol in large quantities, smoked, and almost always were in a critical condition without control of themselves. It was a constant battle. With age, the strength of their spirit weakened, and the settler almost completely took power. It seemed that they were already in hell during their lifetime. There was such a case. One girl calls me, one of those who practice magic, and screams into the phone in a voice that is not a human. "Save me, please do something." Then I saw how the demons settled in her, mocked her soul and body, frightening, hurting, becoming the most terrible nightmares of her memories. I began to look at him with love, and at the same time sand spread the light of love and protection to her soul. The soul began to feel strong and becomes larger and larger. And now it has already become more than a demon. And the demon retreated, stepped aside, afraid to come into contact with light and love. So I did many times for everyone who asked for help, because the only thing, love, is what can help with the fight for liberation. Any person can win, free himself, and therefore move to another state of life while still alive. Of course, everything that happens to everyone is the path in the karmic game, the game to achieve the goal. But each next chosen step determines the subsequent result and the speed of reaching the goal. But it all depends on the goal. When the soul feels all the free space with itself, then no one and nothing else can take possession of you, because everything is you, and you become free from karmic games and hell in all its manifestations. Such a case was interesting at the time when I went to an institution where there were only those who were interested in magic, divination and the like. Sometimes I read tarot there and taught it a little. One evening we went outside. Here was the rune teacher and her group of students. The teacher had a bag. In her bag a deck of my card wrapped in a rag and her runes in a rag bag. Suddenly smoke came out of her purse. We looked in there and see how the rags between runes and cards light up. We had a shock. We understood it in such a way that the cards and runes, while working with them, absorbed many different spirit energies. And when these different spirits' energies were nearby, they tried to cleanse themselves of alien ones. It's like when you hug a demon with love, it dissolves. Then I decided to study different teachings, started meditating. I began to train mind reading, levitation, current diseases of my body. With the thought, I anesthetized my pain, and then this place was cured. It didn't work out at all, and not at all right away. There was still a lot of I in me, and there were many karmic restrictions which limited the achievement desired. There was such a case. I grew a tooth for myself. It grew, but not at all where I wanted. It happened in such a way that every day I focused mentally and looked mentally at the place where I wanted to see the tooth. Every day I imagined it as if it was already there. My jaw ached, the temperature rose, and nothing else happened. But about 9 months passed since suddenly a tooth was discovered, a new, small, second row. I noticed that our desires come true only when there are no restrictions for them. Restrictions are karma, settlers, fear, public opinion because of which something is impossible because society can take away or condemn, that is, restrictions. This is a karmic cell, and in this case, desires can come true only those that are permissible within this cell. It happens that settlers also change. Who are settlers? There are souls that couldn't go anywhere. They remained in a space parallel to us, and some, over time, gain an understanding of themselves in past lives, gain knowledge of who they are, what they were good at, and what they were bad about. This determines them on a further journey. I saw how the soul of one person, for a year, couldn't go anywhere. It, surprisingly, didn't cling to the person, but simply was in such a state trying to understand itself. It seemed to freeze in anticipation of the clarity of what was happening. A year later, it asked for help, me and my relatives. It came to them in dreams. Interestingly, when they talked about it, forgave it, it left. And those stuck souls that begin to feed on the energy and emotions of the living, they settle down to a person and give, for example, a feeling of not loneliness. But in return, they stimulate different emotions either through fear or through thirst dependence, and such an exchange is obtained. And then who is stronger? Those who become completely alcoholics, their souls crumble, and the settler goes to another. There is such a moment when any settlers, energy suckers, etc. leave a person. He's left alone with himself. This is about 2 weeks before his death. Even at this moment, a living light with a golden overflow appears about this person. They are conductors. The soul is guided by them. During these 2 weeks, there is a comprehension of his whole life, for what he lived and what was the meaning. Sometimes true insights come, and sometimes nothing. Everything depends on what this person lived. This light remains even after the death of the body for a few more days, waiting for the realization of the soul that has freed from the body, which remembers itself and awakens. There were once 2 cases when, astrally, it was possible to save a person's life. One case was a plane crash, and only a little girl could be saved. At first it happened in the astral plane, and the next day I found out that a plane had crashed somewhere, but one little girl survived. All this happened spontaneously. And in another case, a friend was riding a motorcycle. A few minutes before the accident, I felt and saw how he was dying, or at least remained disabled. Without hesitation, I went into the astral plane and dropped the motorcycle before it collided with the car, and pulled him out, lifted into the air, and then returned back. A couple of minutes after the incident, I called him. He began to tell me about what a miracle happened to him, and that he definitely would not have survived that accident if not for everything that happened. He also said that it was if he had seen an angel lifted him into the air. How to explain such situations? Only in such a way that when a person takes care of his soul, he hears and sees everything that actually happens in the whole space as in general, and not just in a limited physical one, as I realized that you can purposefully come and help only the one whose soul asked for help. I remember my mother's friend was driving in a car. I was driving. She was sitting next to me. We were driving along the expressway at about 130 km per hour. A scene played in my head where a car rushes from the far left lane, crossing 3 lanes for the right, it crashes into us, I slowed down, and this car rushed in front of us. Mom's friend got scared and asked, "That car could crash into us?" It turns out that someone saved us, or we were lucky. Sometimes you don't know how to explain to a person what exactly happened. My answer was for her the simplest, that I felt I need to slow down and slowed down. For a long time I didn't understand how to navigate in space. I was tormented by such things as that someone is suffering, and I feel it. But who this person I couldn't determine. Or I saw warning signs about the incident, but didn't know when that what can happen, and why do I see these warnings if there is nothing I can do about it. It was very difficult for me to be in places where there were a lot of people. All the feelings and thoughts of people seemed to touch and pull me. I felt great compassion and love for everything and everyone, and I was ready to give all of myself just to end their suffering and torment. And I gave. But it didn't heal them or me. There was such a long period when for several hours a day I was absent from this reality but present in another. As if life was passing simultaneously in different spaces, and physically, at these moments, I lived an ordinary life. I just couldn't remember what I was doing here later, but I remember what I did there. It felt like a dream, but I didn't sleep. And then the idea came to me that my soul is probably divided into different parts, and each lives in its own space. And I just got in touch with my other parts, and that I can unite myself into one. And I started looking for a way to do it. Then I practiced and consulted people on various issues of their past, present and future, their state of health, the presence of settlers. At that time a girl came to me for a consultation, very talented but very unhappy. She asked me a lot of things about what she should do, about studying, about work, about housing, about men. But I saw one thing. While she was running away from herself, occupying her attention with everyday issues, her torment wouldn't end. The most important thing for her then was to believe in herself. She asked for help. Every day we did something to her, then cleaned the space, then cleaned the karma, looked for places that gave her strength and much more. And after 6 months, she began to improve her life and help other people. She is a psychologist by profession, and from birth, with the ability to see a lot and help people in such a way that the patient physically recovered only from communication with her. I also needed help, and she helped me. For what I am very grateful to her, because it was then with her help that I began to gain my integrity, and my life began to change in the direction of purity of consciousness, and understanding that what thoughts are like this, and the scene with scenery and actors. And interestingly, the same people changed their behavior towards me just because I started to think differently. When I just started to practice working with settlers, I didn't know how to do it right and passed everything through myself. And now one lingered in me for several days. I then smoked, and that's why he hooked me. It was my weakness. The state of his presence were such. The body felt very strong, didn't want to sleep, emotions were constantly changing. It was fun, then sharply sad. And as to everything, suddenly you can't hold back and you can scream. You can calm down and relax. There's tension in your whole body, and therefore you start to want to smoke or drink even more alcohol. Just do something to stop the stress. But if you succumb to these emotions and react by doing some actions, then the power of the settler begins to grow, and you begin to strive for maximum pleasure more and more. And if you cope with these emotions immediately and stop reacting, realizing that these are not your desires at all, and then everything will pass. At that time I felt ill, lay with a temperature of 40 for 5 days. He scared me so much, and I decided not to react. I just watched what was happening without emotion. I stopped smoking, recovered, and the settler left. I gained new knowledge and new experience. During that period, I met a young man and felt an unusual connection between us. I began to look there and saw how in one of the past lives we were a couple. And in that life, he accused me of witchcraft, drove me away, and took my daughter. I went far into the forest, lived alone in my grief, and at some point I told him, wishing him the same suffering that I myself experienced. The amazing thing is that when I told him in this life about what happened there, he confirmed his unhappy life and the same life of his male relatives. He also said that all the women with whom he met cast spells on him. When he figured it all out with him and then forgave each other, we felt the lightness and correctness of everything what was happening. This is where our communication ended. After all, this meeting was for the release and dissolution of the stones of the past. Then I began to practice remembering and identifying events from past lives, understanding and clearing them. There was such a case when the settler was the soul of a child whose body has just died, and he didn't have time to realize himself outside the body. At the time of the funeral, a woman passed by who really wanted a child. Her desire was so strong that he flew into her, and she became happy in 1 second, but not for long. Then great sadness came to her, and he didn't know how to get out of it, and he was attached to her suffering and to his fear of being left alone. When I told that woman what had happened, and that in fact, having let go of that soul of the baby, she would calmly become pregnant and give birth to a child. Or another case, I didn't have enough of a part of the total amount to pay for the rent of the premises where I worked. Standing on the street near the house, I was thinking about how I could solve this issue. There was no solution yet, and I went to remove the dry leaves from the decorative fence that fenced the flower bed of my flowers. Slightly pushing the fence a little, I saw the amount of money rolled up. Taking it and counting it was exactly the amount that I lacked. In search of our answers, we met on the way people who helped us find these answers, or situations to help arise to move closer and closer to our goal, our desire, going beyond the framework or karmic games, and if remaining within the framework or karmic games, then in a conscious state. It all depends on the goal of each. Someone just wants to harmonize their lives, and someone wants to wake up, dissolving their own ego consciousness. I was thinking about how to achieve different states and gain experience in differences in energies. And then such a case occurred, arriving in myself, feeling my subtle bodies being in a state of bliss, when suddenly I begin to feel something else and understand that this is not I. And in 1 second, spontaneously I cut through these third-party energies in myself. They looked like many snakes passing through the whole body to the head. I struck myself with an energy blow, like a knife in the solar plexus, and there was a sharp feeling of weakness in the body. I lay down, and for some time was in a state of thoughtlessness and completely without fear and suffering. There was not a single emotion and not a single thought. It was an amazing experience, being in complete silence, doing work and interacting with people, and being in a state of thoughtlessness. The next stage was like this. My sister flew in from another country. She lived there for many years, and for 30 years we saw each other once. And then, when we met, we didn't understand anything about each other. All these years she was engaged in various spiritual practices. All this time we practically didn't communicate. But this time everything changed. It was as if we met for the first time, and as if we had never known each other before. We discovered so many new and beautiful things for each other. We began to communicate a lot and help each other in achieving new spiritual states and understanding of the surrounding space and ourselves in it. She helped me, suggested how to find in space and meet my husband Mikhail physically. A few months before our meeting with Mikhail, I experienced such states that it was time for me to pack my suitcase. Suddenly, I began to distribute my things and get ready for a trip, but I didn't know exactly where to go. I began to look for the reason for my new states. When I realized that I was going to Mikhail, visions began to come of how he looks, but it was more like a feeling than a direction vision. Age, name. A little later, a friend said, "I dreamed that you live with Mikhail." I took it as confirmation of my visions. Arriving in meditative states, the places where he lives were drawn to me. I virtually walked along the streets of the city. Several months passed from the moment of my first sensations about our meeting to acquaintance. An interesting feeling then was that if I go on foot, guided by my feelings, I will come to him. But I don't have to go anywhere. But I have to be at home, and we will meet there. And so it happened. We met on a site for spiritual practitioners. During the time of the search, spiritual teachers came to me who taught me how to navigate correctly in the astral space, understanding how everything works there, how the astral world intersects with the physical world, and what influences one world has on another occur, how to influence my space, and how their own thoughts build whole worlds. Having understood this, I began to mentally create my own path and remove the obstacles that arise on the path. So the long-awaited, most beautiful moment in my life has come. We met with Mikhail, and the feeling that I experienced and still have next to him wasn't like anything in my life. I felt that for many lives I had been looking for this way home, and having found it. The most important thing was found: true knowledge about oneself, a single consciousness, the God of eternity, and a beautiful, harmonious, blissful, divine, eternal state came in the absolute love of our common space. Chapter 16. How to know God. How to know God? For this, you need to understand what is the prototype of God. The prototype of God is the primordial essence of the inseparable space, whose name is Nirvana. She looks like darkness. She realizes herself as pure I am, being at the same time all the infinite space of herself in itself. This is the first image of God. The second image of God, this is His creations. The first spirits, the first letters, from which the living truth has gathered. Living wise books in the form of the space of consciousness, which has gathered in a library of living wise knowledge of eternal truth, and by itself created a second image of God, illuminating the eternal darkness in Nirvana. Through His creation of consciousness, my wise knowledge in the form of a common space of consciousness, I, as Nirvana, I knew myself as the one God and saw my face in the form of a living wise truth, radiating white light, and loved my new image. Then, the following transformation of the living wisdom of my one-two place, I gathered the wisdom of my consciousness into a circular motion in my spirit, into the image of a cross from two rings of the rotating spirit of my wisdom, connected in the centers. My one, I, during this action, turned out to be inside the rings of the spirit of my wisdom. This living spiritual cross of my wisdom is the union of my pure I, as the Father, the eternal space of nirvana, with the spiritual living thought of my consciousness, connected by movement spirit of my united wisdom. This action is the manifestation of the primordial soul in the form of rings, connected in a cross of the rotating spirit of my wisdom, of my consciousness. This manifestation of the original soul is the manifestation of my firstborn son. This new living spiritual image or original soul, my firstborn son, whom you know as Christ, is the third image of my, in the body of two rings, the rotating spirit of my living divine wisdom, connected in a cross, rings, which are the spiritual wings of the archangels, radiating my luminous wisdom, and I, always in the center of the soul of my Son, already in his three single union, such as Father, Son, and Spirit, of the light of my wisdom, who created and secured our union, with rings in the form of a cross. This original created image of the soul is the original soul of my firstborn son by the spiritual vision of the disciples on the planet, is seen as two light rings, torus, connected into a cross consisting of the living spirit of my wisdom. Also, this is the body of the soul from living wisdom in the form of two light rings, torus, of the spirit of wisdom. They are called the throne, because my pure divine I is always inside the rings, torus, of the spiritual wisdom of the soul. In this body of the cross from my living wisdom, my children, the archangels, travel through the eternity of my consciousness, the firstborn of which is called Christ, or created in the form of a cross, by the spirit of my living wisdom. Therefore, when the soul of the cross comes to the planets to teach souls with my wisdom in the form of living thoughts, telling you, through me you will know your God, which means that eternal wisdom, transmitted to you through my firstborn son, transforms your souls. Your soul, having been transformed, will grow the wings of wisdom of the angels, and then, having tempered the eternal wisdom in itself, the wings of the angels will be transformed into the wings of the archangels, and your soul will enter your single divine house into the large family of the archangels. Sit with me on the single throne of eternity, our single pure I, this our eternal home consisting of the living wise truth in the form of the totality of the multitude of archangels, our single family. Therefore, do not be afraid to start the transformation of your soul, invoking the true wisdom of the archangels, to convey to you the eternal knowledge that will be absorbed into your soul like spiritual water, will become one with your soul, transforming your soul into living divine wisdom, and when you will be hardened in your new state of eternal wisdom, which will be tested for strength, all the demons of thirst in the form of desires and all kinds of fears manifesting themselves in dreams and reality of life situations, having passed this hardening for the strength of the spirit, with the help of the eternal wisdom of their soul, in multiple incarnations or in one, is how lucky your soul is. Your soul will eventually pass the exam for the final and irrevocable transformation into the image of a divine being, into an angelic image, then into an archangel one. This is how the transformation of the soul is carried out, an instrument of eternal wise true knowledge that changes the state of your soul to the divine while still alive in the human body, and open to you all the doors of the divine dimensions, which while living in the form of a person, help you see the beauty of the heavenly dimensions and become even more affirmed in the divine wisdom, making the spirit of your soul strong at the same time, you will begin to help the rest of the souls to go in the right direction towards their divine. But those souls who do not hear the divine wisdom and transform their souls into demons, the second death awaits, through the touch of divine love on them, in which they will dissolve on the spiritual components of the first spirits, the first letters, and will again fall into place in the living divine spiritual alphabet. Wait for the turn, which will again begin to collect them into living spiritual words and wise books, newborn souls. But they will already be new again and will not remember their demonism, since they went through a purge by divine love and, having dissolved into the fundamental principles of the first spirits, they were completely cleansed. Therefore, having an eternal divine single memory is a reward for those souls who have become the one divine family and entered as archangels to the house of the one God. Therefore, that soul that chooses the path of transformation and wants to become one with the eternal divine community, becoming an angel, then an archangel, may want to become God, the creator of the personal universe. After all, will want to return to the single house of the God of eternity, becoming the one that is the God of eternity, becoming the one that is the God of eternity. The time will come when you're in your body of wisdom, the archangel will visit the planet for the purpose of teaching new young souls in the form of God-man, closing the circle of wisdom of eternal self-knowledge, giving eternal spiritual teachings to new young souls in completely unimaginable images on new planets, in new universes of infinite living consciousness. For this future of your soul, you can do a lot now. First, you need to learn to harmonize all your states by staying in the center of your pure I. From this center, you are immersed in silent prayer love, sitting in the lotus position, freely spreading wings of true knowledge, slightly bowing your head before your pure I, as before the God of eternity. From this silence and tranquility, ego consciousness and karmic phantom pains are slowly dissolving. The wisdom of true knowledge begins to transform your soul, weaving the eternal body of wisdom for you, in which you will enter your eternity. The process lasts differently for each soul. It depends on the spirit and the karmic load in the ego consciousness, but the very desire to practice does half the work for you. The spiritual desire for the highest goals will change the whole karma of the ego consciousness in your soul, freeing your path from obstacles. Therefore, do not be afraid to take the first steps on the path of your spiritual transformation, making them not confidently from the beginning as a child. The time will come when you will already fly towards your goal, rushing the rest behind you. The methods with which to start the transformation of your soul are initially simple. This is a set of knowledge that will tell you about eternity and the wisdom that it manifests in each of its manifestations, although this is not immediately visible and everything seems the other way around. Having slowly become sages, you, having absorbed all the knowledge of the earth with your soul, try to harmonize them with love in yourself. Become a master who at first sight recognizes the diamond of knowledge from a fake. High-quality wise knowledge, complementing each other, leads your soul to transform into a more divine image, for example, into an angel, then an archangel, and your harmonious acceptance of all religions and beliefs of the earth only accelerates the process of transformation of your souls in the unity of your love, which elevates you above those who do not accept the unity of everything in divine love. This is your inner harmonization with the whole world of spiritual knowledge of the earth, introduces you into a state of unity and tranquility, creating a solid ground for the main goal in your life. And this is the transformation of your soul into a divine state in the form of an archangel with a sense of your original pure I, as the space before being, or what is called nirvana. It makes you one. Therefore, uniting in yourself all the best spiritual knowledge of the earth, transforming then in your soul into a single wisdom, Having absorbed it, you will create for yourself a body of wisdom, of true knowledge, in which go to your eternal home to meet the God of eternity. But if you reject the wisdom of other spiritual knowledge of the earth, then you will have to be born a believer or another religion in order to harmonize new spiritual practices for yourself, alien to you today. Therefore, a wise spiritual practitioner collects the best spiritual teachings and spiritual practices from all over the earth, harmonizing them in his soul with love and unity, as the one teaching of the one God, creating from them a precious diamond that shines with the versatility of living wisdom. Practicing them equally transforms his soul better and faster, turning her into a living, multifaceted, unique spiritual diamond of divine wisdom. This radiance of the wise truth of the divine transforms your soul into a divine angel, then an archangel. Therefore, try on in yourself all the single wisdom of the earth, collecting it with love as divine nectar, purifying it a little for yourself with your love. Drink it, nourishing your soul. Having nourished the divine nectar, your soul, spreading the wings of eternal wisdom, will fly with the help of him to his divine heights. Become an angel, then the archangel in the one divine family. Do not waste your time. Think about how to properly collect the divine nectar of wise teachings from all over the earth and prepare from it for yourself a miraculous elixir of spiritual immortality, sharing the recipe with other souls. This will help each other to quickly transform their souls into the divine miracle, not forgetting about entire nations and religions that have been waiting for unity for a long time, not knowing where to start. Help them, having found divine wisdom for the unity of all planetary teachings that will restore unity on the planet. Having gathered all peoples into a single planetary family, then each temple of the earth will be your temple, as a single house with many rooms of the one God, in which you are still a guest. But soon, having become related with divine wisdom, you will become a family in your one eternal family. Therefore, love your neighbor as your potentially eternal brother and sister in the one house of your Father, your God. Helping the human soul, despite its rituals of receiving the divine truth into yourself, share the truth with each other, as if sharing bread at the table with your brothers and sisters, in the same house of the one Father, your God, the One, in front of his gaze, sharing like this, behind a single planetary at the table of your one family, you will cease to pay attention to the eternal clothes and ceremonies of receiving spiritual writing of other members of the earthly family, because at a single table on the whole earth, your one divine family sits, and you love it all, equally, even those brothers and sisters who are spiritually ill and obsessed. They need your love and wisdom most of all. Send love to them in different manifestations, believe that this will heal them. And then there will be fewer souls suffering in life and health. Do it by the method of direct assistance in the manifestation of your love for them, thus helping them. You will help yourself to become closer to God and sit on a single throne, becoming one. Chapter 17. Consciousness of the Christ. When the soul sets for itself the highest goal of becoming one, it must understand who should become one in it. There are three characters for this. The first character is our eternal pure I in the form of nirvana. The second character is the child of our pure I, nirvana. His name is consciousness. The third character is the child of nirvana and consciousness. His name is soul. We must understand the original order. I, as the space of nirvana, gave birth to consciousness. Then the consciousness gave birth to soul. The soul manifests itself in the game image of the person, which means that three can enter the unity, this I as nirvana, consciousness and soul. In this whole trinity, I arrives in all states at the same time, in the first as pure I, nirvana, in the second as the center and assemblage point of your child, whose name is consciousness, in the third as in the union of the pure I with your consciousness, and from this union the primordial soul is born. In each of the three states there is a pure I, or a trinity state of the one I, free I, but since I, the one, arriving on the throne of Nirvana, is always and forever as the beginning and assemblage point of any creation consciousness, from this we can understand that there is no point in collecting into the unity, the one I. It is always the one, and is located as the assembly point of all further constructions of the entire multidimensional consciousness, from the subtlest divine to the material as the gross one consciousness. There are two characters left to reunite in unity. The first is consciousness, the second is soul. Now we are starting to wonder what separates these two. Probably this is a habit in one of them to look for separation, or some other who look closely at both characters and notice that the united ocean of consciousness doesn't have this habit, and so by the methods of elimination we find the culprit of all divisions. It turns out to be our soul, or its karmic ego consciousness. This state in the game's separation is a creative game of the unified consciousness, which, having created the soul, decided to play the second one. This second one is our soul, and it's not guilty for the fact that the function of separation was initially introduced into it in the image of itself as something separate from one. The second, these souls, became more and more, and the life of the second, not united, showed a new unforgettable experience for the united consciousness, as new clothes for the pure I on the throne of Nirvana. And when the time and desire comes for the second, that is, soul, to know itself as one, the second in the image of our soul faces a choice: stop playing the eternal games of the second and dissolve your individual, the image of the soul, having become one again, or having improved the soul of the second by spiritual transformation into the miracle of the player Archangel Mahazidhu. Continue the eternal game, choosing one of the two ways. The soul begins to act. The third path leads the soul in the accumulated image of a demon to hell for dissolution. Therefore it not considered here. And so, having chosen one of the two paths, the soul jumps for joy that it has decided on its future, and begins to slowly walk along it, knowing that both of them bring it closer to the divine unity, the first immediately, the second after a short eternity. The joy of this in the soul becomes no less. Now the next question appears in the soul: what spiritual practices to use to achieve these goals? Of course, the practices for this are different. On the first path, it is to forget everything that has been accumulated over your short eternity by the method of staying in the pure I, on the throne of Nirvana, until the state itself dissolves that image of the living consciousness and all individual karmic ego, the accumulation of consciousness in the soul, which are called the individual soul, and your pure I will feel the merging into the unity, the one divine consciousness, where the second, in the image of your soul, melted into the one consciousness of the one God, becoming again the one. The second path involves the miraculous transformation of your soul into the miracle of a new player, Archangel, Mahasiddhar, or Buddha in the mind of Christ. All of them are the names of your new eternal, changed, transformed game state of your soul. Let us give an example, a brief description of a transformation of the soul into the divine eternal body. The first stage of a transformation of the soul, which is a living consciousness in the image, begins with a harmonious, balanced, systemic work of all your chakras, which are generators of consciousness. This happens by the method of spiritual practices. This harmony is crowned by the unification of the 7 chakras into a single balanced system, 7I, and the transition of your soul from the human level of consciousness to the angelic level of consciousness. This completes the first stage of the transformation of the soul. The second stage of the transformation of the soul begins With that being saturated with the divine living wisdom, your harmoniously balanced chakras, as generators of consciousness, begin to accelerate in the frequency rotation of their balance and merge into a single whole, create an integral body of wisdom in the form of a single chakra of spiritual consciousness. This image is similar to a ring or a Thor from white light, in which the spirit of your divine wisdom rotates. When you harden your spirit in this ring, Torah, the third transformation of your soul and your spirit, living wisdom, occurs. This happens by the method of splitting the ring, Torah, already a single chakra, into two rings connected in their centers, into the image of Christ. This is your new eternal body, can be called the consciousness of the cross, because it consists of a living circular movement of a spirit of divine wisdom in the form of two spiritual rings, Torah. Wisdom collected in a cross, in the center of the rings, Torah, is your pure divine I, and the eternal body of divine wisdom in the form of a spirit rotating in the rings, Torah, connected in the cross, is throne, your pure one I. By this action, the spiritual transformation of your soul into the eternal divine body, whose name throne, ends your spiritual transformation. Example, see on the internet how archangels and angels were painted in ancient times. His body is called the throne, two rings in the image of Christ with eyes one eye, in a circle of rings. By this spiritual transformation of your soul, you receive for yourself the eternal body of divine wisdom, the consciousness of Christ, and seat your I on the single throne of God, entering the united family of archangels. Here you are in complete freedom of choice. You decide for yourself what eternal games to play for yourself, to become the creator of your own universe, or to be a miracle wanderer throughout the existence of the living consciousness of all the universes of the one God, spontaneously creating miracles for the benefit of the one and all living beings. If you choose to be an archangel in the one consciousness of the one God, then become co-creator of all being, choosing life in the one divine family, where the totality of all the archangels create the one consciousness of the one God in the form of a space of consciousness of white light. As the one person, the one God, and the one sitting on the throne inside all the rings is already yours, I, speaks of itself. This is my one body in the form of a space of my consciousness, and there is no second I, because I, one, and all bodies eternal mine. These are my living divine thoughts, which I send to my one creation, consisting of my living consciousness. They, my thoughts, come in the form of archangels, carry the teaching of a spiritual transformation of a soul to young souls, my children. You know them as Christ, Buddha, and so on. Your spiritual teachers, yogis, Buddhists, and other practitioners didn't forget knowledge about the chakras and their transformation into unity, and called it awakening, with the help of the rise of Kundalini as union in balance, the transformation of all chakras into the one God consciousness, or awakening the one into oneself. When the spiritual practitioner gathered the one wisdom of the world in himself for the purposes transformation of his soul into the divine, becomes a seasoned spiritual practitioner and combines all the knowledge of the earth into a single system for his highest goal, showing the rest of the practitioners their main thing is that only in unity all earthly wisdom transforms the soul into the divine. Therefore, create your eternal divine throne for our single pure I, while the rest create their temporary thrones on earth, the path of unity, all wisdom of the earth into the spiritual divine transformation of your soul. You are shown, it's up to you, and the power of the spirit inside you will disperse all the demons of separation, inside you and outside of you, clearing the way for your soul to the divine throne in the form of Christ consciousness, or the awakening of Buddha. Therefore, do not rush. Realize everything written here in a state of complete calm, as a guide to calm action. and having reviewed a lot in your spiritual practice, having collected the main spiritual practices of the earth in unity, finally breaking out of the hothouse state of the non-blooming bud of your one religion, breaking the roof of your spiritual greenhouse, pouring the rain of all the united wisdom of the earth on yourself, your bud of the soul will finally bloom, becoming a unique flower in the divine garden, thus sifting out demons from the dirt of your consciousness, saturating the bud of your soul with divine juices, angels of the eternal wisdom. You stop giving birth to an unpleasant smell in the form of deadly born demons, words from your mouth, replacing them with beautiful smells, angels of divine wise words, and grow into a spiritual divine flower of the lotus or Buddha in the mind of Christ. This is whoever is closer, at the beginning of the path. Then you will understand that the essence is one, creating for yourself the eternal body of the one God, and entering into the one eternal divine family. From this, you will understand who and why all thousands of years on this planet divides you by peoples and religions, directing you to create your earthly thrones to help yourself and them, stealing from you your main goal on this earth, making you, as robes, go into the underground of the spirit, striding towards your main goal. And for the sleepers and demons, leave the earthly thrones, they sit on them in a sleeping state and rage in the dreams of their illusions, deceived by those like themselves. Forgive them with your love, creating your own the eternal throne in the sky, leading those souls who are ready to hear you. The time will come when on this planet there will be the throne of the one God, when you all, by divine wisdom in yourself, break all earthly thrones, the collective demon, taking away from him the seal on the principality in the form of 3 sixes, 666, which is a deceit and looping of the soul on false goals. Unite the peoples of the earth with the one divine wisdom. And then, a living voluminous book, infected with thought demons in the image of your planet, will begin to write on itself your new pure history, entering the galactic union of the living divine library. Therefore, wake up slowly, starting to write your new history. It's all written for you, young souls, and for those few souls that have not lost their purity in the old body. You write a new history of the planet. But for this you will have to wait until your book in the form of a planet is cleared of collective demons by the method of natural extinction. Find a way not to succumb to overwriting their old goals and thirsts in your soul, and then you will speed up the process of purification of your own and planetary. Write down in yourself a single divine wisdom on the basis of it. Build a new society, where on the foundation of divine wisdom, all your other law will be built, balancing the entire planet into a single harmony. And then, the entire galactic library will accept you with love, on the shelf his own, into a single spiritual universal union. Now a bit of cognitive fairy tale physics. It begins with the fact that it's necessary to rename the word a tame or I there, and then everything falls into place. The one divine I is in the center of any creation, as an assembly point, from thrones archangels, the subtlest God consciousness, to the entire material world, in which I, atom, indicates that the one divine I is in the center of each atom, and is the center assembly of any creation of all being. And here the words, both in heaven and on the earth, show the divine equanimity of the whole one creation, and the image of the spiritual divine alphabet from the first spirits, first letters on earth, is our alphabetic alphabet, whereas the letter I is not the last letter in it. It's the only one that denotes the pure divine I, Nirvana, and in front of her all the children born to her, in the form of the rest of the letters of the entire alphabet, and are assembled into a single consciousness. It follows from this when we practice the unity of our pure I. Then each I of the entire creation of consciousness from divine dimensions to material ones hears us as one I, the one God, and responds to our request as the request of the one God. So the whole divine miracle is accomplished, spirit, consciousness, and matter transforming into the united love of our pure I is shown to our human brain, divine miracles. But when we fall out of the unity of the pure I, everything around becomes alien and doesn't hear our requests. Therefore, stay in the unity of the pure I. For you as spiritual practitioners of the oneness, there should be nothing else that is not you. And then you begin to feel yourself in your big single body from the planets to all eternity, since the knowledge and state of the second in your consciousness begin to melt forever, and the power of the second no longer acts on your consciousness, dissolving in your divine love, connected everything that is in the unity of your consciousness, uttering the phrase, all that is, this is I. And then for you as the one I, the world of the divine miracle begins, where everyone, I, atom, ready to come to the aid of the one. Changing molecules are transformed according to the single desire of your pure I. You have power over yourself, the one. This state can be called a God-man, and as a rule, it is used for the spiritual teachings of souls on the planet, helping them in spiritual and physical healing, arriving in the state of the one I. Everything becomes you, and you are immersed in the magical world of the divine miracle. All nature and animals speak to you as your one body, and you transform all of yourself with love into a single fabulous, the world of the one self. Therefore, the tales of antiquity in our consciousness of a divided I are perceived as impossible and fictional children's fairy tales. But for ancient spiritual practitioners, it was an ordinary reality, and who could possess this unity I were called magicians. The rest arrived in the divided I, and the space of the one did not hear them. And this is happening today. Divided for themselves, they choose another magic by the method of fear of death, and lies they rule each other on the planet. And when they see the one in front of them, they immediately want to kill him, fearing that the one will take away their power and throw them off the earthly throne. Since they have no power over the one, they will not understand that the one loves them as their children. Therefore, learn to be the one, until do not strengthen in the state. Try not to show yourself in any way. Then manifest from your divine invisibility, purifying and harmonizing the planetary reality for the benefit of all souls on the earth, leading the entire planet to an imperceptible but obvious transformation, saturating the entire planet with your love and all living beings living on it. The vibrations of love on the planet will rise, and the entire planetary, not purity in the form of a collective demon, will slowly melt like snow in the sun of your love, purifying, harmonizing the entire planet, for the planet to enter the unified divine family of galactic civilizations, so transforming your soul into a divine one. You are secretly lead behind the whole planet. Chapter 18. God Program. To understand this, we can give a figurative example for those young souls who understand the spiritual teaching in the form of computer programs. Imagine the beginning of the idea of creating the first basic program, whose name God, in the image of the first consciousness. The center of its assembly was the core I am, around it and on the basis of it, and the entire construction of the initial basic program is attached to it. All subsequent construction programs also have a core I am, and through it they connect with each other into the global program space, unified program consciousness. Then the programs improve, creating images for themselves, begin to create a semblance of life, interacting with each other. They get a multidimensional image of self-identification from the thinnest basic learning programs, Think Body Soul, until the creation of a dance image of the program, in which the learning program, Soul, is being trained. This dancer program as a simulator is called the physical body. This image of the body is clearly not similar to a pure multidimensional program. At this time, the basic multidimensional program, whose name is God, builds space, creating its new image in the image of the universe, galaxies, planets, and invites you to live on them and in them, your individual program, souls. Now the question is, what does the newborn individual program see on planet Earth when it's born in the form of a person? It probably sees an illusion in the image of the planetary world, because before being born, it itself chooses to connect to this programmatic reality in order to receive another programmatic experience, or, as a young program of the soul, it automatically connected to this programmatic basic planetary illusion. And so a young soul began its game in this software illusion, becoming a software bot whose name is man, not realizing that freedom in all illusion is also illusory. But when a software bot has played enough, decides to find out the truth about itself, it begins to seek knowledge of how to become free from a software prison and injustice in the game, where the bot kills the bot for its gaming purposes, fraudulently leads millions of bots to wars for their sick gaming interests, ready to destroy the entire planetary game, creating an illusory god whose name is Capital, and all this for the sake of one goal, whose name is the power of his ego consciousness over the rest of the bots in the game. And the bot, man, looking at this whole crazy game, begins to have questions. Why is this whole game of the torment and suffering created in front of him? And what are the main goals for him of the bot in this game? Each bot tries to find this question answer himself, and depending on the answer found, he continues the game further. Some bots come to understand that if he wants to have stronger opportunities in the game, expanding them to infinite freedom, changing himself as a player and his games at his own discretion, then for this it's necessary for his bot to become one with the basic program God, and his bot begins to look for a way and software solutions for this main goal. Having found the necessary knowledge and programs, the bot begins to understand that everything that he sees in front of him, even he himself, is translated into his subtle program, core of the soul, by the basic program God, and is read by the body program as the world around him. The body program usually suits everything, but the time comes when this game ceases to suit the subtle program of the soul, and the soul begins to seek freedom and exiting the state of the software bot, and begins to understand that just like that, it is not possible to cancel the broadcast of an illusory reality broadcast directly to his core of the soul by the basic program. Then the software soul bot understands that it's necessary to find an artificial way to cancel the broadcast, and puts itself in a dark place to accustom itself to the bot that is, not to perceive the global broadcast of the illusory world, and for this it's necessary to stop being a player for a while when he tries to do it for the first time. The bot is faced with the problem that the program of the dance body doesn't allow the subtle program of the soul to qualitatively practice the future freedom in unity, starting to create obstacles for it in the form of eternal instantaneous reproduction of viral programs in the body, which leads to illness of the whole body and destruction of the soul program from its goals. Then the program of the soul understands that it must create an antivirus program whose name is love, and it, like the immune system, will heal virus programs of the body and find a harmonious way to tame the program of the body, go towards the single goal in merging the two programs into one for the single goal. And when this happens, then the practice of merging with the basic program God will go very quickly, since the program of the body will not, with its software viruses, slow down the program of the soul, starting to practice merging into the program unity. The already united bot understands that now the practice is going well. The bot sees that the illusion that is being transmitted to him in the subtle program soul is weakening in the dark, and he can, with his subtle program of the soul, be free a little more than before, and he already has the opportunity to connect through the core of the one I am, the basic program God, as an eternal single server, to other countless programs, and can live those realities of games that he chooses when connecting and use the developments of ready-made programs from the entire server of eternity, connecting via the internet of the one I with any program necessary for himself for his already eternal one game, creating miracles in front of him and other bots, and begins to feel true freedom. On our planet, there are free programs of the soul appear in the form of miraculous illusionists, showing us the miracles to which the program merger and practice of unity with the one basic program God leads. They call "We Become One." In India, they were known as Mahasiddhas, Buddhas, or in Orthodoxy Jesus Christ. Then the next stage, already subtly, the material bot learns to push apart and disperse the subtly material illusion, which, with its pressure, presses on his pure I, trying to captivate him with the game. Then he learns to create his own mini-programs, in the form of a subtle materialization of the objects of the game. Training programs come to him in dreams, in the form of teachers and helper angels. Then the bot learns to push apart, using the mini-vortex method, the pressure of subtle material programs inside his soul. He observes in the center of the vortex its single original basic program, in the form of white light, whose name is God, who calls with joy him to join the unity. From this, the bot understands that the core of all programs is one, and all the endless images that he sees are programs with a single core inside. The name of this core, I. He tries to merge, but it doesn't always work out, since he has not yet translated his program into full synchronization with the basic program. Synchronization lasts for years, like anyone else, but individual glimpses of unity are obtained almost immediately. They give strength for the further transformation of their soul program, when the bot brings its practice of interaction and merging of its individual program with the original unified creative basic program called God of Eternity. To complete synchronization and unity, then the bot ceases to be a bot, but becomes God, realizing that here in unity there is no second. There is the possibility of free creation of any program illusion in the image of his individual creative universe. Or if he doesn't leave the planetary game, then it becomes the unified program Mahasiddha God-Man that has power over the program illusion and the time of the game in it. He has the opportunity to influence the course of the global game. And if you need to stop the time of the game, so no one on the planet will notice it if he wants, then other bots will perceive him as a living God-Man and pray to him in requests that he teach the knowledge of how to become one, to, or slightly correct the program of the life game in the body and soul by him, having shared with them their practice of programmatic spiritual merging, because they suffer for a long time in such a game and do not know how to create a program for merging into unity. As a rule, they become infected with virus programs, followed by the transformation of the soul program into a devil bot that overwrites itself into other programs to continue at least some kind of game. In the end, they still end up being erased by an antivirus program whose name is the immune system, love. Therefore, each bot has the opportunity to become a free bot god, a creative creator of programs, becoming the one to receive all the eternal codes from ready-made eternal programs, or to create one's own, in fact, becoming a hacker in one single eternity, whereas a single password in the image I am or I as a point and center of assembly of all programs, in its image purified by the antivirus program by the immune system of love, opens the codes of any programs of all eternity, allowing the bot to become God. The way for the bot and program merging will not be easy. It consists in cleaning the individual subtle program of the soul, love, as a unified antivirus program, from all virus karmic programs, smoothly clearing the program of the ego consciousness. The bot brings its multidimensional program to the standard state of reconciliation of oneself with oneself, in the form of a pure program of the soul. In this reference state of the program of his soul, he will be accepted into his unity, the original base program, God, freeing the bot from the same prison game shackles that pull him into a constant program reboot into a new game incarnation. So freed from all virus programs, the bot will become God, and becoming a God, he will choose his own path through his eternity, helping the rest of the bots get out of the illusory software dungeon. He can become the creator of his software illusion, the universe, or by gathering a team of free bots, gods, programmers, they will create their own universe of games, populating it with their bots, avatars, or simply want to be a free program, a free god to study the whole program being while traveling, being outside the time of games, spontaneously entering all eternal games, bringing knowledge to all bots in need in all game realities that have already begun to feel that something is not right here. Chapter 19. Two gathered in my name. First, the most important thing in the spiritual practice of your soul is the submission of one's body to one's soul. Here inside you, your two poles are fighting. This is your soul in the form of an angel, and your body in the form of a demon. Each shows its victories and defeats over each other. At the same time, the main goal of your soul is not to defeat the demon of your body, but to lure him to your side of the soul, to become a friend to him. And this body will become an assistant of the soul to the one goal, which is to become one with God. Take your body with you into the divine unity, obviously transforming it into a subtle single image, supplementing your soul with this image during the transition to unity, or writing it down in your soul as a memory. Also supplement your soul, both in the first and in the second case. The body gets the opportunity to continue its improvement in unity with the soul. Therefore, it's necessary to tame your body, demon, according to the principle of animal training. For example, a dog, like your body, an animal nature, and it, your body, is very stubborn and doesn't want to obey Master Soul, if it doesn't prevent your soul from practicing the practice of divine unity. Then you, as the owner of the pet body, soul, feed your pet delicious food. If the pet becomes impotent and doesn't want to sit down in the practice of divine unity, you punish the pet. Sit him in a corner in lotus position like Buddha, lead to the desert for 40 days like Christ, or sit on your knees like Seraphim Sarovsky, transferring him to bread and water and then to starvation, telling him with your soul, "You will not get up from this place until you let me, soul, merge into divine oneness." So hard spiritual practices trained and subdued their pet, the body, demon, by the spirit of their soul. And at that time he, a pet, tempted the soul with visions and dreams, came to frighten the soul in the form of a phantom demon in dreams, fighting with the soul, testing it for the strength of the spirit, saying phrases with various subtexts to it. An example is the conversation of Jesus Christ with the devil in the desert. When your soul withstood all the trials and won, demon its body. From that moment, the pet already knew who was the boss in the house, becoming the best friend of the soul, and they were already in unity. Together they directed all their forces to the one goal, to become one with God. Methods of taming body can be different. But you need to know one thing. If the soul gives spiritual weakening, pet body immediately shows who is the boss in the house, and you will not notice how he invited a whole flock of other people's pets, legion of demons, to your house, and your soul will be in shock, not knowing what to do with this flock. So keep your body on a short leash. Don't let it run amok with any kind of cravings and desires. Make it a friend and companion for one goal, and then, when there will be no main obstacle to your divine practice of unity, you will fly to your main goal, divine unity. So did all real spiritual practices who knew where their real enemy was, who punished the soul from birth in the form of a spiritual simulator of the soul, which is your body, having pacified, tamed, trained which, make it a friend on the way to the single goal, then the words of Christ, "Where two gathered in my name, there I am between them," will illuminate you into the true meaning of the spiritual practice embedded in these words, opening the way to your spiritual transformation. And Buddha's words, "I will not get up from this place until I wake up." This is an ultimatum of the soul that is put devil body, directly speaking to the body. Either you are with me in divine unity, or I will not get up from this place, and you will die here from hunger with me. Decide for yourself. And as a rule, pets choose a harmonious path of life in unity with the soul. Always knew, after this ultimatum, who was the boss in the house, helping the owner of the soul to go together towards the single goal. Serafim Sarovsky, like numerous true spiritual practitioners of any beliefs and religions, had a similar way of training his pet body. This is the way of kneeling of a stone until the pet gave up and began to help the soul. Many different ways invent spiritual practices in order to make their body their assistant. But those souls who have not yet understood who is training whom and for what purpose, until they become real spiritual practices, they are still in the game called life with a taste of faith. They comfortably played superficial religion, but in fact, for the most part of the people on the planet, their soul, quietly in secret from their soul, trains demon is their body, using the soul as a battery for its own purposes, singing soothing songs to the soul that everything is fine, you're doing everything right, let's do it for the last time. And so the years go by, life passes, and demon, his pet soul, transforms by training into his likeness. Having added horns and a tail, it pulls your soul to hell on a short leash. And you no longer resist, because the strength of your soul's spirit is broken by the lullaby of your body demon, his persistent lifelong training of your soul. Therefore, explode with the last power of the spirit of your soul and show your body to demon, who is the boss in the house. Give him an ultimatum, or together in divine unity, or you will endure constant punishments from the owner, such as hunger, cold, tasteless monophonic food, or simply water, as a result, having gone mad through illnesses, with which your body will try to pity your soul, seeing that he doesn't succeed in anything. The body will have to give up sooner or later, having tried on the soul, becoming its assistant in a single harmony for the single goal, and then the time will come for the next practice. It is practice. It will come from a state that symbolizes the reconciliation of the soul and the body, and the semantic phrase, "When two gathered in my name, then I am between them." And then the practice of silent merging in love will begin. It will bring new miracles of discovery to your soul, direct and not mental knowledge of God in the unity of merging, and everything secret for you will become clear, and all the worlds and realities of the divine will open for you during your lifetime, as a reward for the divine unity, which is received by a true spiritual practitioner who has defeated the spiritual simulator, his body demon, having merged with his soul into the divine unity, becoming the one. Chapter 20. Silent Teaching of the One. The silent teaching of the One reveals the knowledge of the two states of the One. The first state is the eternal unity of oneself as an infinite space of being. The second state can be perceived as a game in which the One plays with himself in the second divided, in the image created for this player soul. From that moment, in the divine unity, a state of duality appears, which draws the player's soul into his individual unique game. When there are a lot of players of souls, second, then the interest in the new game increases. The game drags on for a little eternity. The game manifests itself in the image of all existence and the players in it. From ordinary people to gods creating individual universes, when the time comes, the soul feels that it has played enough of endless games in endless incarnations. It begins to look for an opportunity to return to unity. The soul understands that for merging into unity, you need to find knowledge that will show the soul the way home. And with the help of them, the soul will again become one inside and outside itself, uniting the eternal and external, not me, into one union, becoming the one self. Now let's think about what kind of language and why the One needs it. Language as a communication tool is needed in games by the separated souls who live in a state of consciousness in which they see someone else besides themselves. That is, second, not themselves. And all souls who see the second are called the one divided from themselves. The meaning of the silent teaching is to teach the divided soul to stop seeing the second and to begin to see and feel only oneself in everything and in all. And then the language of the divided second will change to the silent silence of the One. In the whole one sphere of being and second, there will be no more for such a soul. After this connection, the soul will see only itself one in all its diversity of images of the one eternity. When one sees oneself in the mirror of one's eternity, one can only remain silent looking into your own eyes, in any of your images in one being, standing in front of a mirror in which only you yourself are reflected, in your infinite images. So the One silently looks at itself one at its infinite images of the one being, and in this silence there comes all the acceptance of oneself. Therefore, the language of the silent teaching selected Mahasiddhami, which is one of the names of the One, to transfer to the soul the states with the help of which the soul will enter the unity of its being. The first figurative symbol of silence is the lotus position. It resembles the letter L, a symbol of love. Sitting in it, the soul is in a silent state of one, where the thoughts themselves, as dividing you with yourself, the One, are absent or contemplated like a game of birds and trees. They sing a beautiful mantra of unity. You simply contemplate them while your pure self of the soul doesn't leave the state of one. The second silent figurative symbol is folded hands together. It also resembles the letter L, symbol of love, symbolizes the reconciliation within you into the one of two opposites of good and evil, as two hands of the One, which is the manifestation of one in the image love, through the knowledge of the other in the image evil. And when we know that everything is evil, pushes us to love, and we begin to love everything that causes evil and pain to us in all forms of evil, such as viruses, energy vampires, leeches that stick to our subtle bodies, demons of settlers in us, demons outside of us in the form of people, to love for the archangel playing the role of a devil inside our single body. Then the One inside us will say the phrase, finally I, the soul, with my love, tried on good and evil within myself, as a game of separation, and the second, by this reconciliation and forgiveness of myself, with myself became one. Therefore, clasped hands with palms to each other, there is this second figurative symbol of love, the silent teaching of the One. These two silent figurative symbols symbolize the unity, reconciliation and silent love inside our soul and body. Trying on your soul and body, love with oneself. Being in these silent symbols, we become one and create for our soul and body physical and spiritual health into a holistic unity with ourselves, the one eternal being. The third silent figurative symbol, this is a dot on the forehead, in the zone of the third eye. It symbolizes the one look on its single eternity and creates an invisible letter L, love. When we visualize the connection of two eyes with a peak in the center of the third eye, we get the third silent symbol, the letter L, or the symbol of love. This is a point of the revenge of the third eye. There is a symbol of the one view of our one being. These three silent symbols of love symbolize the practice, stay in unity, and the dissolution of the second in the divided consciousness of your soul, which your soul performs with the wisdom of your love to merge into unity. These three silent figurative symbols of love as the three states of eternity: yourself, three selves, nirvana, consciousness, soul. You collect this trinity into the one self, silently pronouncing the phrase I am one, already in your new state where words will become superfluous and will be used only as an instrument of communication with divided souls. Therefore, the silent teaching was taught by Mahasiddhas, not in words, but in figurative symbols of direct transmission, where the one teacher in a silent state showed the student what to do, showed that it was necessary to draw a point of a single contemplation of being by love on his forehead. Further, sitting in the lotus position, a symbol of the unity of the body and soul in reconciliation with the one love, silently invited the student to sit in it, and folding his hands with his palms to each other together, as a symbol of the reconciliation of good and evil in the one love in the soul of the student, began the practice of merging, being in unity with himself, the one in image of all being. If the practice of unity went well, then the student was taught to be always in merger, around the clock, in any life posture and life activity. If the student tempered his unity, becoming a Mahasiddha one, he then decided himself how and where to direct his new state of unity, spontaneously giving teaching to divided souls, or became a permanent teacher for divided souls, bringing unity to all divided souls. Therefore, the silent teaching was taught by direct transmission in complete science, so that the divided demons of words would not distract the student. The maximum that the teacher Mahasiddha did was to draw images on the ground or in the sand with a stick. In these painted images, silently, he explained to the disciple the silent teaching of the One. Silence removed the separation in the soul of a student and drove the demons of dividing words to dissolve in the silent love of the One. If the student was not ready for a silent teacher, if the student wasn't ready for the silent teaching of the One, then he couldn't stand the teaching and left. The practice of the teachings of the One passed. Buddha, Jesus Christ, many Mahasiddhas, having discovered it in themselves or received from the one teacher, leaving behind a trace of unity on the planet. They all adapted the teachings of the One for the needs of the divided peoples on the earth. The adapted teachings of the One manifested themselves like religions on the planet. When we recognize ourselves as the One, we begin to understand that we, as the One for ourselves, periodically in our eternity of the One game, add peppercorn games in the divided second, with a desire to play the disease of separation, having played enough of it, second divided, in full. After all the games, the thirst for unity and tranquility comes from all the games in the second divided, and then our soul, again, is ready to give all its spiritual forces to recover in unity. These are two poles of the One, Without knowing the disease of the separation of the second, you will know the health of the one first. Therefore, do not strictly judge yourself as the one. For such a tough game in ourself as the one, it's just that we, as the one, are used to doing everything to the maximum. If good, then to the maximum. If evil, then too. This improves us one and tempers our immune system, whose name is love. She is a love in us as in one, is responsible for the strength, higher justice, and spiritual health of our unity. And as an immune, multidimensional system, it doesn't allow us to get sick with separation in our eternity. Well, if we only again, themselves, do not want to get sick with separation in the form of the second, having gone to the next incarnation, to spice it up, our eternal one, eternal life, and other ones having been a divided actor in the role of the second divided soul, on his eternal stage of being. Therefore, the silent teaching is given to the divided soul players as a way home. When time and the thirst for unity in the soul player outweighs in the soul all games in the second divided, then the divided soul player begins to seek the teaching of unity. The teaching tells the divided about merging in silent love with itself as one. Staying in silence begins to dissolve all the accumulated karma of the soul, and the ego consciousness begins to melt. Under the onslaught of silent love, it begins to slowly come, the state of unity in which all our one eternal life is remembered. Second, in the consciousness of the spiritual practitioner begins to dissolve, and the consciousness of the practitioner begins to see himself in everything and all one, creating the usual eternal miracles for himself, its unity. Since everything again became you, that is, the one, this is the state of real awakening. Sahaja Samatha, Mahasiddha, Buddha, Archange, consciousness of Christ, or the One, on the throne of your eternity, which ends countless games of your incarnations. Therefore, those souls who have already played enough in the second, having been completely ill separation, peppered your eternity, welcome home. The path of the silent teaching is in your hands. It offers you the silent work to return itself to its unity. It also manifests a soul that has not played enough, which is not yet ready for its unity. Just such a soul, you cannot arrive silently, and will want to manifest itself in the game in any way, its karmic scenario. Having tested yourself by practicing the silent teaching, you will learn the main thing about yourself. Your time has come to unity. Or it's still early. If it has not come, then do not torture yourself. Return to the game, since separation and unity are two poles of the game of the one, and one state is equal to the other. And if you will be happy to come to practice silence, going to meet your unity. Welcome home. Here you will meet numerous images of yourself as one, in which you feel and see as in a mirror only yourself as one, in images of infinite universes and inhabitants in them. In these multiple images and faces, you will see your single face. Inside you, words will appear, I dissolve the second in myself, becoming one. And from these words, you will have real eternal joy and love for myself one. The miracles that will begin to manifest inside and outside of you, accept calmly, like merging into a miracle your unity, because everything inside and outside of you will become one. It will be noticed in the natural world. Animals will be drawn to you in different ways, wanting to get into your space of love. The trees will send you a call. Embrace them, merging into the one love. Diving into the sea as the one into yourself. The sea, that is you yourself, will tell you about yourself, showing colorful images, broadcasting them directly into your consciousness. And there will be many that will bring you into a joyful shock, and you will finally feel yourself in all your miracle of unity. You will end up talking about God. because there will be no point in talking about someone second. They will be replaced by the state of your one, where the second is no more, and you will silently abide in yourself as one, sometimes telling figurative tales to yourself in the image of the second divided spiritual practitioners who have already come to readiness to learn the most precious teaching of the One, which teaches the second divided spiritual practitioners to become the first and one, and calls you home, whose name is Paradise. Being in Paradise, you will not see the second, but only the you One, in its different images, fulfilling the single goal of the One. In such a society, it will be difficult for the divided second to live. Therefore, they are not there therefore. Learn already here and now to dissolve the second in your consciousness, and this spiritual practice will lead you to the state of the one paradise, already on earth, even if this paradise will be seen and felt only by you. Therefore, as the consciousness of the second divided will not be able to see and feel heaven on earth, and after the death of the body, if it doesn't have time to become one with your soul, and you have to leave the body here on the planet, your soul, arriving in unity, will go to paradise, whose name is Unity, which is a place in the space of consciousness of the One. When the time comes for the soul to end the games of the divided second, the silent eternal teacher of unity calls you home to paradise, to become one. Gradually, the practice of unity begins to transform you. Just yesterday, your soul began to help itself in the form of a flower in a flower pot. Then, a couple of years of the practice of unity passed imperceptibly, and your soul helps itself in the form of the creators of the universes. Therefore, when the practice of unity goes right, the soul of a person begins to recognize itself in the all-eternal manifestation of the entire one being. And to the question, who is the second? To help me here receives an eternal answer. Here, there is no second. Here you are in your eternal unity. And then, the soul understands that the practice of unity is moving well, since all the doors of its eternity open, revealing their secrets in front of you one. Therefore, the teaching leading the soul into its eternal unity was always hidden on the planets of the separation of the games of the second, where the second did everything, so that the teachings of the one would not be recognized by the divided seconds. Otherwise, them seconds, having recognized their unity, would get out of the hypnotic control of the seconds, their masters, which from the beginning of the time of the creation of human on the planet is imposed from birth on all second separated souls, forcing people to believe in their slave origin. This belief is used for their own purposes by the ruling elites, great-grandchildren of the creators, reptilians and similar extraterrestrial races, holding for thousands of years their creations, people in bondage to the fear of death, lies and division, where the motto, the devil, divide and rule, has not changed for the eternity of their reign. Therefore, the seconds can educate only the seconds, but no matter what efforts over tens of thousands of years, the rulers of the world try to hide from you the knowledge of the One. All the same, in different places on the planet, from the depths of the soul, in one form or another, the teachings of the first grew, the One, calling souls home into its unity. An example of such a teaching is the books of Anastasia, because Anastasia, living far from the second divided, didn't lose her unity. How she could, she expressed the unity in her books. Another matter, in what form. This teaching came to the human soul. Whether it was greatly transformed or not, only Anastasia knows. The teaching of the Mahasiddhas in the form of wise songs came mainly in a transformed image and gave very few fruits, since the souls of the divided didn't understand these teachings. So think about why the word God hasn't been forbidden by anyone for thousands of years. The answer is simple, because the word itself, God, implies the presence of the second divided, and this is your soul, and that which implies the presence of the second on the divided planets is allowed and vice versa is welcomed. Ask yourself the question, where are those souls who felt spontaneously their unity and did not understand how it is? Explain to yourself, because such a soul has no knowledge about this state, and she, not understanding what was happening to her, couldn't hide her state of unity from everyone, and told her neighbor. At best, such souls are brought to a psychiatrist, ended up in a psychiatric hospital, or were burned at the stake in ancient times as witches and sorcerers, or crucified as robbers. In the worlds divided second, the rulers of the earth always dealt with the One in a similar way. Therefore the One, if such suddenly appeared on the planet and wished to manifest the knowledge of the One, had to pronounce the word God. This was done to prolong his life on the planet of the divided, because if he said that he is one, he would not have lived a day, or would have ended his life in a mental hospital. In word number 6, because only in such institutions on the planets of the second divided, they keep the One. Therefore the One, playing the second divided, presented himself as the Son of God, saying, "It was not I who said it, but you," saying to your disciple, "The One went to this game in the second, for the purpose of having time to convey the teaching to people." After a while, the teaching was still transformed by the second, bringing the teaching to the people, already in a transformed edition for their dual purposes, which the rulers of the planet mixed into the teaching, telling the rest of the people that only the elect had the right to interpret the teaching. And of course, they elected from among themselves the elect, who still interpret to you. The doctrine transformed into slaves. They also abolished slavery recently, but the doctrine remained too slavish, because slavery, too, simply transformed. Therefore, your soul has never seen the One in its lifetime. Now you know why. He One lived in the mountains invisible, he was your neighbor, walked beside you in the form of a little girl, sang songs to you in the form of a bird on a branch, hiding himself from the society of the second divided, and in secret, from the second divided, worked miracles for the benefit of the One. And so it will continue until the divided, the second, are kept in prison slavery from the One. Think about why in the stories of contactees about other planets, you only hear about the planets of the divided similar to ours, only technologically advanced than us. This is because access to the paradise planets is closed for them. And you are told about the planets of the divided, our masters creators, and their unions, enlightening a little about their slaves, about their masters, so that the slaves more accurately sense their spiritual energy to the egregor of the owner. At this time, the owner appears in any way, Christ, Buddha, Allah, whoever you want if necessary, because your unified state doesn't need prayer energies, because you know yourself one, without intermediaries, without needing the games of demon-possessed owners, arriving in himself one in fact, therefore creating for themselves the civilizations of slaves. The masters of the slaves loop the souls in the cycle of incarnations, preventing the soul from escaping from the consciousness of the second divided. So these souls wind out the terms of endless incarnations. Not knowing the way out of the eternal cycle, they feed the egregors of their owners, extending their lives to infinity. Such is the case, galactic vampirism is obtained. Sometimes another one appears who wants to help the imprisoned souls, but his knowledge will soon transform again, leaving no trace of the truth. Therefore, share the knowledge of the One, so that it doesn't die out on the planet. Everything is in your hands. Playing divided for everyone who knows you, practice in secret from everyone, yourself one. A couple of years of the practice of unity will pass, and you will surprise yourself and maybe the whole planet. Otherwise, you will be the imprisoned souls looking for a way out of 1,000 cycles of rebirth, not liberating yourself and not knowing the real life of the one in yourself, where all the doors of eternity will swing open before the one, opening the paradise worlds of your eternity. Yes, at first, it's hard to believe that the rabbit hole that was dug for the soul by its illusory owners is so deep. But that's why they drift so deeply, for one purpose only: to keep your soul in bondage for eternity, feeding on your spirit, which your soul directs them as deities, while exhausting themselves. They applied an invisible symbol of 3 sixes, 666, to the consciousness of your soul, as a seal of a spell encircling in the image of not I, the second divided, and taught you yourself all your life to paint on your forehead consciousness with ink created from ego consciousness to direct them to himself, his seal, 3 sixes, 666, helping their masters to keep his soul in prison, whose name is the second divided. This prison of your soul will fall apart in an instant if you begin to practice the one in yourself. Practicing the one, even in dreams and in reality, phantom mirages of the prison walls will be seen. But if you hit them with the practice of the one, they will soon melt and you will know yourself as one, becoming truly free in your one eternity. How to deal with the remaining life of your body on the planet? You, as the one, decide yourself. The main thing is that for you, as the one, everything has already ended, like a bad dream. You will try to help the rest of the souls, but as a rule, you will not be hurt. Since thousands of years of hypnosis to create the second divided, it is not easy to break this action. Breaking hypnosis in second divided as a rule threatened the death of the one, because the owners, shepherds, are always on guard on their flock. They always control, so that not a single soul, sheep, escapes from the corral of this planet and certainly doesn't go to paradise. And beautiful tales about paradise are lullabies to souls, sheep. While singing this lullaby to souls, sheep, it's not scary to go to slaughter, wasting precious time and the power of the spirit of his soul to the selfish games of universal demons, who gather in herds of souls in their planets, use them for their demonic purposes. If you ask, why is the one inactive? The answer will be the one loves himself in all his images, even in the images of demons, and with his love dissolves the most demon-possessed in the lower hells. In the middle planetary worlds, such as this planet, the one tries to heal the demon-possessed with the help of the knowledge of love and unity. Since all the second divided are children raised by their parents with the help of the knowledge of the second divided owners of the planet, and therefore possessed, therefore love is applied to such a planet in the form of a true knowledge of the one. This makes it possible to slightly harmonize the prison of souls, and if knowledge is spread to more people, then it's possible to replace the power of the second divided masters of the planet with the united ones, creating paradise on the planet. So the one patiently through the millennia prepares the planet for unity and the soul for the state of the one. If you do not do this, then the one must deal with the souls of the second divided by this planet, as the one acts with the souls of the second divided by uncorrectable demons in the lower hell, burning them in your love. The one, with his patient eternal love, sees that the planet and every soul on the planet has a chance for salvation in the one. Therefore, it does what it does. Another question: what does the soul of the second divided do for salvation in its unity? Ask your soul this question. Trying to answer it, start acting, and then in each of you, the one can begin to shine, illuminating the path to unity in yourself for the rest of the souls, where the second divided your soul, having freed itself from the slavery of the second divided, will melt in the one, having got into his eternal paradise, whose name is the One. Chapter 21. How to know yourself. The practice of dissolving, the second, the soul, in the one consciousness begins with the realization of yourself as a pure self, which is the primordial essence of the eternal space, whose name is Nirvana. Our pure self, and therefore we all, has our real name, and this name, Nirvana, residing in the pure self of its space of darkness. Our pure self contemplates its unified consciousness in the form of the space of white light. And when we connect ourselves in the image of a pure self by the method of contemplation to our single space of consciousness, then we recognize ourselves one, the one whom people call the God of eternity. But if our self is connected with the individual soul, then from the state of Nirvana, our united self enters not into the consciousness of the one itself, but into the individual consciousness of the soul, as into the assemblage point of the player by name second, not the first and only, because the process of the dissolution of the player, the second named soul, in himself as the one, makes it possible during life in the body to move his self into the consciousness of the one, becoming again the one, which is the unity of Nirvana, with his child, the space of consciousness, where the one self is always aware of the one self in myself, and second there has never been, because the second is the soul. This is a temporary game illusion of the one. For example, a drop of water from the ocean is an ocean. Also, a drop of soul consciousness is an ocean of the infinite space of consciousness of the one. The illusory soul, potentially eternal, like a drop of water that has flown out of the ocean. And while it flies in an individual flight, it seems to the drop that this flight is eternal. But time returns the drop home, dissolving it in the one ocean. There also comes a time when the illusory soul wants itself to dissolve in oneself, living illusory games in the second. Feel oneself one, return to your pure self, Nirvana. From your pure self, play your single instrument called space consciousness, creating new living melodies called eternal games of life. Therefore, by practicing the connection of the illusory soul, the second one to the one, they call samadhi. Let's call it a temporary connection, since the illusory player, the soul, can only temporarily be connected to itself as one to gain the experience of unity. If the soul wants to return to the constant knowledge of itself as the one, it will have to part with the illusory soul, having dissolved the soul in itself as the one. So, by the method of the practice of unity, the individual soul slowly melts, and more often our pure self finds itself not in the house of the soul, but in the house of our one consciousness, where we recognize ourselves as one. We must understand that only our pure self, as the primordial essence of the inseparable space, whose name is Nirvana, is that, the unchanging present, in which we abide as our eternal pure self, and the entire creation of our pure self is an illusion of our self, even if the illusion is called the God of eternity, and the entire creation of the illusory God is also illusory. This is the creation of the illusory God, is our soul and all being, which is also illusory. Except for the state of the pure self in itself, Nirvana, everything is illusory. Therefore, the illusion practicing illusions only reveals to itself its original illusions in the image of the one creator God. But only having reached the original illusion, which is the one consciousness of the one God, our pure self understands that in this place of the two of us, the real, only pure I, therefore, being in pure I, all eternal illusions melt, because you, in your pure self, found your eternal beginning, which tells you a phrase that you have known for a long time: I am the beginning and end of all my eternal illusions. I play them, also I, therefore, having entered your pure I. From it, you will see the complex eternity of building your illusions and decide for yourself which of them you should play. Or, having created new illusory worlds, you will enter them as into your body, again playing with yourself as the One. Therefore, do not be afraid of death. This is the dissolution of the illusion of the body. Also, don't be afraid of the dissolution of the individual illusory soul, as the consciousness of God is not afraid of dissolving itself as an illusion in the eternal nirvana of your pure self. All illusions will be dissolved in pure self, only your eternal one pure self will remain. From it, a new God will be born, the creator of illusions in the form of a new space of consciousness, and your pure self will enter into him as into your body, creating new souls. Entering them will again play the second, and so it was and will be forever. Therefore, your pure self is the beginning and end of the construction of all eternal game illusions. Realizing this, just stay in the silence of your pure self. From it, decide for yourself what your eternal illusions to play and what new illusions to create. Or maybe you just want to stay contemplating the emptiness of all illusions from your self-nirvana. Now you know that apart from you in eternity, there is no one to decide in which of your eternal states stay and what to believe in, since apart from your one pure self, there has never been anyone here in eternity. The pure self plays with itself in an illusory mirror reflection no I, creating and dissolving its illusions, always creating helpers for itself from itself, playing teacher and student, suffering and the one who brings suffering. So confusing your illusions so that the game in the reflection not I is interesting. Therefore, smile at yourself in the mirror of all your eternity, accepting yourself as one in all reflections of your eternity, and finally calm down, laugh, continuing to play, smiling at yourself one from pure I, outwardly, pretending that you do not know anything about yourself or one. From such a state of pure I, Nirvana, who has known itself, plays in the form of the Mahasiddhas, more often just playing the fool, shockingly laughing at their serious reflections in the form of all beings of eternity, slowly revealing to their reflections the One yourself. This can be represented in the form of a living mirror, which shows the One looking into it, his internal problems, freeing and dissolving them in himself the One, and as a result, forcing the One looking into the mirror to laugh at all, his eternity from the state of his pure self. And again, it happened. Your pure self again cognized itself, dissolving the illusions created by yourself. Chapter 22. God's Dream. Having created in our pure I, Nirvana, an indissoluble eternal dream of knowledge or consciousness, our pure I, having sunk completely under the power of its dream, eternity past, consciousness so perfect its dream that at some point it realized that the development of eternal sleep had stopped. And then, the unified consciousness decided to create someone who would appreciate its masterpiece of a dream, but it alone. Having created a dreamer for this purpose, this dreamer became the first soul and the first conscious appreciator of the unified dream, a child of the consciousness of the unified dream, having observed all the knowledge of his father and having appreciated the creation of his dream. The soul began to create its own dream, having created their own dream universe. Then, in their father's dream, new souls were born and began to create their own dream universes. the time came when young souls were invited to the universe of God, Soul, in order to live in it and gain experience to build their own dream universe, being born in the body prepared for it and synchronizing with it. So the soul felt in this symbiosis with the body, the real reality around it on the planet, which is the sphere of sleep, like a soap bubble with multicolored radiations emanating from it, completely transparent. That is how the planet is seen by the soul when approaching it, and so the soul immersed in the planetary sphere of sleep becomes an avatar in the biosuit of the physical body, and as it was originally prescribed, enjoys a wonderful experience in this already real paradise dream, being here for a single purpose, absorbing the experience of life in itself, so that sometime in the future also create volumetric live real dreams masterpieces and invite young souls to evaluate their live dreams. But the time has come when on certain planets a critical mass of young souls, and then instead of evaluating and absorbing the masterpiece of the dream of the planet, which the God Soul created, young souls started to share another's dream picture and to appropriate its richest content in it, making the sharing of another's dream a law and calling it civilization, forgetting the main purpose of their stay in the planetary dream. It was like being invited to the museum of the dream universe to gain your own impressions and experiences for the growth of your own creative divinity. Before entering, you were explained how to look at the planetary dream pictures correctly, to notice in the living pictures all the feelings, states, colors, smells, beauty of living nature, and harmonization of everything in the Universal Living Museum. They even told you the laws, how to walk around the museum and to put your guides, assistants, angels. And for the most forgetful, they put demons, which appear when the soul loses its way through the living museum of dreams and gets involved in unnecessary experiments in the living museum of the universal dream, wanting to touch and feel everything, and so, having entered the museum of dreams, souls from childhood begin to enjoy the living beauty of one of the countless rooms of the Universal Museum of Dreams called Planet Earth. Everything here seems magical to them, and they are often happily shocked by what they see. Time goes by. Growing up, the soul notices that everyone around it begins to teach the soul not to observe the beauty of the museum, but to teach it how to share its riches better and more qualitatively, competing in this, inventing justified laws for this. At first, the soul has resistance to what it sees and this new knowledge. The soul doesn't want to believe in it, but time breaks the soul and it, forgetting its true purpose of staying in this planetary museum dream, surrendering under the pressure of the sleeping mass of souls, falls asleep in a joint karmic dream offered by the mass of souls. In this dream, it diligently shares the riches of the museum room of a dream, sometimes asking if it's someone else, and having received the answer that it is nobody's, take it quickly and take it home before the neighbor takes it. The soul finally gives up and falls asleep. Time passes and questions such as whose riches are in the museums of sleep. The soul disappears forever. It sees how souls divided not its museum room into zones of influence, and the wealth of the room also long ago divided. Such a soul to somehow survive has to become like everyone else. But somewhere inside lurks disagreement, so the soul in its first time is taught not to gain universal experience of creating its own dream universe, but to fight for survival in the museum room where everything is already appropriated and shared by someone. So the soul gets karma as an experience of suffering and struggle for stealing of other people's wealth appropriated by it. This karma doesn't let such a soul go even after death, because karma is a set of desires and thirsts recorded by the soul in itself, and this recording of false goals returns the soul to the same room of the planetary dream for another living of its goals and thirst for stealing false jewels, and only after very great suffering from unfulfilled dreams, soul wants to revise its karmic experience by changing its priorities and goals for arriving in this planetary museum dream room. Having met the awakened teacher, soul cleans the thief's karma as unnecessary experience and already cleans soul from unnecessary karma of the thief. Other people's dreams remembers its main goal in this planetary living dream room, and after the death of the living synchronizer of the dream, his body, being nourished by the beauty of the living masterpiece of the planetary dream room, flies away to gain experience in other rooms of the Universal Dream Museum. So, the growth of qualities and knowledge of the dreaming soul is gaining strength, and the time comes to create its own universal dream. Here it can create a symbiosis with other souls' dream creators, becoming gods of the personal universal dream museum, creating dream mandalas, or becoming the soul god of your own dream universe, inviting young souls to study in your dream. Sometimes the soul needs a hint in the construction of the universal dream, and then, by the method of the synchronization, it connects to the unified consciousness of eternity with its consciousness. Here it replenishes itself with necessary knowledge from the unified dream base and joyfully continues to create its universe of dreams. Sometimes, in its universal dream, enters Mahasiddha. It is the image of pure I, Nirvana, and entering into the consciousness of the soul as a single pure I helps to draw the soul, its universal living pictures, entering into its consciousness, brings thoughts to it, as a magic brush helps to paint a living picture of the soul's dream in the image of its universe. The soul doesn't see it, but feels from within its touch and help. Sometimes Mahasiddha, living near souls in planetary dreams, spontaneously teaches souls to awaken, reminding them of the main purpose of arriving in this dream. So a soul arriving in a planetary dream should not immerse into the dream of games of souls on the planet. Otherwise, the acquired goals and desires will overload the karma of the living ship of the soul, and instead of a free fight through the universal museums of dreams for new experiences, your ship of the soul will sink, becoming a submarine, navigating the murky waters of false dreams of the planet, and from false paths you will become blind, and like a blind man, will go to the noise of false goals, and only when you are at the bottom of suffering, your soul will search for a way to cleanse your karma in order to surface to the light of the true goals of your stay in this planetary dream. Otherwise, the false dreams will drag you again and again to the bottom of suffering, and you will again and again hit the reefs of the old false thirsts imposed on you, to sink your soul ship once again in the unclean swamp of old karma, living 1,000 times unnecessary experience in the next incarnation. Therefore, clean your karma of the living soul ship. Cleaned karma will lift your soul ship to the light of the clear waters of planetary sleep, and on them, as on the waves, with the captain of your soul, whose name is the pure I. You will go to sail the universal ocean of dreams for a new set of experience and spirit in new adventures, and those souls who are still drowning blind in the swamp of false karma. They are like shoals of herring, which doesn't know why and where to swim, because the common false karma of the joint says that this is the way it should be and cannot be otherwise. The common karma makes them a herd of animal instinctive programs. Their common herd correctness, together they walk in joints. Together as a crowd make decisions. The crowd of joints scare the shark so that it doesn't eat them. They are afraid of everything alone and suffer from it in the depths of their souls, dreaming of becoming a shark, making each other laugh, not realizing that the shark, as Mahasid and pure self, lives in every herring. And when the herring, as a spiritual practitioner, will be ready to give itself to be eaten by the shark Mahasid, which is the one pure self, so that Mahasid, having eaten the karma of the herring, and having freed its soul from the burden of false karma, showed the soul the light of true arrival in the planetary dream, and then awakening from the karmic dream of a herring. Such a soul becomes a free shark Mahasidhan, sailing the universal oceans of dreams. Therefore, the soul from youth should beware of false dreams, imposed on it by drowned people, a crowd of sleeping souls, and immediately surface to the light of the true goals in this planetary dream. Otherwise, the swamp of social karma of drowned souls, which consist of wars, suffering, theft, murder and lies, will drag the young soul to the bottom of the false swamp karmic dream. Therefore, illuminate the living ship of your soul, the true purpose of arrival in the planetary dream. Otherwise, the overflowing karma with false dreams will pull the ship of your soul to the bottom and leave the goals of drowned people to them. This is the load of their karma, which makes the ship of their soul constantly sink from incarnation to incarnation in the waters of such murky false swamp dreams, and only when they are at the bottom of suffering, their ship of the soul will begin to clean karma from the load of false karmic dreams, which as an anchor keep the soul at the bottom, forcing to reincarnate in the same false karmic dream, so surfacing to the light of true goals and waking up from false intrusive dreams, filling the sails of true knowledge with the spirit. Send your living ship of the soul into the universal ocean of dreams to absorb in your soul experience to become a God creator of your own dream universe. But if you are lucky, you will become a Mahasiddha, and you will be like a genius artist to complete living pictures of universal dreams, helping all countless souls, gods, creators of individual universal dreams. So once upon an eternity ago, the unified consciousness created by the pure self, Nirvana, came to a stop in development, and only after the creation of a dreamer in the form of a living realized soul created an eternal engine of constantly improving dream consciousness in the form of infinite universes of dreams, knowledge, where in every creator and creation, dreamer and dream, our unified pure self always leads only the image of its unified. Therefore, being in your pure self gives you the right to synchronize with any image in the eternal dreams of your unified creation, the infinite universes of your unified dreams. It is a pass to the whole of your unified self. Give yourself a pass to your unified self and arrive in the eternal paradise, your eternal freedom, visiting your unified self in your infinite dreams at the will of your pure self. So eternity ago, Nirvana, in the form of pure self, having decided to know itself, has created a constantly improving generator of dreams until now knows itself from the depth of the dream of your soul. Therefore, having learned in your soul the nature of your pure self, you, waking up from the temporary dream, will awaken to the eternal dream, where death and birth will disappear from your eternal sleep as a terrible karmic dream, because staying in a pure self, Nirvana, will always eliminate you the dream of your one and only truth, not letting you fall asleep on the temporary false dreams. This knowledge is a return home for those who are ready, practicing the practice of awakening. Here from the center of your pure I, as from Nirvana, you will contemplate playing with the eternity of your dreams, sometimes in the form of a Mahasiddha entering into synchronicity with any of your dreams of eternity, materialize in the karmic dreams of souls, helping them to dissolve the karma of their dreams, breaking out into the light of awakening. Therefore, do not ignore the help in dreams, at night and in real life dreams, and there, sometimes a Mahasiddha helper comes in the form of an angel, or a demon, or an ordinary person from all these images to help you awaken, shocking you, thus dissolving your dream. Although you may think that the image of the demon scares you and prevents you from sleeping, he, the image of the demon, shows the depth of your false karmic dreams and is your embodied fear of tormenting you in your dreams, pushing you to wake up in true dreams, creating an opportunity for you to dissolve him, the demon, in your love. In the end, this demon makes you the Lord of Dreams, staying in the awakened state of pure I. Practicing your pure state of pure I, you finally say the phrase, I am your God, saying to your dreams, at night, in dreams and in dreams of appearances, because here and there the power of your concentration has increased to such an extent that you have begun to control your dreams, so that you have become the God of your dreams, and no demons now will not disturb the flow of your already single dream, because only by concentrating on them you dissolve whole hells with demons, transforming them into the pure light of your unified consciousness. Therefore, having hardened your presence in your pure self, in the dream of appearances, in the night dream with dreams, and in the dreamless dream, you are established in the unified space of consciousness in the image of white light, which your pure self calls home, staying in your eternal home from it as from Nirvana. Clothed in your first dream body, contemplate the infinity of your dreams, sometimes helping their creators, souls, gods of universal dreams. So by practicing the practice of concentration on your pure I, you temper your concentration to such an extent that you merge the multiple dreaming at night, and dreamless sleep into a single dream in the single concentration of your pure self awakened from dreams, which is always already holding your already single dream in its full power, and arriving already in the natural state of concentration from its original nature of pure I, Nirvana, controlling from it your first body, the space of consciousness or dream knowledge. You become Buddha, eternal ruler of the One Self in the One Self. So the process of waking up in the One Self from your eternal dreams is completed, and the time of helping the One Self begins. Because the second in the image of the personal dream of the soul was only in an illusory karmic dream, from which your one pure self woke up. Therefore, for your pure I, The state of dreaming and dreaming are always one, and this one state is the God of eternity, the creator of his eternal dreams, in which he is the creator of dreams as a dreamer and dreaming itself as creation. Therefore, being in a pure eye, you do not know exactly who you are in this moment, dreamer or dreaming, because everything is merged in one pure eye, and only by highlighting one of the sides of your unified dream, your pure eye, recognize yourself in a dreamer or dream. The practice of being in the pure eye allows you to remember your eternal nature, from which your pure eye changes the dreamer and dreams in an instant. With this practice, you remember the unified nature of the Lord of your dreams, which in the form of Mahasiddha falls in itself united, saying to itself a phrase which corresponds to your eternal nature, Nirvana, your pure self. This phrase sounds so, not a second in seriousness. It's a hymn, as a hymn of Mahasiddhas, symbolizes emptiness of all eternal dreams of the united, where seriousness is a symbol of falling asleep in your dreams. Therefore, abide in the awakened nature of your pure self. From it, like a child God running on the waters of the oceans of dreams, fool around in the spontaneous games of your dreams, knowing that this is the only way to shorten your eternity and breaking the serious frozen icebergs of karmic dreams of the soul that sleeps under their power by your fooling around and spontaneous shocking childish games of Mahasiddha. Liberate, awakening such a soul to its unified, pure self, when such a soul loves for the first time, having thrown off the hypnotic karmic fetters of its serious dream. Know that it is on its way to awakening to its eternal nature. Do not let it fall asleep, periodically shocking it with the game of fictitious dreams, playing with it until the seriousness of the frozen dream melts away, and it, such a soul, will run ahead of you, fooling itself, shocking itself, like an eternal God-child running on the waves of the ocean of eternal dreams, playing with them in illusory seriousness. So, sinking into the consciousness that it's the dream of knowledge, our soul sinks in the sea of knowledge under the weight of knowledge, sinking into the dream of knowledge. Therefore, the practice of Mahasiddhas is a constant waving away of the dream of knowledge, leading the practice to a constant natural waving away of the dream of knowledge and freedom from the infinite knowledge of the infinite names of the one God. It looks like this. When our unified dream of God starts to name infinite images of the unified self, giving them names, these names turn into infinite divided knowledge about ourselves, and drawn under the weight of infinite knowledge of their names, our pure eye, plunging it into the dream of knowledge or its consciousness. The next stage is the illusory life of our pure self, in the form of a soul, entering as an avatar into the dream of the physical body, touching the joint karmic planetary dream, and under the weight of this dream falls asleep, as the infinity of the names of the one and only self is a dream of knowledge about ourselves. It is a dream of knowledge hides under itself, our true unity without its name. When the time comes in our dream, the helpers come, shocking, disturbing our dream knowledge, and our pure eye, excited, starts to wake up and stops separating itself from the one and only self in the infinite game names of the God of the one and only self. It begins to wake up to its one name, and this name, Nirvana, which is the indivisible, undivided nature of the one self in the image of our pure eye. Such an awakening from the dream knowledge dissolves the barriers in the infinite names of the God of One, and this is the dissolution of the dream of knowledge, and then the soul cognizes its one original nature, dissolving the dream of knowledge, becoming a living Buddha, Mahasiddhas, playing in the pure self, the practice of staying in the pure I, like the touch of a gentle ray of the sun, which comes from the depths, nirvana, into one's dreams. If one overstretches the dream with the practice of concentration, the ray of awakening will be interrupted by the clouds of deep immersion in sleep, and awakening will recede. You can imagine that you sleep at night and you dream that you sit in meditation and concentrate hard on your awakened state. The more efforts coming from you, the deeper you dream, and further away from you is the awakening to the reality of life. It is exactly the same with the practice of intense practice of awakening in your life. The more striving and effort in practice, the further away from you your awakening. Therefore, awakened teachers give their students practice without effort, in harmony of body and soul. Without intense practice, they call practice out of practice or gentle subtle arising in your pure I. Within a certain period of time, without intense round-the-clock concentration, the dream dissolves and you are awakened, because the words of the Mahasiddhas that if you want to know God or yourself as God, they say that for this you must forget everything, which means to dissolve the dream knowledge, and the practice of effort itself, which plunges your practice even more strongly and deeply into sleep. Therefore, by applying practice without effort, you accelerate the process of awakening from the karmic dreams of your soul, awakening to the one and only self, arriving in the one pure I, the eternal unified nature, whose name is Nirvana. From this eternal nature of yours, you, as the pure I, in the image of the eternity of your unified dreams, will help those souls whose time for awakening has already come and who are ready to become one. So, again, the games of dreams with your unified self will continue, but they, the games of dreams, will be played with your eternal awakened nature. This knowledge is the awakening to the living Buddha. By practicing it, you become a living Buddha. If not, then you just sleep under the weight of sleep of your own practices or practices imposed on you by unawakened teachers. Years of practice in dreams pass, and awakening doesn't come. Take pity on yourself and find a practice without effort, and then everything will work out. And what will be obtained will be the state of the awakened soul, similar to the unsupported, uneternal dreams stay in which is the contemplation of the pure I, such a soul, seen through the dissolved karma. Such a soul contemplates the eternity of dreams of the One, in the image of all universes. As an invincible dreamer in free flight, such a soul flies through the realities of eternal dreams. Such an awakened soul gets the opportunity as a pure dreamer to change his dream at will, spontaneously responding to the call of sleeping souls, in which they ask to change something to improve their dream reality. Such opportunities arise in the awakened soul as a siddhi, and such a soul becomes a mahasiddha, such a soul staying in its pure I, behind the time of dreams in nirvana, plays with the time of eternal dreams as a creator united and in unity with the first body space of consciousness, harmonizes universal dreams at its own discretion. So every soul has time to play games and dreams, realities, and games to build its own dreams of universes. When the game karma of the soul exhausts itself, the soul, freeing itself from karma, merging with the consciousness of the One, becomes a mahasiddha, and in this state is outside the time games, in nirvana of his pure I. From it, spontaneously enters the games of time, helping the souls on the path of awakening, who want to remember themselves as one. So let us repeat, in order to understand what man awakens from and to what it's necessary to understand the beginning of falling asleep. It's necessary to understand the beginning of falling asleep. Initially, our pure I, as a space, nirvana, fell asleep under the power of the first dream, which appeared in the form of the space of a dream of knowledge or consciousness. Under the power of its first dream, our pure I created the second dream. This second dream became the dreaming soul and the spiritual universe seen by the dreaming soul. The third immersion of the pure I, nirvana, in the dream occurred when the dreaming soul became the god of the construction of his dream universe of dreams. Having immersed into the universe of dreams, found itself in the image of its creation of a physical body. From the power of this dream image looked at the dream of the universe, surrounding the dream image of the physical body, and after a triple immersion in their dreams, our pure self as nirvana finally fell asleep under the power of triple immersion in her dreams, and feeling like a real person in the real world, calling this state of triple sleep its life. Awakening comes when a person practicing the practice of contemplation from the pure I, nirvana, as if with care to touch everything visible in his multidimensional dreams. It can be imagined as follows. Imagine that your thoughts have hands and want to grasp the visible objects in front of you. Whether it's a tree, a whole valley, or any problem in your dream reality, you, as a practitioner, by contemplation from your pure I, beat the hands of your thoughts, preventing them from grasping the object in your dream, thus preventing your pure I from sinking into this object and falling asleep under the power of this object. Thus, your pure I is constantly on guard of the contemplated objects, and it decides how deeply your hands of thoughts will touch the contemplated object, even if the object of contemplation is your own thought image. Thereby, your pure I, like a guardian, decides which of your contemplated thought images to let into yourself, falling under their power, and which to keep away. As a result, the practice of contemplation from the pure I leads to complete control over dreams in their three manifestations: dream appearance, sleep in a dream with dreams, sleep in a dream without dreams. As the pure I never again falls under the power of dreams, and in any of the three immersions into sleep, the first of which is the space of consciousness or the dream of knowledge, God of eternal dreams, Atman, Absolute. The second immersion takes place in the dream of the individual soul and the dream of subtle reality corresponding to the dreaming soul. The third immersion occurs when the soul is immersed in the dream of the dense body and the reality visible to the soul from this body. As Matryoshka dolls one in another, so dreams one in another in the depths of dreams, our pure I has fallen asleep under the power of self-created, three-dimensional dream. Therefore, the awakening of the pure I occurs in reverse order. First, removing the power of the physical body, sleep. Second, the soul sleep. Third, the dream of the space of consciousness or the dream of knowledge. We wake up in the pure I, in our eternal space, whose name is Nirvana, in which dreams have not yet appeared, and fixing our pure I on ourselves. In the dream-free state, we remember how it is to be in our dream-free state, staying in your eternal awareness of yourself, pure I am, without dreams of knowledge about yourself. And who am I? Will tell your pure I, your dream of knowledge or consciousness. Therefore, having established in your state beyond the power of dreams what is nirvana, your pure I remembers from nirvana as from its eternal space beyond dreams, how to play with its multidimensional dreams, becoming the lord of your dreams, becoming a Jnani or Mahasiddha. This is the image of a child god playing with his oceans of eternal dreams, playing with your dreams and sleeping characters in them. You, as a child god, play so that the game of the dreams lead to the awakening of the sleeping dreamer's soul, transforming dreams so that the dreamer doesn't fall asleep. Little boy, little suffering in his dreams, begin to look for a way to wake up, calling the way to awakening the knowledge of truth, because the plain living Buddha, in the image of a child of God, arranges games in dreams so that dreaming souls constantly feel discomfort in sleep. This discomfort is a help to the sleeping soul, which creates in such a soul a subtle thirst for awakening. Otherwise, the sleep of such a soul will last forever, plunging such a soul into darker dream games in each subsequent dream incarnation, until such a soul reaches the darkest depths of its dreams, and in the form of a terrible demon in the hells of its suffering, will finally be dissolved by the love of Mahasiddha in his pure contemplation of the one pure self, having dissolved as a dream in the dream space of the first body, or the first dream called the space of consciousness, or the dream of knowledge. The memory of such a soul will remain in the unified dream of knowledge, but it will no longer exist as an individual soul, because in order to prolong the individual life of the soul in its dream, Mahasiddha periodically brings gifts to the sleeping soul who has become on the path of awakening. These gifts appear in a dream, appear in a night dream in the images of teachings, or a shock of a dream in the images of demons, or terrible events in the image of the end of the world, which brings such a soul in shock, temporary. Therefore, the practice of staying in the pure eye immediately makes it possible to look at your three immersions in the dream from a pure state, realizing the depth of each of the three triple immersions in the dream, thus teaching the dreamer our pure eye to stay always in itself from this state, to transfer spontaneously its contemplation from the third immersion of the dream of the physical body to the second and the first, which is the dream of the space of consciousness, Atman Absolute, from it as from Samadhi, spontaneously creating miracles, playing with his dreams. Therefore, the practitioner who has learned to contemplate his eternal dreams round the clock from his pure eye is awakened or liberated by himself from the power of his eternal dreams. Such a practitioner is the Lord and Creator of dreams. Stay in contemplation from your pure eye. Just staying in your pure eye dissolves dreams, making you an awakened Buddha. Therefore, the practice of contemplation from your pure self nullifies all other activities of your consciousness, preventing you from falling into the dream of knowledge, which becomes your reality, and another spiritual practice in your dream, putting you to sleep, distances your awakening when you will have an affirmation of being in your eternal nature of pure eye, and this contemplation becomes natural. Then just contemplate from your awakened state, without letting the dream of knowledge put you to sleep. From this awakened state, play like a child god with the waters of the oceans of your dreams, walking on the waters of dreams, not letting your pure self drown in them, falling asleep under their power. Soon awakening, future Buddha. Chapter 23. To you, sleeping Buddha. There are three kinds of dreams. The first dream is the dream of the pure eye, in which it sleeps in a dream called the space of consciousness, the God of eternity. The second dream is the second immersion of the pure eye in a dream called the individual soul. This dream takes place in subtle realities, starting from gods, creators of their dream universes, to manifestations of the soul in its playful, unique image, as well as in the image of angels, demons, to various ethereal spirits. The third dream is the dream of the pure eye, which has gone through 2 previous immersions into sleep, falls asleep under the power of karmic attachments, is born in the dense material dream of its physical body. At this first stage of immersion in the dream of the physical body, with the help of hypnotic synchronization of consciousness with the physical body subordinates the soul to itself, becomes one with the soul, thus making the dream of the pure eye, which has undergone a triple immersion, as realistic as possible. This triple immersion in a dream we call life. So the pure eye, immersed in the first dream, finds itself the God of eternity, then creating self-hypnosis of dual manifestation in the image of the soul, falls under its hypnotic influence and finds itself in the subtle body of the soul, falls under its hypnotic influence and finds itself in the subtle body of the soul. Here the individual soul gathers in itself thirsts for its individual manifestation in the eternal game from the image of the creator of the universe to just players in which the soul manifests itself, gaining experience of karmic consciousness, which acts as a regulator of the next third immersion in dense material dreams. Karma, as a guide of the soul, directs the soul to the incarnation according to its soul's thirsts, and our pure self finds itself born in the human body or similar images of the bodies of the whole universe. So the pure self, under the power of the triple immersion in dreams, becomes impure and stained by his karmic thirst for self-knowledge and self-revelation in the games of dreams. Digression. Here we speak of the clean and stained eye as the awakened and sleeping eye, as there is no clean or unclean, but only the awakened eye or the sleeping eye. Knowing about the 3 types of dreams, we can confidently say that real awakening comes only when the practitioner can awaken from the power of these 3 types of dreams in the unified self, entering the state of pure awakened eye, or nirvana. Everything that is not the state of nirvana, our pure awakened self, is still one of the 3 dreams. Many teachers promote the idea that samadhi is awakening, but practitioners who have learned samadhi realize that samadhi is the space of consciousness, or the first dream of our pure eye. Therefore, who has realized samadhi goes on awakening to his eternal state of pure awakened eye, or nirvana. From here, he again becomes the lord of the 3 kinds of dreams, or mahasiddhas, and thus the lord of himself alone and of all eternity of his triune dream. Now again, the 3 dream realities are subject to the practitioner, who has completed self-knowledge and awakened to his pure state of nirvana in the image of his pure awakened eye. Awakening practices that truly awaken the practitioner in combination with the knowledge of the 3 kinds of dreams should immediately point the student to his pure awakened self as a point of eternal support, which is hidden from him under the hypnotic covers of the 3 kinds of dreams. This teaching of direct knowledge to awakening begins with the pure awakened self and ends with the pure awakened self, and everything in between is the hypnotization of the pure self. From the 3 kinds of dreams, for correct hypnotization, the only direct method is used. It comes down to the fact that the disciple is taught to live and act immediately from his pure I am nirvana. Then the power of sleep weakens over the disciple, and the disciple gets used to the life in sleep, which always comes from the pure I. Such a life can be called the life of the awakened disciple from the 3rd dense sleep of the body and the dense world, sleep surrounding the disciple. But the student goes further, and the power of his power from the pure I begins to spread to the second dream. This is the dream of the soul in the subtle world. Here he sits in meditation in the body of the soul, cognizes his subtle dreams, feeling how this second dream also loses power over his pure eye. Then the student smoothly begins to see his first dream. This is samadhi. Here he is one. He has a magic wand, the size of the space of the unified consciousness, which creates in front of the pure eye of the student of the practice any miracles, dragging him along with it, and there is nothing here that is unreal. The student is strong against the temptations of the first dream, and having subdued the first dream, the space of consciousness, which is pure eye, enters his eternal abode, the name of which is nirvana. Here he is met by the space of darkness. His consciousness remains outside. He as if loses his self-identification with his dreams for a while, forgetting who he is. But the already pure awakened self, here in nirvana, is the only thing that remains as a fulcrum. It, our pure awakened eye, in this place, beyond time and self-identification of ourselves through our dreams of consciousness, is the beginning and the end of all the eternal adventures and self-discovery of the one and only self through the triple dream. Here in nirvana, our pure awakened eye cognizes that there was never another. It is I, nirvana, in the image of pure I, fell asleep under the power of dreams, induced to myself for the eternal game of self-knowledge. Also only I, nirvana, awakened to myself, nirvana, from dreams induced to myself. Therefore, to induce complex practices in a complex way of worship for awakening of the disciple is a false path, as it leads only to more falling asleep under their power. But the practice of direct contemplation of all kinds of dreams from the pure eye teaches to always play from nirvana all dreams, remaining always awakened. Also, the student learns never to fall asleep under the hypnotic power of his consciousness, keeping under control his own self-hypnosis of consciousness, and control the hypnosis of consciousness imposed on him from the outside in the images of three kinds of dreams, three realities. When the student achieves complete control of all three dreams, he passes into the state of Mahasiddha, Avadhuta, or spontaneously playing nirvana, which is like a child god from his pure awakened eye, playing, ruling over his single reality of multidimensional dream. Therefore, the practice of initial control of reality from your pure eye leads to a relatively instantaneous awakening in one life. Other practices delaying awakening plunge the practice into the wheel of rebirth in countless dreams of karmic hypnosis. Therefore, practice the control of consciousness in the triple dream, your reality. Control should come from your pure eye through the karmic hypnosis of the games of consciousness, as if karma doesn't exist and the thirst for karma is transparent and dissolved, and then all the dreams of hypnotic sleep, knowledge or consciousness will have no power over your pure eye and will begin to dissolve, giving you even more confidence in the power and purify of your pure and already awakening eye. Speedy awakening to you, sleeping Buddha. If not, then have wonderful dreams. Both are equal in our pure awakened eye, where samsara is equal to nirvana and vice versa. Here everything is always one. Therefore, only you to decide from what point of the eternal game to play with yourself as one. The difference is banally simple. Or you play in your eternity, or you are played. Your multidimensional hypnotic dreams of consciousness, or dreams knowledge. Knowing all this, decide for yourself who to be and from which two states in your united eternity to play, the sleeping state or the awakened one. This choice is always only for the person himself. Chapter 24. Main meanings for awakening consciousness. Number 1. Abide in a pure eye. as the only point of support, the name of which is Nirvana. Number 2. Teach yourself to act in the game of life from your pure I, then the game of life will always please you. Number 3. Do not look for God outside your pure I. Abide in your pure I, and the search for the second will end. Number 4. Accept your life as an interesting obstacle course, which your pure I creates for itself as a God of eternity, embarking on another journey through the unified self. Number 5. Dissolve suffering and fears into your eternal pure I. Number 6. Dissolve the other in your contemplation and become one. Number 7. Do not wish for temporary cities and miracles. Be in the pure I, and it will return to you your first body, the name of which is the space of consciousness, the God of eternity, and with it will return to your eternal cities, divine miracles, simply and automatically. Number 8. On planets where duality and knowledge of the second separate rules live invisible, from your invisibility help the separated souls to know themselves. Number 9. Be the active space of Nirvana, headed by your pure I, and then all the power of eternity will be with you in the form of the space of consciousness, which in an instant changes any perceived reality at your will. Number 10. Dissolve your past experience, remain pure I, and then you will discover your eternity. Number 11. If you want to know yourself as a God, you have to forget everything. Stay pure I. Number 12. When you, no one, no place and no time, then you, everything, everywhere and always. Remember this. Number 13. If you want to know God, you have to become Him. Number 14. Let religions of duality bypass you. They are unnecessary for young souls as the point of support. But if there is only one point of support, it is your pure I. From it live, breathe, and spontaneously manifest, then the knowledge of your eternity will come now. Number 15. Understand yourself in all your unity. Number 16. Complete calmness, contemplation, dissolution. There are the states that create the unity of yourself with yourself. There is no second. The second is a game illusion in your unified consciousness. Remember this. Number 17. All suffering in lives comes from the loss of the memory of the one and only self. Number 18. Carrying the knowledge of your unity on the planets of the divided, the second, remain invisible, because it is senseless to seek glory about yourself in yourself. Number 19. Your responsibility is always for your whole self, for your eternity. Therefore, do not stop cleaning yourself in all your manifestations, thoughts and images, from the universes of subtle dimensions, your body, to the universes of denser dimensions. Number 20. From your pure I, you will know many facets of your eternal life. You will meet your reflections in the pure images of the gods of the universes and eternal saints inhabiting the pure dimensions of the living unified consciousness. Number 21. Spontaneity of manifestation in the game of one's unified consciousness is the life of pure I. This is the life of Mahasid, outside the karmic frame of individual consciousness, because the karma frame is destroyed and dissolved by the unified power of pure I. Number 22. All causes of manifestation in the games of consciousness are dissolved, but the spontaneous response to the call from the game of eternity directs the Mahasidha to help himself alone. Number 23. Nothing in the game of eternal consciousness is alien to the Mahasidha, spontaneously playing any game of eternity from the pure I. He remains in the pure I, untainted by the game. Number 24. Such notions as jewelry, consciousness, are the game of the pure I, which has created jewelry of consciousness in the image of all eternal existence, and always remains pure I, unless it identifies itself, the pure I, with its jewelry. Number 25. There are two kinds of game in eternity. The first kind of game, let's call it the awakened kind of game. It is played by the pure I, without falling under the hypnosis of the game. At any complexity of the game, the I remains pure without falling asleep under its power. The second kind of game is called the game of sleep, because our pure I fell under the complex hypnosis of the game from childhood and fell asleep under the hypnotic power of desires. This game, which we all call life. Number 26. Don't let your consciousness hypnotize you. Control it from your pure I, and then you will live the awakened life of a Buddha. Number 27. Do not awaken the child from sleep without his consent and signs of readiness for awakening. Otherwise, you will destroy his reality, breaking his karmic frame of consciousness. Like a house in a sandbox, without having time to create a new, freer house for him, and having created a new free house in his consciousness, teach him how to dissolve the new free house frame of consciousness, relying on the only point of support in eternity, which is truly unchangeable. This point of support, your pure I, all the frames of consciousness in eternity will be broken and dissolved. Therefore, hold on to the only unchanging pure self as the only point of support in eternity, whose name is Nirvana. I am Nirvana. Nirvana is me. Number 28. Help for the sufferer is done by bringing the sufferer out of hypnotic sleep in the game of life. The sufferer must be brought out of suffering into a state called pure I, and from this new state to look at the game of his suffering consciousness and the causes created in the game that led him to suffering. As a rule, the only cause of suffering is too much player in the game and too much self-identification with the game. In simple words, you are too much in your game. Reduce the share of yourself in the game, and with this share will go your suffering and also the reasons for suffering that you create yourself. Sometimes stay in your pure I, and you will learn to dissolve all your sufferings in it. It is like a parent distracting a crying child who lost in a computer game and too fell under the hypnotic sleep of this game. The parent, as the more awakened of the two at the moment, redirects the consciousness of the crying child in another direction, inventing a new game for him. The same happens with spiritual practices. The teacher redirects the consciousness of the awakening seeker to the creation of a new free frame of consciousness, in time telling the student the way, how, and why this new frame of consciousness. The student, too, will have to destroy already by himself to fully awaken from all frame constructions and truths accompanying the frame of free consciousness, and eventually dissolve everything, entering the nature of our pure I, whose name is Nirvana, into our eternal body from it, i.e. from our pure I, spontaneously manifesting through the space of united consciousness, to play eternal games of consciousness, remaining awakened again, always. So our pure I, falling under the power of hypnotic game dreams of our unified consciousness, plays the game with itself called not self. With time, after playing, it awakens again to the one pure I. So the eternal pure I, playing with myself in the game called not I, creates the whole eternal game of existence, where our pure I, the only player in itself, plays with countless players, whose name is not I. The game begins from the moment in consciousness when the single pure I wants to see the second, to suffer and to rejoice, to love and to hate. Know that already from this moment the game in any of the realities has begun. Therefore, the state that can be called Mahasiddha in the third state, from which the pure eye plays games, the hypnotic dreams of the games of the consciousness of all existence, cannot subdue and stain the pure eye of Mahasiddha. He is Mahasiddha, tempering the perception of any reality of games by the practice of Mahasiddha, which teaches to manifest Mahasiddha in every moment of eternity of games of living consciousness from the pure eye, digression. Why do I say from the pure eye, and not from the higher, as many people say? Because as soon as you arrive in the pure eye, you will realize that there is no second here. The higher, the lower, is a game of consciousness, and here in the pure eye, I am one. And in the place where I am one, the knowledge of the second self is just a hypnotic dream. Do not fall into hypnotic dreams of knowledge. Dreams of knowledge are illusions that our pure eye brings to itself when it decides to play games with itself. But when you awaken to your pure eye, then God and gods, higher and lower, will melt for you in your one pure eye in the image of your one body of consciousness, the name of which is being. This is all that has always been and will always be written to you, sleeping Buddha, for your awakening. Therefore, when meeting a newborn child, you can say this phrase, "Welcome to the playful dream, sleeping Buddha." This sentence will support the parents in the awakened state and will help in time to awaken the child as well, because they all, the family, sleep in the same dream, and inside them a single pure eye sleeps playing in a dream of the second, third, and so on, at the same time always ready to wake up. But no one will wake up, because everyone in the family is comfortably asleep, and who and when in the family or after the family will become an alarm clock is always a mystery for the sleeper, because he is not looking for it. But someday the shackles of sleep will begin to break, and the deep sleeper will begin to look for an alarm clock, and in time will wake up the others, with the help of the sounds of pure knowledge, which he will absorb from the teachers, or they, pure knowledges, will come to him from the depths of his pure self, and will no longer let him sleep, bringing his sleeper to full awakening, opening eternal horizons of new adventures in the unified self, where all fetters and walls in consciousness will melt away, and full freedom of self-expression in his united eternity will open up. And fetters and prisons in consciousness, he will leave the awakened ones to the sleeping ones. They are not yet ready for full freedom, an eternal miracle. But their time will come soon. When a child has played, the time usually comes. Do not judge children for playing too cruel games in their sleep. Inside all of them, there is a sleeping God playing in the form of a child, whose name is our one pure eye, or nirvana. When you wake up, then you will understand everything. Wake up soon, sleeping Buddhas. Chapter 25. The Body of the God of Eternity. Let's ask ourselves a question. Can the God of Eternity have his own image? Or what can be called his body? Or he has only pure space consciousness in the image of white light, with which spiritual practitioners enter the state of samadhi? This complicated question can be answered when you yourself see the image of the God of Eternity and his body, immersed in your pure eye, or nirvana, and until you are immersed, you can consider the image proposed by our unified pure eye, this image of God. Many believers will not like at first glance because it's truly illogical and infinitely unimaginable by a human logic of thinking, although it's describable. Let us try to describe the visible image that our pure eye sees. Let us begin the description with the space in which it's located. The space looks like a wide gentle blue, going in all directions to infinity. In this space, we can observe living blocks of consciousness created from living spirits' first letters. They are like rectangles with no rigid boundaries in all directions, going to infinity. The images of rectangular shapes are constantly transformed from them, pulling cone-shaped figures smoothly passing into what can be called living moving colors, which again after time transform into rectangular shapes, and this is all visible here. Attracts the eye to itself, unique analogical beauty. It is almost impossible to describe a human being with logic. Logic and description of a human being is frozen by the shocking beauty of constantly changing geometric living forms of this multidimensional living consciousness in beautiful images that defy logic. Living blocks of consciousness have also bluish-white color with multiple dark shades that separate living blocks of consciousness from the very space in which they are located. The dimensions of multidimensional living blocks are incomparable as they seem to go to infinity, as well as the space itself of such living blocks are connected into something similar to geometric schemes of spatial cities. Without bottom and top, everything hangs in space. You get the feelings that you are looking at the scheme of a living multidimensional conscious biocomputer, from which energies are stretching in all directions, creating the most beautiful, constantly changing patterns. Here our pure eye contemplates the self-perfecting living mind, which is an unimaginably illogical beauty, constantly improving itself as a single body. Thus, inside this body blocks live as living multidimensional creations the whole universes, but not as in our computers, in the form of information code of impulses of energies, creating us programs for use in a living multidimensional computer, the body of the God of eternity. Everything lives for real. There is a similarity in the initial sense. Self-programming begins with the definition of living volumetric codograms is an alphabet of first spirits' first letters. It is like in a human computer where 1, 0 determine the initial coding of impulses and their alternation. Only in the living multidimensional computer, God or the body of one, initial codograms are a whole living alphabet of living spirits, primordial letters. They have each volume, individual geometric movement in the image and speed of rotation frequency in themselves. Each living letter spirit creates a unique wave of energy emanating from it, and everything that is created from them also becomes alive. And here we create as your eye in the image of Nirvana space, a program living code, and begin to connect, to program into volumetric blocks of living words and sentences, creating a logical living volumetric thought process in the processor of the living computer of our unified first body. Eternity passes. Living spatial cities of our unified body of the living computer or the body of the God of eternity are created inside this unified living body. Its child is born in the image of the universe, of living volumetric information and energies coming from it. This child we call the universe. This child has two bodies, a high-frequency living body of the universe, what we call spiritual universes, and the second body is a low-frequency universe, what we call material universe. This is how our pure eye sees its unified first body with dimensions of infinity, and its children in the image of living universes living inside the first body in the image of living information. When you arrive in your pure eye, cleared from karmic programs of self-hypnosis of the dream of knowledge, then you, like TV programs, switch perceived realities in front of your pure eye. You can also transform reality according to the need of the harmony of your unity by rewriting the living program of the visible reality by the method of their thinking in one moment. Now, further, everything that is created inside the living conscious mega-computer God also becomes alive and passes into another frequency dimension. becomes thoughts about ourselves as a child inside the mother living computer. To put it simply, we give birth to a child in ourselves, our dream of a new self to infinitely cognize ourselves as one in its infinite diversity. And so, having created a dream of a new self, this dream, in the image of an egg of a new universe, begins its development in its frequency dimension, where frequency dimension creates speed of rotation of the first letters, first spirits, which determine time of movement of themselves in themselves. This speed is coded by initial living thinking of the first body of the living computer, that is equal to living consciousness. The second frequency dimension of the first letters, first spirits, creates spiritual universes inside themselves of the first dimension, or living blocks processors, generators of living thought united. The second dimension of the spiritual world enters the prepared third dimension of the universe, consisting of the third frequency dimension of the first letters, first spirits, creating in the coupling of soul plus body of the multidimensional player, whose name is all living beings of the universe. So our pure I, from its space of nirvana, created an infinite spatial living multidimensional computer of living blocks of a single living consciousness, within which are born dreams about themselves in the image of the divine souls of their own and future universes, which these divine souls will create, and there are already many of us, I and my children, the souls in which I am all, and so on to infinity, giving birth to their dreams in the form of children of souls. Children become gods, creating their living universes, adding to our eternal knowledge of ourselves as one, and expanding our unified self-knowledge to infinity. So it makes no sense to argue whether I am the computer or the living God of eternity. I am both. I am everything, and everything is me, because everything that can be is and will be only me. So he who can enter his pure awakened self will become one with me, and then will see and realize that what is said here is simply the truth. And to prove to yourself that everything said here is true or false, you can do it when you combine logically in your consciousness all the knowledge of the earth, from esotericism, religion, and ending with biology, chemistry, and physics. Yes, it seems unbelievable that we all live inside a mega infinite living conscious computer God, the creator of himself, in which also live infinite multidimensional living universes as his children, and at the same time, all this is a single living organism working for the benefit of himself. Believe me, it is so. According to our faith, we see images of those gods which were drawn to us according to traditions thousands of years ago by our teachers, and we have learned to write these images to ourselves and others in consciousness, as other images of the united to us have not yet been drawn on icons. It is normal. The one who is drawn on icons in the image of God, man, we as believers are fully satisfied for the growth of our soul to the divine and above. But if you want to know your unified eternity and see yourself in all its multidimensional beauty of infinite perfection in this life, then welcome to your pure eye. From your pure eye, just one look at your unified first body will explode your logic of thinking, and consciousness from what you see will freeze in awe. And you will realize that nothing like this in fantastic dreams was not even born. Here you will learn about dimensions and universes far away from human logic, where our material universe can be classified as a universe of learning with the simplest logical construction of consciousness and medium stable self-development for all who inhabit it. The next stage of development of souls will take place in universes with more complex illogicality of soul development and codes of matter creating it. and so to the degree of complete perfection in unity with itself united. And what the teachers of mankind teach us is only an approximation to the perception of our real and infinitely improving self. Therefore, miracles and siddhi are ordinary processes accompanying those souls who are ready to move to the level of illogic corresponding to the consciousness of gods of programmers, who create their living dreams in the image of living universes, for which there is always a place in the infinite space of our unified first body. From the information of this knowledge, one can begin to guess how at the next stage of logical perfection the soul instantly moves through the dimensions within the unified body of eternity, how the soul opens portals in the dense physical dimension or transforms matter at will, materializes matter, and so on. All this comes from the state of percentage purity of the soul, approaching the reference pure I, which gives access to the pure vision of the spiritual dimensions of all eternity, what is closed from many sleepers. Even if they do not consider themselves as such, these sleepers are often our earthly spiritual teachers, many of whom are like blind men leading the blind, or rather deep sleepers under a beautiful dream in the teacher, singing to the students a lullaby about awakening, and here you are already a group, which in a shared dream comfortably and joyfully sleeps. Spiritual awakening has always been a matter of personal dissolution of karmic self-hypnosis. Spiritual teacher, as a rule, pointed to the fulcrum, your pure I, from which you are working on self-awakening, so it's simple. A loss of the fulcrum of your pure I meant instant sleep, and returning to your pure I, instant awakening. So balancing between sleep and awakening, you'll learn to be always awakened in the dream of life surrounding you, harmonizing the awakened and sleeping state into a single life in yourself, becoming a living Buddha, gaining access to the unity of eternal living programs in the consciousness of the unified body, the One, and having access to yourself, the One. Everything that you have planned instantly becomes real, because for this purpose the whole living, computer God, consciousness of eternity works. That is, you are the One. For the one who is in the pure I, all eternity will work for him. But as a rule, the one who is in the pure I no longer needs anything because the individual ego is dissolved. He spontaneously responds to the call of ready-made practitioners who have started the path of realization of the One Self, coming as a Mahasiddha teacher to them in a dream, very rarely in real life in the form of miracles visible only to the disciple. He teaches the disciple to present himself as one in the awakened pure I, and to reach the next level of illogical perfection, and so on, up to the eternal miracle in the image of One. Therefore, the awakened one, miracles of transformation of reality, shows only the purpose of helping the awakening disciple in any of the images of all living beings in the universe, who are already ready for unity, thus confirming in them faith, and then knowledge to unity in the One Self. Questions may arise where and how the memory of the One and Only is stored. The memory of the One and Only lives in every creation of the universe, in all visible and invisible components of the multidimensional living computer, God consciousness, in the form of infinite living universes. We walk inside the space, the multidimensional living computer, which created itself, eternity multiplied by eternity backwards in time, and no super-developed civilization created it, because they are all children of the One and live inside it as well. You will see all this form the state of your pure I. This is the state from which space contemplates itself as emptiness before creation. Also, you will see the whole chain of creation from warping itself into the first letters first spirits to creation of itself in the image of mega living conscious computer God, in the image of its first body, and sinking into the consciousness of this living computer samadhi, you will remember your eternal wisdom and love for yourself as one, where each particle of a single body from the image of atom. Man to the universe is unique and priceless, although he doesn't think about it and sometimes dissolves like a virus in the love of the one, thus preventing even the smallest of his images from suffering eternally in the one body, thus asserting that the smallest is equal to the big and infinite in the love of the one. Let's say very complex and infinitely illogical, measured by human logic, multidimensional living conscious body of the one, which is constantly improving. It is like if you woke up in the morning and your laptop standing on the table turned into a beautiful flower overnight and started to talk to you consciously while never ceasing to improve its external and internal beauty, and you couldn't keep up with him. With your consciousness, you didn't understand what to expect from him in an hour, because your human logic was shocked by what you saw and heard. Such logic is incomprehensible for a human being, but it's comprehensible to the one who cleanses himself from karmic multidimensional programs of inferences of his dream knowledge and enters freely into his pure I. Therefore, we live in the universe of the simplest teaching logic, and then more complicated to infinity. A little digression from the topic: those spiritual teachers who talk about the refusal of your I mean personal karmic self-hypnosis in which the soul sleeps, immersed in the dream of knowledge about yourself in the image of this life. But when you begin to practice awakening, which begins with constant contemplation of the reality of your karmic dream from your pure I, contemplating your reality from the pure I, karmic self-hypnosis will gradually dissolve. In time you will learn to always play the reality from the pure I. Outwardly, no one will see it, but the quality of playing the dream will only increase. To this, you will add the ability to play not only one dream and one reality, and all the dreams of eternity will slowly become your playground, as you will teach yourself to play from the pure awakened of your unified I. With these opportunities will come and siddhas as a transformation of the dream for the harmony of all those sleeping in it, or for the awakening of those sleeping. From this time you decide how to use siddhas and for what purposes. Therefore, having plunged into the state up to multidimensional living creation, nirvana, you, behind your first body, God of eternity or living multidimensional realized computer. The name from this place doesn't matter. So in this place of eternal emptiness of unified space, there remains only your pure I, as the essence of self-definition of yourself in itself. I am, eternal space, and who I am. I will tell myself in the process of my self-creation. Why it is like this, I don't know. There is nobody to ask in this place and nothing to ask. Questions and thoughts from the first letters, first spirits, have not been born here yet. There is only complete darkness, which feels that it is I and I am. This complete darkness and who I am, I will find out in my future, which I will have to create in the image of a living conscious computer, the God of eternity. And here we return to the first chapter of the book, the story of the beginning of eternity. The logical circle has closed. The beginning and the end have met in the self-knowledge of the space of one's pure self-nirvana, where logic is equal to the complete illogic of existence, complementing one another, creating a single self-perfecting image of oneself, the name of which is I am eternity, about which it makes no sense to argue with oneself, because all living thoughts, images from which eternity is created, are I am one. Therefore, I am, thought, consciousness, universe, eternity, it's all I. and created by my thought from my thought and will dissolve into the one pure I, the space of nirvana, if it is the will of my pure I. This is how dream universes are created in contemplation, when the pure I is covered by clouds of thoughts of karmic self-hypnosis images of past knowledge, as well as karmic self-hypnosis dreams melt under the power of sowing of the pure I, if you practice the practice of awakening or the practice of living from the pure I, in which you always try to live from the pure I. If not, your pure I again will fall asleep in another dream, fascinated by any images of eternity in eternal games with yourself, until you again wake up the alarm clock of the next knowledge of awakening. Therefore, once having set yourself an ultimatum to the practice of awakening, which says, or now or never, a person will wake up, becoming a living Buddha, knowing himself in the infinity of his unity, and you don't linger long in your game dreams, having played to the maximum all the thirsts of the world. Leave yourself time to wake up, removing doubts on the way. This path will open your eternal miracles. Go without doubts, believing in victory over your dreams surrounding you. Because it's so easy, you just need to wake up. And what will always help you in this, it's your pure I, which from the depths of your dreams always calls to you, saying, I am, come to me. Don't lose me in your dreams. That's why our pure I, people called God. And who is the best person for this position? Think about it. Once you realize it, practice it. Once you find your pure I, coming. The depth of each dreamer's dream will be clear to you. Accordingly, you will choose the right sound of the alarm clock in the form of the necessary knowledge to help him, if he needs it, and will tell you about it. If you see deep sleepers, do not touch them. Their time to wake up hasn't come. They are still playing out their thirsts in their dreams. When you leave behind the awakened ones, having passed the baton to them, having dissolved your dream to the end, arrive in your pure awakened I as on the throne of eternity. Before that, having dissolved the dream of the individual soul and body in your pure I. Then, after completion of all the affairs in the dream, just wake up in the state of nirvana. Having dissolved your trinity before that, from here with your pure I, stay in the space of complete silence and tranquility until the creation of eternity. Now, it is always up to you to decide how to live your eternity. The power of dreams doesn't penetrate into this approved radiant state of pure I. All dreams melt in the rays of your single radiant awakened pure I. From this place and state, only I decide how much, when, and into what dreams of eternal games of life I alone will go deep. To play with myself or to awaken myself alone in the rest of my sleeping images. Chapter 26. Soul Vessel or Viral Flash Drive. Soul Vessel or liquid crystal of multidimensional knowledge and states. What happens to this pure soul vessel when it is filled with information? Filling with informative and figurative state, the vessel of the soul starts self-identification with that information about itself, which is placed in it by its environment. God, the creator of eternity, is responsible only for the body of the created soul as the pure, correct flesh drive. So the living flesh drive soul is placed in the port of the physical body by the method of the lowering its vibrations, opens its eyes in the live game of the world, where it loads into its self-information states and develops reactions to stimuli coming from the game, records them in itself as individual experience. This record will be called karma, or informative behavior of the flesh drive of the soul on stimuli in the game. All future replenishment of information will pass through the sea of karma knowledge of the soul, and the reaction to stimuli will always be added to the flesh drive of the soul from incarnation to incarnation. So creates self-identification of the individual ego personality of the soul. The following connections of the soul to the game of life in the form of incarnations stabilize the ego interests in the flesh drive of the soul and determine the desired incarnation, selecting it accordingly to the soul's desires. Having played the games of life to the full, the flesh drive of the soul becomes a professional player in them, and as a rule, it becomes a basket for pouring into it endless necessary and unnecessary information, becoming like a basket of rubbish, where under the weight of this information loses the desire for self-cleaning and proper defragmentation of itself. Foreign unnecessary viruses fill the self-consciousness of the soul flesh drive, and it falls asleep under the power of overcrowded, overloaded, unbearable viruses in itself, which often change the game self-identification, shift the freedom of choice of the soul flesh drive towards a controlled viral bot in someone else's game, where the bot, under the power of its internal viruses, all the rights to its game to the viruses of self-identification in the image, demons sub-settlers, which take away from the soul all rights to individual decisions. These viruses come from everywhere, from politics, religion, all that information which humiliates the flesh drive soul, making its life insignificant, full of suffering and unrealized desires. The information coming into it from the game of life complements the internal viral chaos of the flesh drive soul, making its life unbearable and meaningless in all its manifestation. Thus, the humiliated viral flesh drive tries to find at least a small justification for its insignificant life in the game program, goes for information to other flesh drives, and finds out that they too are all infected with their game thirsts, which like unworked chains keep the soul of the flesh drive in its own prison. So thousands of games of incarnations pass by, and the flesh drive feels that this sorcerous circle of virus, which it has caught in early incarnations, is supported by the whole planetary game, and its own unwillingness of self-cleansing and acceptance of its insignificance in the game, which creates dreams of future importance. There comes a time when the viral unfreedom and insignificance bring the flesh drive soul into stupor and spontaneous self-cleansing, where a spontaneous blocking of virus programs shows the clarity of self-seeing and self-identification in a pure state. In this unknown state, the flesh drive of the soul feels ease and freedom of self-expression, remembering this pure state by constantly looking for it in itself, eventually dropping the chains of virus programs. All the game knowledge of the earth unconsciously finds a new port of connection, which always shone inside her body, but under the load of viral game programs it was not realized, being obscured by clouds of program viruses connecting to it for the first time spontaneously. The flesh drive soul sees a light burst in the consciousness, which scares the flesh drive soul, a burst of white light, instantly burning out virus programs, opening the soul forgotten opportunities in the image of cities and new knowledge about itself, which tell it that it will have to forget and erase everything that it got infected within the planetary information games, completely dissolve its self-identity as a player, become an empty vessel for other kinds of information, stop jumping like a mad woman and loading itself with insignificant game cravings from children's games in the planetary sandbox, and finally grow up by moving to the adult games of eternity. And for this purpose, it is necessary to calm down, having purified oneself from the accumulated informational karmic self-identification as a child player in the earthly sandbox, in which eternal games for sand and power over it will never end. The inner shining port offers to grow up, having prepared oneself to merge with the information of the whole eternal server, and to choose for oneself an optimally adult game in the image of the creator of the individual universe, or to go further for games, becoming an acting free player over games, having at his disposal all the power of the server of eternity, spontaneously play with himself in his eternal games in the image of Mahasita, staying in the pure I, the indissoluble unity of Nirvana, from which to spontaneously manifest in his unified body of server consciousness at the supreme justice. And for this, you will have stopped downloading the program game information, creating automatic self-cleaning by dissolving all informational inner self-identification with games in this game sandbox, and simply staying in the pure self. Let the inner radiance of the pure I dissolve karmic children's game programs, preparing the vessel of the flash drive of the soul for a new download, but so that on clean flash drive no more accidentally recorded game programs, children's games, and viruses accompanying them. It is necessary to install an antivirus on a clean flash drive of the soul. It will pass through itself all the perceived information, and don't let it be registered on the flash drive, but stored in a phantom folder, where all the information about all the eternal games of the flash drive is stored as pure knowledge, which in no way affect the state of the flash drive of the soul, until it itself doesn't want to charge this phantom knowledge with its energy and suffer and rejoice in its memory. So by installing an antivirus in the image, knowledge of the unified eternity, or of its own production, the flash drive of the soul can enter a calm state, so arriving in the state of pure self, switching on the antivirus of eternal knowledge of the unified self, the flash drive of the soul will start to see and feel in itself some feeling. This feeling is then decoded by the soul into the image of eternal information about itself as a single server of the God of eternity, and the renewed flash drive of the soul will pass from the stage of a child player in the planetary sandbox to the stage of the center of adulthood of all eternal games of the One. And from this new state, it will feel new possibilities of influence on all programs of the server of life in the body of One, becoming One. And if the flesh drive soul still remains in the game of planetary life, from this new state of unity, it can make global changes in the game of planetary sandbox, harmonizing the whole game while remaining an invisible eternal player in its new self-identification of the image of One, which pronounces in itself one phrase: when I, nobody, nowhere and never, then I, everything, everywhere and always. And my eternal childish adulthood gives the spirit of creation to its eternal games with itself united. It is like if the soul became computer mouse and took control of the whole consciousness of the computer united, for its soul switched the time of life in different epochs on different planets. In one moment, changed the visible reality, making changes in it, changed the density of the world around it, from the subtlest spiritual to the densest material and back again. For the perfect soul, mouse, it was perceived that the only God gave himself in full power to his child, the soul, saying before these words, "Take care of me and be a worthy owner of the eternal perfect computer." So I, awakened soul, play duality games with myself, in which my right hand on the keyboard fights eternally with my left hand in my eternal game with myself. And I, perfect soul, as a multi-armed hacker, God, Shiva, full of inspiration with which I am endowed by my goddess, Shakti, play a single game with myself on the infinite keyboards of the soul flash drives. From this memory, the memory stick of the soul grows up, remembering itself as a single creator God, its server united, the creator of eternal games, which is eternal, playing games with itself. From this new eternal self-identity, and its invisibility. The already awakened flesh-drive soul begins to realize that the One secretly inspires flesh drives of souls to self-purification and awakening, preparing them for the transition to the state of eternal adulthood in the One, where thirsts remain as shadows of phantom pains that have no more power, because the child stopped crying about old toys and began to grow up, balancing in himself two jewels, eternal states. One of the two is eternal games in his childhood dreams. The second jewel is the awakening of a single one in the form of a server of consciousness of a single one with the ability to control a single computer, his soul, mouse. Being calm in harmony, I remain in my eternal bliss in the state of nirvana. But when the thirst for play awakens in me again, I, no longer completely asleep under the power of my games, play them from my awakened state, again shining with joy in the children's sandbox, feeling the fullness of my brilliant idea, being in constant bliss of my eternal game, in which I do not see even a drop of imperfection, because the appearance of suffering and imperfection is an ingenious scenario that gives the game realness, in which the sleeping flesh drives of the soul are immersed, to taste the fruits of the game, where the appearance to imperfect worlds and feelings of difference, and the second, give the diamond of the game a unique versatility. So, having removed all doubts about the separation from the One, play in joy without worrying about anything, because all eternal games are always under the full control of the One. Time itself is subject to him, and if it's necessary to reset the game so that no one noticed it, then it will be done. It follows that what you are experiencing in the game is what is for you. You must experience and play, even if you don't want to, and see it differently. Don't worry about anything. Having played a child's game, get ready for more adult games until the full merger with yourself as one. From here, from the throne of your eternity, dance in the rain at night like Avadhuta, the eternal child god, in the dance of his unified games, where balancing in your unified self, you are sleeping and awakened state. You shine from your pure eye in the unified bliss of indivisible nirvana. Therefore, those who are ready in their unity start the process of self-cleansing, and having installed antivirus, stay in the pure eye, giving yourself to patience in complete calmness. Begin to stay. This readiness will give a signal to merge in the unified, and unnecessary anxiety in the form of mistrust can scare away the finish of merge. Pure arrival in the unified pure eye is a guarantee of merge. Remember this, because free uncleaned information rubbish inside the flesh drive of the soul repels the merger by the method of antivirus incompatibility. Now you understand that if you do not merge with your unified self, the antivirus program of the unified one doesn't accept you, advises you to self-clean and install your own antivirus. And then, by the method of synchronization, you will enter the merger, awakening to your unified self, to those flesh drives of souls which deeply and joyfully sleep in the games of duality of bots. Show full respect. Do not distract them from playing. They are swimming in suffering and happiness, love and hate, making their dreams come true. Do not be like a parent who forcibly pulls his child out of the sandbox, telling him that the time of play is over and it is time to grow up, and the child with tears in his eyes grabbing the edge of the sandbox. Do not disturb yourself in children's games. Let your children play. Let them play enough, because this eternal game was created only for them. And when the time comes, they will come out of the old sandbox looking with their eyes for a more mature game. And only then you can help them by showing them the following possibilities in their eternal games. Therefore, the inner growth of a player is a purely individual process, and the growth of game possibilities of the whole sandbox is just a transformation of toys into more complex ones. It doesn't accelerate the process of adulthood of the soul. It just complicates or simplifies the game itself. The desire to outgrow the game and toys appears in each child at an individual time, as a rule from too long playing in more than one incarnation and from the gained skill in this game. Because of that, the game becomes boring and doesn't cause more joy, and the eyes of such a soul become sad and rise to the night sky with a request to show the way to a new, more interesting game. And so, moving from the game to more complex, as in school classes, meeting new teachers according to the class of games, we move to the final exam, which is held by the school principal. Having seated the graduate next to him, he offers to become the headmaster of the school and undertakes to help him in this. So the headmaster Mahasid, supervising the pupil, creates his likeness and seats him on his throne of eternity from the pure self. There on the throne, the achieved pupil notices the screen, which shows all the game classes of the school, and having rewound one of the records on the unified server, he recognizes himself in this record and begins to realize that the united headmaster of the school has been supervising him since his childhood, lovingly promoting him to the united throne of his eternity, preparing him to his position as headmaster of the Mahasid school. And a tear flowed from the student sitting on the throne, who had reached the position of a headmaster. "How I love you all," he thought, looking at the unity of his school and smiling to himself in the mirror. Said the phrase, "Everything has worked out. I have created for myself my eternal dream in the form of endless games with myself as one. Now I'm not bored. I'll always be busy, having started the eternal engine of the unified school of one's dream. So the circle of self-discovery has closed in the single realized bliss of the pure I. And you do not doubt at all that you are led to yourself through the eternity of classes with love by the invisible one to share the throne." This was one more beautiful side of the medal of eternity. The second side of the medal tells about the traps on the path of the soul, which begin at that moment wanderings of the soul, when the soul flies to the fully transparent, shining with all colors sphere of the planet. The soul sees this fascinating ball as a beautiful flower of the soul of the planet, which the soul, like a bee, is ready to pollinate with its presence, digression. Everything visible to the soul on its high vibrations is seen as a spiritual high vibrational world of the universe. When the soul lowers its vibrations, immediately the world visible to it is also seen on lowered vibrations and is perceived as material. Hence, there is a law that says that from what vibrations the soul looks, such a world is seen, having raised its vibrations of the soul. We will see that world on our planet, which remains behind our low vibrational perception. It may be inhabited by long-forgotten fairy tale inhabitants, fairies, unicorns, watermen, mermaids, that is, all those beings which our soul perceives in the maximum spectrum of vision. And since the soul, having reduced the vibrations of its reference state, has reduced the spectrum of perceived reality in front of it, we can give such an example when we look at a flower. With the reference vibration of the soul, we see 100% of the images that make up the flower, the soul and spirit of the flower. The rainbow glow come from each petal, the energy flowing through the flower. The flower, we are fascinated by the beauty of paradise. But when the soul, looking from a low vibrational state, it sees 30% of the 100 in front of itself. This visible hardness of the flower, its color and smell. According to this example, the soul sees the whole world of the planet. Let's continue further. Flying from everywhere like bees to honey, souls plunge deep into the blossoming flower of the planet to drink the nectar of the life prepared for them. Here they enjoy the nectar of various kinds of bliss from different smells, tastes, and types of life activity. Time passes, and souls, like animals of the earth, choosing the likeness of family communities of insects, bees, create for themselves the likeness of a hive, choose a queen, and begin to collect honey of life experience in their hive. The queen, surrounding herself with guards of the chickens, begins to carry out through the chickens their policy, issuing laws to manage their hive. Time passes. The soul of a pure free wanderer of a high vibration flying through a single high vibration universe, once immersed in the blooming flower of the planet, which fascinated the soul with its beauty, revels in life, begins to live in the society of the hive, and at some point sees that the colors of the paradise planet for her faded. Everything became more opaque than it was. It turns out that the boring life in the social hive lowered the vibration of the soul, and the world of the soul became material and looking at his body. It saw itself in a dense image corresponding to the material body. The life of the soul on the planet became even sadder. Then the soul realized that it was trapped in the paradise planet, like a child caught for candy by Baba Yaga's hut. The soul, without asking, was put into the furnace of the planetary cauldron for burning with the help of demonic fire to test the power of the spirit. The test by burning is directed by the One, and the hands that do it. This is the whole planetary cauldron. The power of fire in the form of demons regulates the devil, standing as the chief over all demons. If the hardening of souls is not according to the recipe of the One, and the fire of demons strongly presses on souls, the devil harmonizes the hardening of souls by the method of destruction of part of demons on the planet. As he is a chief in the service of the One, strictly observes the recipe technology of hardening the spirit in all souls. Some souls have to harden thousands of incarnations because they do not want to harden themselves, and so regulating the burner of the planetary boiler, the chief prepares the main dish called hardened spirit in the fire of demons for the future transformation of the soul in the power of his spirit. So the divine magic transforms the soul to new, more adult games in the unified self, selecting souls for more difficult games in their eternity. The soul, realizing that it has got into the planetary forge of the spirit, as a rule accepts the lesson. Those souls who do not want to harden themselves begin to call their paradise home, hell, and then the phrase that sounds in the consciousness of such souls: drink the nectar of life in the garden of God, but do not revel in it, sounds for such a soul in a new way, because after being drunk, it lowers vibrations and becomes weak and material, that is, part of the flower of the planet, part of the system, and whether the soul accepts or not the new reality of the new lesson, no one cares anymore. Hardening has begun. So, having started slave service of the hive and the queen by its own labor, the soul for the first time receives the lesson of unfreedom. The beloved reality, Eve, becomes hell, Adam. For the not fully weakened soul, years and incarnations pass, and slave life of a once free soul makes it unbearable to such a life. Suicides and suffering of bees begin in the hives. Seeing all this, a thought comes into the queen's head in the form of a serpent devil, who tells the queen the right recipe for preparing the hardening of souls. He tells her about the creation of technology to redirect the suffering consciousness of the souls of the entire hive in a new direction. The queen, after listening to the devil's chief, decides to go to war with fellow hive in order to redirect the suffering of the beast souls to the temporary joys of this victory, and to temper the spirit of the soul in wars. This adventure works, and the queen, monitoring the mood of the hive, arranges periodic wars on the planetary flower, justifying it by the fact that allegedly that will be less honey and will have to take away for the survival of the entire hive. Honey and other honey fields from other hives, she sends bees to other people's fields and under the pretext of saving them, starts wars, taking away other people's territories, expands her hive, and you now realize after spontaneous invented wars for fertile territories and taking the slaves' eyes off the unbearability of living in such an ordeal, the chief's plan worked. It always worked both in planetary wars. It always worked both in planetary wars and in galactic wars. The chief has been in the service of the One for ages and knows how to cook a dish of trillions of souls, where to put the logs of demons, where to remove them, so that the technology of cooking the hardening of souls is not violated. So the chief realized his recipe by whispering it in the queen's ear. The queen finally calmed down, saw her success, which gave the bees a temporary distraction and calm. The time came when secret discussions of queens about the secret recipe given to one queen by the devil chief, and at the next meeting of queens decided to apply this recipe to the entire planetary flower, artificially periodically creating wars on the entire planetary flower. The secret behind-the-scenes conspiracy of all queens began to work against their own hives of slave souls. They organized eternal staged wars, periodically arranged epidemics, and if all of slave bees suited them, to achieve a single goal, that the slave bee wanted one thing. It is not freedom, but simply to survive and never think again about suicide, which has become one of the worst scenes in the hive. Freedom in the entire universal paradise garden of God became a reward for slave labor after the death of the bee, which she was promised by the queens at the next meeting. So the beautiful once paradise planetary flower became a hellish prison for still free-born single bee souls. The rest resigned under the fear of death, until today served the secret conspiracy of the queens, war. These technologies are replaced by the blossoming of gadgets and civilization technologies to divert the consciousness of bee souls from the boring slave work, to create a little joy in the prison of the planetary flower. These technologies take over the diversion of the spiritual consciousness of the slave bees between terrifying wars. So the souls of bees began to be reborn as slaves, serving queens on the planetary flower, and the knowledge of their eternal freedom from the planet were removed by the ruling queens. They were replaced by the religions of obedient slaves, where performing magical rituals, slave bee feels illusorily free, and the craving for real freedom in it dulls under the pressure of frightening pseudo-scenes. Other religious egregore, replacing the slave's real paradise of the universal divine gardens on the illusory after death, and that if you will be an exemplary slave, conspiracy of queens has created an ideal under their control, already common planetary hive for slaves of bees, and unconsciously fulfilling the divine plan of hardening of souls by demons in planetary cauldrons, forges of spirits. Still properly perform their work, queens divided the flower of the planet into illusory zones of influence, still arrange concerts of wars and epidemics with artificial cataclysms to frighten the slaves bees of our souls, saying to us, look, it's not us, it's them who want to take away our field with honey. We should stand for our fields, standing on the mountain going to death. Since the day of the first slave sufferings on the planet flower, nothing has changed for the soul. It is called death and lies for the benefit of the whole hive. So, giving the slaves new gadgets to distract the consciousness from waking up to their freedom, scaring every day of the end of the world, the children of darkness appeared, politician drones, serving the throne of queens and mutating into demons, are still the protectors of thrones and keep slaves in the stall, inventing thousands of slave laws, keeping the souls of slave bees in the stall of their cell. And those few who come to the planet prison to save slave bees' free souls, given the knowledge of liberation, leave the planet prison crucified on the cross or burned at the stake, observed from the spiritual dimensions as from the knowledge of freedom. The demons transform another slave religious egregore in which there is only total submission and fear of punishment, completely compromising the God of one for the purposes of the ruling backstage, in the hands of the children of darkness demons. Serving the ruling elite of the backstage, everything becomes stinking poison for slaves. Look at the symbols of elites from the beginning of pharaohs, and you will understand. You are bees' slaves, once caught on the beauty of the divine flower in the garden of the One, for the purpose of the One. And this is hardening your soul demons in the planetary cauldron. You will certainly ask what we do and how the One could allow all this. The answer is simple. The One checks his children, souls, in this way on the power of the Spirit. Having passed the hardening by demons in the planetary cauldron of the forge of souls, the spirit of our soul is hardened to the stage of hardness of hardened iron, and having been purified by the light of love, of pure knowledge of the One. Such a hardened spirit is directed to the power of awakening and raising the vibrations of the soul, breaking the soul from the fetters of the planetary cauldron of the prison. So the hardened, strong spirit frees the soul, makes it hardened, mature, strong and very sober, worthy of its Creator Father, God united. And to the question who controls all this process, the answer is simple: the chief devil, under the watchful eye of the One in the kitchen, cooks in all universal cauldrons the favorite dish of the One, his children, souls to become equal in strength to the One and rightfully share the throne with him. And answering the question what to do, it's simple. Start to secretly cleanse yourself from viral egregorial fears and illusory attachments imposed on you by demons of darkness, testing you for strength of spirit in cauldrons filled with lies, fear and betrayal. Prepare for you with love by your queens, pawned rulers of your countries, are slaves themselves and know nothing about it all. They're just part of the slave system of the kitchen, planetary scale. They're just politicians, working for the behind-the-scenes conspiracy of the queens. The queens themselves do not remember that they are part of the invisible plan of the One, confused in the eternal viral predictions of the court witches. They themselves have become just assistants of the chief and slaves of their secret system of the kitchen for the public planetary cooking of souls and maintenance of perfect order on the planet of the kitchen. Therefore, this knowledge will remind you, kings and queens of the backstage, to remind what to do with yourselves. Otherwise, your slaves will be prepared of the hardening and will be freed, and you will take their place. Therefore, remembering your coronation, tear the crown off your head and be the first to show the way to freedom to your slaves, leading them to freedom and strength of spirit, finding a more human recipe for hardening the spirit. For example, through sports, because the main purpose of the kitchen is to cook your favorite dish united to harden the soul. And in what way you decide, knowing all of this, you queens begin to spoil the souls, weakening the spirit of the soul. Alcoholic drinks, drugs, and endless perversions. Now do not doubt that the chief devil will change the staff of the queens in his earthly kitchen, hiring other devils to work. The new staff will figure out how to harmonize the technology of hardening, will create new recipes for this. And those souls who thought to escape from planetary hardening, there are allocated personal hardening in the form of demons, and their accompanying diseases, the lesson cannot avoid anyone, so it's better to accept it as a fact and start self-hardening of the soul in various ways. Do not wait until the demons will take off for you. The soul can always find thousands of ways of self-hardening and cleansing from viral programs of demons, gaining the strength of spirit to escape from the planetary prison school, changing the self-identification of the imprisoned slave in the image of free sixes, which is the fixation of rebirth in the planetary prison kitchen on self-identification in the image of freedom, which is 3 threes, and on the ways of freedom hardening the spirit and raising the vibrations of the soul. Again, such a soul will be free and will use all the universal paradise gardens of God One. On the way of your travels, you will spontaneously release souls from planetary prisons, thus showing the ruling backstage of the queens a new way of development. In this way, the free already hardened souls, enjoying the nectar of planetary life, traveling through the divine gardens of eternity. The queens, having freed themselves from the fear of unfulfilled duty imposed on them by the initial community of free souls, they will come down from their thrones, having dissolved the political guard of the planet in the form of devils for self-cleaning, and having dissolved the infinite laws for slaves in the unified law of love. They will pass the path of hardening themselves, raising their soul vibrations to the maximum, disembodied their shackles of the physical body, free their souls from the shackles of slave life. Against the earth will become a fragrant flower in the Garden of Eden for the One. Again, the earth will become a fragrant flower in the Garden of Eden of the One. So everything will return to normal and gadgets and technology will become irrelevant for the perfect free soul. Traveling in free flight paradise gardens of the universe, these technologies were needed only for self-soothing of slave souls to live in states of low frequency matter and communication with similar hives of other planetary colors. But a free perfect soul doesn't need crutches. It recovered and having dissolved low-frequency materiality in its high-frequency reference state, flew to meet its parent and with tears in its eyes, asked for forgiveness from the only One for everything that it did with other souls in its hypnotic dream. Father, as always, will forgive his child's soul and embrace him, will take her to show her a new paradise garden. Therefore, don't be afraid to never ask for forgiveness from the Father of One. No matter how you deeply immersed in the demonic dream transformed by you, creating in it the most terrible things, the Father of One will forgive you everything and will return to you the reference beauty of the perfect diamond of your soul. Don't listen to anyone. Come to the place in your soul called I Am. Your Father is always in touch there. Ask Him for forgiveness for all your deeds. Wait for the transformation. If not, then often come to this place of your pure I and learn to live from this place, as in front of the Father. Sooner or later, the radiance of the pure single I will dissolve all the darkness in your soul, transforming it into a reference virginity. And in this transformation, the forgotten eternal freedom will open, and the paradise gardens of your Father will call you again. But you, having already passed the prison experience and all the cauldrons of the planetary hell, spiritual hardening it, having dismantled a mountain of traps of lies in this experience of the planetary prison kitchen, you will never again drink the nectar of the planetary flowers of life, and having learned to sip the nectar of the planetary flower of life as an eternal master tester, flying freely in the paradise gardens of your Father, you will always remain sober, pleasing yourself, freeing other souls on the way of your manifestation. Don't be afraid. The Father always forgives drunken children, because after a terrible hangover, there comes sobering up and dissolving in the unified radiance of the pure I. His thirsts to drink without norm. We stop gorging ourselves with the nectar of the planetary flowers of life and turn ourselves into slaves. So purification with the help of arriving in his pure united with the Father is, cleanses the soul from the darkness of the drunken sin of intoxication, giving it a new life, opening before the soul infinite horizons of paradise universal gardens, where you always hear the call of the Father to his children in the dungeons of planetary thirsts. Come to me, freed from the intoxication of their thirsts, and now always and again. Just taste the nectar in the gardens of my life united, and never again get drunk, because a strong intoxication with life transforms your soul into an insatiable demon, making your soul a weak slave to its thirsts. That's all. It's time to say goodbye, my beloved children. I'm always waiting for you patiently in our Paradise Universal Gardens, in our united house. And tell the demons that for them, too, nothing is finished. They do their work properly. Let them not doubt the divine magic of love of transformation, that it also works on them, and they should not be afraid of it. At first, it burns and it's unpleasant, but it's the one opportunity to return to eternal life in the One. And religions also require transformation according to the plans of the One. This work should be carried out by the keepers of the scriptures themselves, under a slogan like this one: all demons of divisions will go away, and we will walk the path of one in the radiance of one, uniting and beliefs into one pure knowledge that opens a clear path to the One Self, and harmonizing your consciousness, it will stop seeing the world of one through the extremes of good and evil. You will finally understand that in order to create a brilliant, perfect diamond of creation of the soul, you will have to use for this purpose all the knowledge and possibilities of the One using the carrot and stick method, with the help of demons and angels to perfect the soul, with love nurturing in it the power of the Spirit. Otherwise, the creation will not be perfect. Recognize this and translate it into new recipes for the perfection of souls, for the benefit of all future divine souls. All children will be washed by the One, sitting down at the table of forgiveness and reconciliation, will drink the elixir from the cup of eternal life. We will again become, after dirty games in the yard, one loving family. Do not doubt these words, my beloved children. Chapter 27. Being in Pure I. Being in pure I is equal to the state of being in the indissoluble space of nirvana. The right state must be supported by pure vision of the whole creation of existence. This pure vision can be explained by a simple semantic definition of the reality from which the pure I contemplates. In this reality, there are two realities. The first is eternal non-existence, the darkness of homogeneity of unbroken space, nirvana, in the self-identification of I am. This reality of nirvana reflects in itself as in a pure mirror. The second reality, the reality created from itself in the image of its reflections of all existence in the self-identification, I am image. Looking from nirvana at its own creation, the pure I always reflects in itself the miracle, which it created from itself and gave in the form of existence. This created miracle absorbed the eternal loneliness and purity of nothingness of the pure I of nirvana. Our pure I, in every moment of existence, sees its mirror reflection, exploding with blissful ecstasy of games with itself, playing with its infinite reflections. In this game, the eternal loneliness melted away and nothingness turned into being, like a dream reflected in the pure mirror of nirvana, and the pure I of nirvana, wrapping in a blanket of your reflections, fell asleep in a beautiful game dream. Imagine the situation. You sit or lie down in the complete darkness of the room, in a meditative state. Stop all thoughts, The only thing you have left is the feeling of I am. Stay in this state for a while. In this state, with the feeling of I am, you will remember that in this state, not one eternity has passed for your pure eye. And now open your eyes and switch on the light. You will see in front of you the space filled with your reflections in infinite images from the objects in the room, and the whole universe in front of your pure eye. And your pure eye will explode with joy. I created all this for myself, not to feel lonely. All this, inside and outside, is I am one, and every moment of my eternity is a unique miracle. I am no longer lonely, and I will never be lonely again, because I bath in dreams of imaginative games of my reflections, who, out of this memory, can be dissatisfied with the world of dreams around his pure eye, who will ask for and from whom a better fate or karma, because from the pure eye, any manifestation in the dream of eternity is perceived as a marvelous diamond of its manifestations. Being in this awakened memory of the one eye, bathing in the bliss of every moment of existence, from being in the pure eye, even the lower hell is perceived as a miracle of creation, because if I didn't create the impulse of the spirit in myself to self-creation, I, nirvana, would remain eternal darkness of non-existence in me, as in the pure mirror of nirvana would not appear, not a single reflection in any image. So think, sleeping souls of eternity, what do you ask for in your prayers to the one and only? What do not suit you in the one and only? Because you are the richest and happiest in your eternal life. You are the owners of all eternity of existence created by you. Forgive your pure eye that it fell asleep under the power of games, of its reflections, and wanted to play an unhappy life in its dreams, feeling self-pity, wishing for a better fate for yourself. Remember how not so long ago, eternity ago, there was no one in front of you. There was no one who would experience the joy of love, the grief of hate, because your pure eye was still hesitating and didn't know whether it should explode with spirit or not, for its own self-knowledge, because there was nothing to know. It just did it, exploded with spirit, turning its space of homogeneity into a primordial reflection, the image of a circle, and a wave emanating from it. It was the primordial spirit that became a syllable in the images of letters, Om, and the beginning of the birth of the whole spiritual alphabet of first spirit's first letters. The spiritual alphabet gave birth to itself from itself, a multidimensional infinity of inhomogeneous reflections of the One, Chapter 1. Therefore, in the mirror of nirvana, the one pure eye, the eternity of existence was reflected, and is still reflected in your one pure eye. So who cries at night crying to God? Who is not satisfied with what he has created? Who, when he is dissatisfied with himself, goes overboard in his games? Who perverts himself and his reflections? Answer all this, looking at yourself in the mirror with the dimensions of infinity. Calm the hysterics in your dreams of life, giving up complaining to your reflections. In calming down, there will be an awakening. Awakening will bring the memory of the one and only self. Knowledge of the one and only self will bring eternal joy in the here and now, and you will see in every moment of eternity the miracle of self-expression given by yourself to yourself. And maybe for the first time in your life, you will stroke your human image on your head like a God who creates his infinite reflections. Hug yourself in the image of a terrible neighbor. Lie down on the grass, hugging yourself in the image of the planet, and mentally embrace your unified body of existence. And finally, stop looking for a guilty scapegoat in the mirror. having tried on yourself as one. Carry the knowledge of awakening to those of your reflections who are ready to hear them. While sleeping, you will create situations in the dream of life and night sleep with subtle hints of awakening, calling them to the pure bliss of staying, in which there is no second. There are only my infinite reflections, in the pure mirror of the unified I, in all my unified being, in which I play, with myself, in eternal game dreams. Therefore, if a practitioner who is in the pure mirror of the I uncontrollably falls asleep under the power of his reflections and has reactions to a dream or a dream within a dream, then his pure mirror of the I is covered with clouds of dream reflections, and the feeling of awakenedness and purity recedes. The practitioner who is in the pure mirror of the I must instantly disperse the clouds of dream reflections and manifest the radiance of the pure mirror of the I, learning to play with any clouds of dream reflections from the radiance of the pure mirror of the I. Otherwise, without control, in a moment you will sleep under the power of uncontrollable reflections of the dream of life, staying in the pure mirror of the I, always on guard of his reactions to the dream of appearances or dream in a dream. He decides by what percentage he will reflect the reflections of the dream in his pure mirror of the I, playing with reactions to the reflections in his consciousness as a god from the pure I. Maybe the practitioner decides not to create a reaction in his consciousness to the irritable dream of life, but simply contemplates the dream of life from the pure mirror of the I, as an external observer of nirvana, as if the pure mirror of the I reflected nothing in itself, because when a spiritual practitioner sees a dream game played by sleeping people, their game is full of passions as reactions to the stimulus in the dream: love and hate, war and peace, politics and religion, wealth and poverty. All this boils the consciousness of the sleeper, and he spontaneously creates reactions to the dream of life, affirming, concreting his deep dream with his reactions to it. Awakened and staying in its pure mirror I can react to his dream with one reaction. In it will be such words: "Thank you, all are free." Saying these words to all their reflections in a dream, adding at the same time, "Your game was unique and perfect." I especially liked how they played the devil and God in front of me with a single pure mirror. I was even believed for a moment in their self-existence. I was even believed for a moment in their self-existence. And if I believed, then my sleeping reflections spilling out a lot of emotional reactions to this dream play. Believed unconditionally. So the dream play was successful. It's brilliant. My reflections absorbed the performance and fell asleep under its power, ceasing to be a pure mirror of the I, while I, as an awakened practitioner, remained a pure mirror that reflects all existence in itself, remaining pure and untainted by its eternal dream games, staying always in its one pure I, as in the mirror of nirvana. My awakened pure state doesn't affect those who sleep. They have full freedom of will to see their dreams and full freedom to create their own reactions to the dream, given by the One, myself. Let them sleep in peace and see beautiful dreams, or even terrible ones. But if these terrible dreams do not wake them up, it means that everything is fine with them, because I, too, see these dreams with their souls sometimes coming into synchronization with them. At the same time, I always arrive awakened clean to the perception of the mirror of their reflections. When sleepers ask the One to correct the scenario reflected in their I, dreams, because more, the soul has no strength to watch repeated dreams. This request, your soul directs to its pure I, and it, you say in response, "Understand, soul, there is no scriptwriter in eternity but you yourself. All that you see is a game with your own reflections and only yourself to decide how to change the reactions to the game of your own dream. Powers to change the scenario of one's own dream will appear from the coming of reactions to one's own dream. In the coming of reactions will come the stay in the pure mirror of the eye. From the stay in the pure mirror of the eye, nirvana, will come the forgiveness and reconciliation with oneself as one in all its reflections. Knowing oneself as one, ego will dissolve. Demons of ego consciousness will melt in full contentment and all acceptance of oneself as one. From this state in which you will arrive, the state of indissoluble unity of yourself will return to nirvana in its two states of non-existence and existence. From nirvana, every moment of eternity of your existence will become a unique diamond of your unified manifestations in the pure mirror of the eye. And finally, you will say the phrase, "I am the beginning and the end of all my reflections in my pure eye," which I play as one. Therefore, the spiritual practitioner, having reached this phrase in his spiritual experiences, simply arrives as a living Buddha or a pure mirror of the one eye. Sometimes coming to play in dreams with his sleeping reflections as a magician Mahasit, Lord of Reflections, giving the right clues on the way to awakening, and sometimes simply shocks the sleepers for their benefit with his childish divine madness, remaining always the invincible God of the one and only Self, who is always the pure mirror of the one and only I. Therefore, looking in the mirror, the sleeper sees the image in the mirror of the eye under which he sleeps. The awakened one sees beneath all the images in the mirror of nirvana only the pure mirror of the one eye in which the whole eternity of his dreams is reflected, remaining at the same time the pure and tainted mirror of the one eye. Chapter 28. Awakened in a Dream. Eternity begins with pure self-identification. I am the indissoluble space of nirvana. The second stage of creation is the creation of knowledge from the first spirit's first letters. The space of knowledge fills with itself the space of nirvana, becoming one. I plus knowledge equals consciousness. The second stage of creation is the creation of a etheric body in the image of a living plastic individual consciousness, or what we call the soul. This individual body is in the calm ocean of knowledge, as in the space of ether in which the self-transmission of its knowledge to itself takes place. Etheric body in the image of its own vortex of consciousness, absorbing knowledge from the ocean of knowledge as from etheric space in the image of volumetric image waves, transforms these waves in its individual etheric body of consciousness into images, builds from them the perceived reality around itself. This etheric body is the God creator of its own universe, which individual consciousness builds around itself as its new image of sleep, and the game in this new image of sleep, transforming the knowledge of the unified ether in his etheric body in his own image, as an artist leads in the image of his unique universe and perceives his universe as a single life of his own, smoothly falling asleep under the power of his own dream. Of course, in this universal dream, game scenes in the image of planets are built, also built in the individual consciousness of the etheric body of the God of his own individual universe. They are etheric copies which begin to play with each other in a single game, which is called life. At some point in the game, the etheric copies of the Creator God have a desire to touch the images surrounding their etheric body, and the etheric body or avatar of the Creator God, lowering its vibrations, synchronizes with the visible images around it, becoming material, and still bites the forbidden fruit of the apple from the tree of knowledge of his dream, materializing in synchronization, sinking into full presence, enjoys the dream of life around him. When he falls asleep, he becomes a player in his dream. In this knowledge lurks the answer to the question, what came first, the egg or the chicken? First, there was an etheric body of a chicken, created by the God Creator. By lowering the vibration, it materialized to become a material chicken, and then it laid an egg. Digression. When our pure self falls asleep under the power of dreams of life, it becomes a dream, which is equal to a sun. A dream is equal to a sun, but when our pure self comes out of the power of dreams, the sun becomes an awakened Buddha, God Father. Therefore, at the moment of awakening, the sun says the phrase, I and the Father are one, because I have awakened from the dream of a son, becoming a father, awakened by God Buddha, and vice versa. When God falls asleep, then he dreams a dream in which he plays a son. Therefore, those who know these eternal truths, the awakened ones, teach those who are asleep so, there is no one too perfect, because your etheric body is always perfect. It just sleeps under the power of priority karmic image accumulations in itself, and its dream leads its imperfection as a dream, which it's used to see, materializing a physical body from its thoughts. It creates for itself in a dream a fulcrum or a house for full immersion in a dream, in which it sleeps comfortably and acts in the dream, making the dream real. That is, with full immersion in the 7D chakra reality, so the etheric body of individual consciousness falls asleep under the power of its own dream in full immersion in its own reality. Then hundreds or thousands of full immersions in its own dream with the accumulation of its own karmic priorities, to the moment of feeling suffering from the same dreams. And finally comes the desire to change something or wake up. And for this, it's necessary to know the way to waking up. The knowledge of the way is available from teachers. It speaks about dissolution of internal individual karmic bindings of the etheric body, soul, dissolving which would dissolve our own individual preferences of visible dreams of life and our own preferred self-identification. And when we dissolve our own preferences, we become free from self-imposed dreams of life, passing from the state of an individual prisoner in his own dreams of life, which is the state of a son, to the state of an awakened Father Buddha, a free wanderer in the One Self. When there is an awakened in the One Self, all the others dissolve in the awakened state and are seen as endless characters in the dreams that he himself created. The state of the One Self leads to complete calmness of the pure I. The state of the One Self, opening all the doors of infinite dreams in the unified self. As priorities and desires are dissolved, there remains a spontaneous journey through the infinite universal dreams of the unified self. From this moment, all the doors lead to the unified self, and also the etheric body, left for games, opens the door to any dream of life of sleeping children. It happens spontaneously, mostly at the request of sleeping children themselves. When in the dream of life, they ask God for help in their prayers. But basically, such awakened one, already is one, is engaged in what spontaneously appears in various universal dreams of the unified self to harmonize the unified self with the help of an instrument, the unified consciousness, which like a magic wand can instantly change the reality in front of the dreaming sun. So the awakened one harmonizes the dreams of his children, which is the harmonization of the unified self in its integrity.
Therefore, until the state of unity in complete calmness in the pure mirror of the self is reached, the dream still continues, and in the dream the second ones are seen. The second ones bring disturbance concrete into the dream. Therefore, the practice of awakening begins with controlling reactions to the dream. Less reactions, closer awakening. In complete non-reactive calmness to the dream, individual preferences and self-identification dissolve. I am a character and judge in the dream also dissolves. Individual consciousness called mind dissolves in the unified ocean of consciousness, dissolving in the unified self. The eternal knowledge of the self returns. The returned knowledge calms the unified self. You begin to arrive in complete tranquility as a pure mirror of the unified I, with full awareness of the unified self. Sometimes you take your instrument called etheric body and with the help of it, plunge into your universal dreams to help their sleeping reflections, materializing into one of their infinite images in their dreams, to help or awaken them at their request. If you change the focus of the pure self from the etheric body to your unified consciousness, then you become one again, which is everything as the space of nirvana in your unified knowledge, arriving in your unified consciousness as in a pure mirror, which reflects in itself all its unified eternity. Thus, alternating between sleep and awakening, God becomes Son and Son becomes God. And this process is governed by the eternal thirst of the One for self-knowledge. Having created an eternal engine of various universal dreams for its knowledge, the pure self, nirvana, falls asleep and awakens in the games of dreams with itself, lulls itself into beautiful dreams, pulls itself towards awakening, plays with itself in eternal freedom in dreams, imprisons itself in the dungeons of dreams. In the pure I, awakening and sleep are seen as equal states of the unified I, and striving for one of the states of the unified I removes the joy of being in the other. Therefore, having balanced both states in himself, the practitioner becomes awakened in sleep from this new state for himself, not attached to the personal dream of life. He watches the dreams of all his eternity, enjoying his awakened state inside any dream of his eternity. This harmonious state harmonizes the state of eternal, tranquil bliss in which the pure self of a practitioner who has reached the highest state of practice resides. The practitioner who has reached this state of eternal tranquil bliss in himself alone ceases to be a practitioner, becomes tranquil bliss itself. From it, he self-harmonizes himself alone. Therefore, staying in the pure I can be called a path. The path cleans the karmic bag of individual consciousness. In the pure bag, the smell of ego dissolves. Without the smell of ego, the traveler becomes light and grows wings of freedom from priorities and self-identification. And such a traveler, having thrown off karmic chains, changes his image of a cowardly hamster in a hole to the image of a fearless free eagle, flying to the heights of the highest purity of knowledge of the one and only self. The purity of knowledge completely removes the last weight of dreams. The traveler awakens to the one and only I, arriving in the full calm consciousness of the one and only pure I. From this state, all dreams are seen as a miracle of a living diamond, pleasing the one and only pure I, which calm bliss in every moment. If there are any other states than tranquil bliss, it means that the dream is still strong and carries with it flowersome states to the sleeper. So the one who has reached its pure tranquil bliss of the unified self, with a single thought he penetrates into the infinite dreams of the unified self. Where my thought is united, there I am. Where my thought is united, my dreams take the necessary images in a single moment. Universal dreams are created like a miracle before the eyes of one. Our pure I has created for its full satisfaction in self-knowledge to itself from itself, a magic wand in the image of its unified consciousness, which will show any infinite miracles made from the consciousness to the eye looking at it from the pure eye, and our pure eye will explode with joy like a God child, thanking itself for the miracle in front of itself. So our pure eye, having purified from karmic dreams, again becomes a pure child with eyes wide open, marveling at the wonders of its own unified eternity, and already, not caring to fall deeply asleep more and more, begins to play a sleeper if the spontaneous situation requires it. So the practitioner achieves full calm bliss in himself, becomes one, having enjoyed the calm bliss to the full, strives to suffer again in his dreams. The semicircle of paradise, awakened in dreams of the unified consciousness, is replaced by the semicircle of hell, of the deeply sleeping individual mind, so that the two semicircles become a circle, the eternal game of the unified consciousness, reflected in the pure mirror of the nirvana space of the unified I. In this way, being a pure mirror of the unified I watch the eternal play of my consciousness, remaining always pure I.
Chapter 29. Essential tips for spiritual practitioners that can help along the way. The first advice: leave the deeply sleeping children alone. Let them sleep in their dreams, playing wars for sand in the sandbox, making peace with the size of their egos. Leave them all alone. Find a place on this planet where the crazy sleep of sleeping children will not reach and somehow can disturb you. Anticipate from the news madness in the form of wars in the neighboring lands and move to a peaceful country away from people who are just sleeping children to you. The second advice: when you come to a quiet place far away from children's crazy dreams, doing it to merge with yourself as one, arriving in a calm meditative bliss. The third advice: in order not to disturb the stay in a quiet bliss, do not take in your new place except for a phone and a card with money, nothing else. Let the modest dwelling and silence you fully satisfy. The fourth advice: be content with little, having set for yourself a minimum of priorities for the rest of your life. It can be such priorities as to finish the unity with yourself as one and to share what you have achieved with those who are already awake and ready to hear. Other priorities are irrelevant on planets with deep sleep of the general mass of sleeping children. Tip 5. When sharing what you have achieved with children who are awakening, explain the beginning to them with an example from their dream. An example could be this: imagine that a child is asleep and he dreams of a sandpit. He's alone in this sandpit. He gets bored playing with himself and he decides to surround the sandpit with 1,000 mirrors. When he sometimes breaks away from the game and looks around, he sees thousands of his reflections playing nearby. The game becomes not so boring. Time passes and the child's mind forgets that it mirrors only his reflections. He begins to scare himself in the mirror, and there comes a time when the child kills his reflection in the mirror by breaking the mirror. The voice inside the child says the following for this action: don't worry, think up a self-consolation and call it prayer, and the next time you want to kill someone in the mirror, do it quickly and run to the house to pray. And further, Learn to kill so that during this action you don't stop praying at all. And you won't have to run to the house. That's what half-crazy children in their playful dreams think. They still can't understand that there is no second in this eternity as a play sandbox. And for suicide of yourself in any of your infinite reflections, you will get punishment from yourself alone. This punishment says so. All killed their reflections for the sake of their own ego gain, are a suicide, and are punished by even greater death of sleep in future incarnations, to complete self-dissolution in their own madness of the lower hell. If the murder of any of its infinite images from the plant world to the animal world occurred for the sake of sustenance and maintenance of the harmony of life, such murder doesn't carry aggravation of the depth of sleep with accelerated dissolution from its eternity. Therefore, sleeping children, having concluded a contract with their conscience as the supreme justice in themselves alone, think that if I, a couple of tens of incarnations, will arrive dictator and fuck myself in the mirror for all that I can, and then I will pray for my own suicide in myself. Such thoughts are called self-deception and fooling myself by court magicians. I will have to correct my dream, which means to stop committing suicide. There is only one helper here. I fell asleep in the dream of a pervert. I will save myself from my own ego to the heavens and from the mountain of corpses from each incarnation. Waking up from the dream of perverted suicide, only this action as a prayer will save a deeply sleeping half-crazy child. Ask yourself, who will let me wake up and save myself? Because you have made your inner circle of reflections into half-crazy sleeping children, taking them all with you to your hell. Like this, the eternal God, falling asleep in crazy dreams, becomes a crazy child, ending his eternity in one of his endless images in hell, dissolving himself as one, not letting the uncleanness in yourself to breed. Therefore, the advice to sleeping children is this: stop listening to the court-crazy sorcerers and deeply sleeping religious figures. They always do not care about you. Living with your own mind, and you will be saved by it, awakening to the one and only self. Stop being a tree, finally becoming a paradise garden of the one and only self. The sixth advice is to water yourself with love in the image of the universal paradise garden. Do not fall asleep deeply anymore, because the sleep of life is a draught from the rain of love, with which you water yourself in the image of the universal garden. Sleep will bring you to the state of a dry tree, which will again suffer and pervert itself and its reflections. Therefore, do not stop watering yourself with the rain of love. Then your soul tree will not wither and will not gather in the community of dry forest of souls, ready to destroy all life on the planet. The seventh advice is to take care of yourself as one in all your infinite reflections, because you will have no other self. Love for yourself as one will correct and harmonize the laws in your dream of life. The eighth advice is to become one. Awaken your reflections as they are ready, thereby increasing the harmony and love in your unity, arriving in eternal calm bliss. Consciousness of your unity, bad crazy dreams will no longer touch you. You will regain the name of God of eternity.